Harry Bosch's world was crumbling. His recently purchased home had been red-tagged and declared unsafe after a major tremor. His relationship had imploded, and the whiskey bottle was becoming a far too familiar companion. Worst of all, his badge was gone, suspended indefinitely after he assaulted a superior officer, now mandated to undergo a psychiatric evaluation before any chance of reinstatement. Bosch initially stonewalled the department psychologist, but a gnawing realization had begun to break through his defiance. Something deeper was festering, a ghost from his past that might have dictated the course of his entire life. Back in 1961, when Harry was just a boy, his mother was savagely murdered, the case went cold, never officially solved, the killer never named. Driven by a compulsion he could no longer ignore, Bosch pulled the dusty file on his mother's death, stepping into a history he'd spent decades running from. The investigation reeked of incompetence, or worse. His mother had worked the streets, and even after 30 years, the stench of a cover-up was palpable. Someone with considerable influence had steered the original detectives away from crucial leads. Now, while grappling with the private shame of his mother's profession, Harry doggedly pursued the faded evidence, hunting for justice, or at the very least, some semblance of truth. From the fractured remnants of the case, a path began to emerge, winding its way up into the exclusive enclaves of the Hollywood Hills, touching the lives of the wealthy and politically connected. As Bosch closed in on answers, he discovered that old sins cast long shadows, sparking new violence in the present day. "Any thoughts you'd like to begin with today?" the psychiatrist asked. "Thoughts on what, exactly? On anything? On the event that brought you here?" "The event? Yeah, I've got a thought." He let the silence hang, a tactic he'd decided on during the drive over. He would make her work for every syllable. "Would you care to share it, Detective Bosch?" she finally prompted. "That is the purpose of our... My thought is that this is a complete waste of time. Total nonsense. That's the purpose." "That's my entire analysis." "Wait, could you elaborate? What do you mean by nonsense?" "I mean, fine, I shoved the man. I probably took a swing. The details are fuzzy, but I'm not contesting it. So suspend me, transfer me, convene a disciplinary board, do whatever you have to do. But this route is insulting. Involuntary stress leave is a joke. Why am I required to sit here 3 times a week and talk to a stranger about my life? You don't know me. You have no context. Why is your signature the key to my career? The procedural answer is in your own file. The department has chosen a treatment path over a punitive one. You've been placed on involuntary leave, which means I know what it means, and that's the heart of the joke. Someone gets to arbitrarily decide, I'm stressed, and that gives them the authority to bench me indefinitely, or at least until I perform like a trained SEAL for your approval. This decision was not arbitrary. It was based directly on your conduct, which I believe clearly demonstrates. What happened had nothing to do with stress. It was about principle. Forget it. Like I said, it's a farce. So why don't we skip the theatre? What's the checklist? What do I have to do to get my badge back? A flash of irritation crossed her face, his blunt dismissal of her profession striking a nerve. But it vanished quickly. Handling defiant cops was routine for her.
"Can't you see this is for your benefit?"
she said, her tone shifting to one of almost weary patience. I have to believe the department's leadership still sees you as a valuable asset. Otherwise, you'd be on a fast track out the door, not sitting in this office. They're trying to protect your career and the value you bring to the department, she explained. Value, I'm a police officer, not a piece of property. Out on the street, nobody's thinking about my value. What does that even mean? Am I going to hear that kind of talk in here? She paused, her tone turning firm. You have an issue, Detective Bosch. It goes deeper than the single incident that led to your leave. That's what these meetings are for. Do you understand? This isn't isolated. You've had difficulties before. My job, before I can approve your return to duty in any form, is to help you examine yourself. What are you doing? Who are you? Why do these situations keep finding you? I want an open conversation. I'll ask questions and you speak freely but with focus. This isn't about criticizing me, my role, or the department's leadership. This is about you in this room. It's only about you. Harry Bosch stared back in silence. He craved a cigarette, but would never ask her permission. He refused to give her that detail about himself. She'd probably start talking about oral fixations or psychological crutches. He drew a slow breath instead, studying the woman across the desk. Carmen Hinojos had a kind face and a gentle demeanor. Bosch knew she wasn't the enemy. He'd even heard decent things about her from others who'd been sent to this off-site office. She was just doing her job, and his frustration wasn't truly aimed at her. He figured she was sharp enough to know that too. "Look, I'm sorry," she said, her voice softening. "I shouldn't have opened with such a broad question. I know this is emotionally charged for you. Let's start over. And, for the record, you can smoke if you want to. Is that in my file? It's not in the file. It didn't need to be. It's your hand, the way it keeps drifting toward your mouth. Have you been trying to stop? No, but it's a city building. You know the regulations." It was a weak excuse. He broke that rule daily at the Hollywood station. "That rule doesn't apply here. I don't want you to think of this place as an extension of Parker Center or city government. That's precisely why these offices are located separately. Those rules don't exist here. Doesn't matter where we sit. You still work for the LAPD. Try to believe while you're here that you've stepped away from the Los Angeles Police Department. Try to believe you're just visiting someone to talk. You can say anything in this room," but he knew she could never be a friend. The stakes were far too high. Still, he offered a single nod to appease her. "That's not very convincing." He shrugged, as if to say it was the best he could manage, and it was. "By the way, if you wanted, I could use hypnosis to help with your nicotine dependency. If I wanted to quit, I'd quit. People are either smokers or they're not. I am. Yes, it's perhaps the most visible sign of a self-destructive tendency. Wait, am I on leave because I smoke? Is that what this is really about? I believe you know what it's about." He stayed quiet, remembering his own rule to say as little as possible. "Well, let's continue then," she said. "You've been on leave, let's see, since last Tuesday. Right. What have you been doing with your time?" "Mostly filling out FEMA paperwork. FEMA. My house was red-tagged." "The earthquake was 3 months ago. Why wait until now?" "I've been busy. I've been working." "I see. Did you have insurance?" "Don't say I see because you don't. You couldn't possibly see things from where I stand. The answer is no, no insurance. Like a lot of people, I was living in denial. Isn't that what you call it? I'd bet you had insurance." "I did. How badly was your house damaged?" "That depends on who you ask." "The city inspectors have declared it a total loss and won't even let me inside. I see it differently. It just needs some attention. I'm on a first-name basis with the folks at Home Depot these days. I've hired out some of the bigger jobs to contractors. It'll be finished soon, and then I'll challenge that red tag. I have legal counsel working on it. You're still staying there, aren't you?" He gave a single nod. "Now, that's what I call denial, Detective Bosch. I really don't think that's a wise choice. I don't believe my personal decisions off-duty are any of your concern." She lifted her hands, palms out, in a placating gesture. "While I can't endorse it, I suppose it serves a purpose. Having a project to focus on can be beneficial. Ideally, it would be a hobby, a sport, or even planning a getaway, but staying occupied is important. It helps keep your mind from dwelling on the incident." Bosch offered a thin, humorless smile. "What about it?" "I'm not sure. Everyone keeps using that term, the incident. It reminds me of how some people referred to Vietnam as a conflict instead of a war." "What would you call it then?" I don't have the perfect word, but incident, it feels sterile, clinical. Let's backtrack for a moment, Doctor. I don't want a vacation. My work is in homicide. It's who I am, and I want to return to it. I might actually be able to accomplish something worthwhile there, provided the department allows it.
Provided you allow it.
We both know the final recommendation rests with you. Perhaps. Have you noticed you describe your job as if it's a kind of sacred quest? That's one way to put it. Like searching for the Holy Grail, he said, the sarcasm thick in his voice. This was becoming unbearable, and it was only their first meeting. Is that truly how you see it? Do you believe your life's purpose is to solve murders and incarcerate the guilty? He responded with a non-committal shrug of his shoulders. Pushing himself up from the chair, he moved to the window and gazed down at Hill Street. The sidewalks were a constant river of people every time he came here. His eyes tracked two women who stood out sharply amidst the predominantly Asian crowd, like errant pieces in a patterned mosaic. They passed a storefront where whole smoked ducks hung in a solemn row. His view stretched further to the overpass of the Hollywood Freeway, the dark, vacant windows of the old county jail, and the criminal courts building looming behind it. To the left, the City Hall tower was partially shrouded in black construction tarps, a sight that always struck him as oddly funereal, though he knew they were merely there to catch debris from ongoing earthquake repairs. Beyond that, he could make out the reflective facade of Parker Center Police Headquarters, the so-called Glass House. "Tell me about this mission of yours," Hinojos prompted softly from her desk. "I'd like to hear you put it into words." He returned to his seat and wrestled with how to articulate it, finally just shaking his head in defeat. "I can't. Then I want you to think about it. Your mission. What is it, truly? Consider that. What's your mission, Doctor?"
That isn't the focus here. It absolutely is, Detective. This is the only personal question I will entertain. These sessions are about you, not me. My mission, I believe, is to help the personnel of this department. That's the immediate scope. In a broader sense, by doing that, I help the community and the people of this city. The better the officers we have on the street, the better and safer. We all are. Does that suffice? That's fine.
When I think about my mission, should I condense it into a neat little paragraph and rehearse it until it sounds like a dictionary definition? "Detective Bosch," she said, her tone firming, "if you insist on being deliberately difficult, we will not make progress. That means you will not be returning to your duty any time soon. Is that your goal here?" He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. As she looked down at the yellow legal pad on her desk, he took the opportunity to study her. Carmen Hinojos had small, delicate hands resting on the wooden surface. He noted there were no rings on either finger. She held a sleek, costly-looking pen in her right hand. Bosch had always believed that expensive pens were the tools of people obsessed with appearances, but perhaps he was misjudging her. Her dark brown hair was pulled back neatly, and she wore glasses with slender tortoise-shell frames. She had the kind of smile that suggested she'd missed out on braces as a child. Looking up from her notepad, her gaze met his directly. "I've been informed that this incident, this situation occurred around the same time as the end of a romantic relationship. Who told you that? It's part of the background information provided to me. The sources aren't relevant. They're relevant if they're wrong. That breakup, as you put it, was nearly 3 months ago. It had nothing to do with what happened. The emotional impact of such things can linger far longer. I understand this is personal, possibly painful, but discussing it will help me understand your state of mind at the time of the altercation. Is that an issue?" Bosch gestured for her to continue. "How long were you together?" "About a year." "Marriage?" "No." "Was it ever discussed?" "Not really. Never openly." "Did you live together?" "Sometimes." "We both kept our own places." "Is the separation permanent?" I suppose so. Saying it aloud felt like the first real admission that Sylvia Moore was truly gone from his life. Was this a mutual decision? He cleared his throat, eager to move past the topic. You could call it mutual, but I didn't know it was happening until her bags were packed. 3 months ago we were holding each other in bed while the whole house shook on its foundation. You could say she was gone before the aftershocks even settled. They haven't settled, just a figure of speech. Are you suggesting the earthquake caused the breakup? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's when it happened. Right after. She's a teacher in the valley and her school was damaged. The district consolidated students offered sabbaticals. She took one and left town. Was she afraid of another earthquake, or was she afraid of you? He felt a defensive edge in his voice. Why would she be afraid of me? I'm simply asking questions. Did you give her a reason to be afraid? Bosch paused. It was a question he'd never fully examined in his own reflections. If you mean physically, no, she wasn't scared, and I gave her no cause to be. He just nodded and made a note on her pad. It irritated him to see her record that, look, it has no connection to what happened at the station last week. Why did she leave then? What was the real reason? He turned away, frustration rising. This was the pattern she would probe wherever she found an opening. I don't know.
That answer isn't sufficient here. I believe you do know, or at least have your own theory. You must. She discovered who I was. What does that mean? You'd have to ask her. She's the one who said it. But she's in Venice, the one in Italy. Then what do you think she meant by it? What I think doesn't matter. She said it, and she left. Don't resist me, Detective Bosch, please. My goal is to get you back to your job, if you're ready, but you make it harder by being difficult.
Maybe that's what she discovered. Maybe that's exactly who I am. I doubt the reason is that simple. Sometimes I don't. She glanced at her watch and leaned forward, clear dissatisfaction on her face. All right, Detective. I see how uncomfortable this is for you. We'll move forward for now, but I have a feeling we'll need to revisit this topic. I'd like you to consider it more deeply. See if you can articulate those feelings. She paused, giving him space to respond, but he remained silent. Let's return to the events of last week. My understanding is it began with a case, the murder of a sex worker. That's correct. Was it a particularly violent crime? Violent is just a word. It can mean something different to everyone. A fair point. But for you personally, would you describe it as a brutal homicide? Yes, it was brutal. I think they all are in a way. When someone's life is taken, it's brutal.
For them.
And you were the one who brought the suspect in? My partner and I handled it. Actually, no. He came to the station on his own to be questioned. Did this investigation impact you more profoundly than previous cases? Maybe. It's hard to say. What might have made the difference? You're asking if I cared more because she was a prostitute. I didn't. No more than any other victim. But in my work, there's one principle I follow with every case I take. What's that principle? Everybody counts or nobody counts. Can you elaborate? It means exactly what it says. Everybody counts or nobody counts. That's the whole thing. I work just as hard to solve a case for a sex worker as I would for the mayor's wife. That's my rule, I see. Now, focusing on this specific incident, I'd like to hear your account of what occurred after the arrest and what led to the reported altercation at the Hollywood station. Is this conversation being recorded? No, Detective. Anything you share here is confidential. At the conclusion of our sessions, I will submit a brief recommendation to Assistant Chief Irving. The details of our discussions will never be disclosed. My summaries are typically less than a page and contain no direct dialogue. That half page holds a lot of sway. She offered no reply. Bosch studied her, weighing his options. A part of him wanted to trust her, but years of instinct warned him to trust no one. She seemed to sense his internal debate and waited patiently. "You want to hear my side of the story?" "Yes, I do." "All right, I'll tell you what happened." Chapter 2. Bosch smoked on the drive home, though he knew a cigarette wasn't what he truly craved. He wanted a drink to steady his frayed nerves. Checking his watch, he decided it was too early to stop at a bar. He lit another cigarette and continued toward the hills. After navigating the tight turns up Woodrow Wilson Drive, he parked at the curb about half a block from his house and walked back. The faint, melodic notes of a classical piano piece drifted from a neighbor's home, though he couldn't pinpoint which one. He didn't know his neighbors well enough to guess who might have a pianist in the family. Ducking under the yellow caution tape stretched across his property line, he entered through the carport door. This was his routine, parking down the street to conceal the fact he was still living in a condemned house. The place had been officially tagged as uninhabitable after the earthquake, with a city inspector ordering its demolition. Bosch had ignored both directives, cut the lock on the electrical box, and had been quietly residing there for 3 months. It was a modest redwood-sided house perched on steel pylons driven into the sedimentary bedrock, rock that had folded and formed as the Santa Monica Mountains rose from the ancient desert. The pylons had held firm during the quake, but the house above them had shifted, partially breaking free from its seismic bolts. It slid, only about 2 inches, but sometimes a little movement is all it takes. The short slide caused extensive damage. Inside, the wooden frame warped twisting window and door frames out of square. Glass shattered. The front door was now permanently sealed, jammed in a frame that had tilted northward with the rest of the structure. Opening it would likely require the police department's battering ram. As it was, he'd had to use a crowbar just to get the carport door open. That front door now stood as the main entrance to his home. Bosch had hired a contractor for $5,000 to lift the house and shift it back the 2 inches it had settled. Once it was realigned and secured again to its pylons, Bosch took his time, working as his schedule allowed, to reframe the windows and interior doors himself. He started with the glass, and over the following months he carefully rehung each interior door. He relied on carpentry manuals, often redoing projects 2 or 3 times until they met his standards. He found the manual labor satisfying, even therapeutic. It was a welcome escape from his homicide work. He chose to leave the front door as it was, feeling it served as a fitting tribute to nature's force, and he grew accustomed to using the side entrance instead. Despite all his efforts, the city never removed the house from its condemned list. The building inspector for this hillside area, Gaudi, kept the red condemnation tag firmly in place, which led Bosch into a game of stealth, entering and leaving his own home as cautiously as a spy approaching a foreign embassy. He covered the inside of the front windows with black plastic tarps to hide any light, and he remained constantly vigilant for Gaudi, who had become his personal nemesis. Meanwhile, Bosch retained a lawyer to formally challenge the inspector's ruling. The side door from the carport led directly into the kitchen. After entering, Bosch opened the refrigerator, pulled out a can of Coca-Cola, and stood in the cool draft while he scanned the shelves for something to make for dinner. He knew exactly what was in there, but he looked anyway, half hoping a forgotten steak or chicken breast might magically appear. This was a familiar ritual, the habit of a man living alone, and he was acutely aware of it. Taking his soda and a sandwich made with 5-day-old bread and packaged meat out to the back deck, he stood at the railing. He wished he had potato chips. The sandwich alone wouldn't hold him for long. Below, the Hollywood freeway was packed with the Monday evening commute. He'd left downtown just before the worst of the rush hour, a timing he needed to maintain for his sessions with the police psychologist, scheduled for 3:30 p.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Did Carmen Hinojos ever let a session run over, he wondered, or was her job strictly 9 to 5? From his perch on the hillside, he could see the northbound lanes cutting through the Cahuenga Pass toward the San Fernando Valley. He tried to review what had been said during his session, to decide if it had been productive or not, but his attention wandered. Absent-mindedly, he began picking out pairs of cars as they crested the pass, following their unseen race along the mile-long stretch visible from his deck until they reached the Lancashire Boulevard exit. After a few minutes of this, he caught himself and turned sharply away from the view. "Jesus," he said aloud. It was clear then that keeping his hands busy wouldn't be enough to occupy his mind while he was away from the job. He went back inside for a bottle of Henry's from the refrigerator. Just as he popped the cap, the phone rang. It was his partner, Jerry Edgar, and the call was a welcome break from the quiet. "Harry, how's everything over in Chinatown?" Every officer carried a quiet dread that the job's weight might one day break them, sending them to the department's behavioral sciences section for help. Because of that fear, nobody used the unit's real name. Since it was located on Hill Street, a few blocks from Parker Center, getting sent there was just called going to Chinatown. If word got out a cop was visiting, the rumor would spread that he had the Hill Street blues. The 6-story bank building housing the unit was nicknamed the 5150 building, not its address, but the police radio code for a mentally disturbed person. These codes were part of a defensive shell, a way to mock and minimize their own deepest anxieties. "Chinatown was a real treat," Bosch replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You should book an appointment sometime? It's left me here counting cars on the freeway. Well, at least you won't run out of numbers. Yeah, so, what's new with you?" Pounds finally pulled the trigger. "On what?" "Paired me up with a new guy." Bosch fell quiet. The news felt like a door slamming shut. A cold thought whispered that he might never get his badge back. "He did that? Yeah, he made it official. I caught a fresh case this morning, so he assigned one of his yes-men to me. Burns." "Burns? From auto theft? He's never handled a homicide. Has he even worked caps?" Detectives typically carved their careers down one of two paths: property crimes or crimes against persons. Caps, covering homicide, rape, assault, and robbery, was the high-stakes track. Detectives there often saw property crime investigators as glorified clerks, buried in paperwork, with little time for real sleuthing amid the city's endless wave of burglaries and thefts. "He's been a paperwork guy his whole career," Edgar confirmed. "But to Pounds, that doesn't matter. All he wants is a warm body at the homicide table who won't talk back. Burns is perfect for that. He probably started campaigning for the spot the second he heard about your situation. Well, screw him. I'm getting back to that table, and then he can go back to chasing stolen cars." Edgar paused, the silence stretching out as if Bosch had said something utterly irrational. "You really believe that, Harry? Pounds isn't going to let you waltz back in, not after what went down. When he told me I was stuck with Burns, I said, 'No offense, but I'd rather wait for Harry Bosch to return.' He told me if I wanted to handle it that way, I'd be waiting until I was an old man. He said that."
Well, screw him too. I still have a few friends left in the department. Irving still owes you, doesn't he? I suppose I might find out soon enough. He didn't elaborate. He needed to steer the conversation elsewhere. Edgar was his partner, and he trusted him with his life on the street, but the politics of the department were a different world, one where Bosch had always operated alone. He wasn't about to start sharing confidences now. "So what's the case?" he asked, shifting gears.
"Oh, right. I wanted to run this by you. It's strange, man. First the killing is odd, then what happened afterward. The call came in for a house on Sierra Bonita around 5 this morning. A resident reported hearing a muffled noise like a gunshot. He grabbed his hunting rifle from the closet and went outside to check. The neighborhood's been hit hard lately by addicts, breaking in 4 burglaries on his block this month alone, so he was ready for trouble. Anyway, he heads down his driveway with his rifle. The garage is set back behind the house, and he spots a pair of legs sticking out of the open door of his car, which was parked right in front of the garage. Did he shoot him? No. That's the wild part. He approaches with the gun, but the guy in the car is already dead, stabbed right through the chest with a screwdriver. Bosch was confused, lacking enough details, but he stayed quiet. The airbag got him, Harry. What are you talking about? The airbag killed him. Exactly. This idiot was trying to steal the airbag from the steering wheel, and somehow it deployed. It inflated in a flash, just like it's designed to, and drove that screwdriver straight into his heart. I've never seen anything like it. He must have been holding the screwdriver backward or using the handle to hammer at the wheel. We're still piecing that part together. We spoke to someone at Chrysler who said once you remove the protective cover, which this guy had done, even static electricity can trigger it. The dead man was wearing a sweater. Who knows, maybe that was it. Burns joked, it's the first fatality caused by static cling. While Edgar chuckled at his new partner's joke, Bosch turned the scene over in his mind. He recalled a department bulletin about airbag thefts from the previous year. They'd become hot items on the black market, with thieves pulling in as much as $300 apiece from shady body shops. Those shops would buy them for $300 and then charge customers $900 for installation, doubling their profit compared to ordering from the manufacturer. So it's ruled accidental? Bosch asked. Yeah, accidental death, but the story doesn't end there. Both car doors were open, meaning the dead guy had a partner. That's what we figured. If we find that jerk, we can charge him under the felony murder rule. So we had Sid laser the interior and lift every print they could find. I took them down to Latents and convinced a tech to scan and run them through APHIS. And bingo! You got the partner. Dead to rights. That APHIS system has a long reach, Harry. One of its networks ties into the U.S. Military Identification Center in St. Louis. We got a match from there. Our guy was in the Army a decade ago. We got his ID, then pulled an address from the DMV and picked him up today. He confessed on the ride downtown. He's looking at serious time. Sounds like a solid day. It didn't stop there, though. I haven't told you the strange part yet. Go on. Remember I said we lasered the car and collected all the prints? Right. Well, we got another match, too. This one hit on the crime indexes. A case out of Mississippi. Man, every day should be this good. What was the match? Bosch pressed, growing tired of Edgar dragging the story out. We matched prints uploaded 7 years ago by something called the Southern States Criminal Identification Base. It's like 5 states whose combined population isn't half of LA's. Anyway, one of the prints we ran today matched the perpetrator in a double homicide in Biloxi, way back in '76. Some guy the local papers dubbed the Bicentennial Butcher because he killed 2 women on the 4th of July. The car's owner? The guy with the rifle. You got it. His fingerprints were on the cleaver left in one victim's skull. He was pretty shocked when we showed up at his house again this afternoon. We said, "Hey, we caught your dead car thief's partner. And by the way, you're under arrest for a double murder, you son of a gun." I think it blew his mind, Harry. You should have been there. Edgar laughed loudly into the phone, and Bosch, after just 1 week stuck on desk duty, felt a sharp pang of how much he missed the job. Did he confess? No, he clammed up. You can't be that dumb and get away with a double murder for nearly 20 years. That was a solid piece of work, Edgar remarked. Absolutely. What's he been up to all this time? Seems he's been keeping his head down. Runs a hardware store over on Santa Monica Boulevard. Family man now, wife, kid, even a dog. A real turnaround story. But he's headed back to Biloxi. I guess he'd better develop a taste for grits and sweet tea, because he won't be seeing California again for a long while. Edgar chuckled. Bosch stayed quiet. The whole conversation just underscored what he was missing now, That sense of purpose. It also brought back what Dr. Hinoshos had asked him about finding a new direction. "Couple of Mississippi State troopers are flying out tomorrow," Edgar went on. "I spoke with them earlier. They're practically doing a victory dance over this." Bosch was silent for a moment. "Harry, you still with me?" "Yeah, just thinking. Sounds like you all had quite the productive day. How's our illustrious commander taking the news? Pounds? Man, he's strutting around like he just won the World Series. You know what he's doing? Trying to figure out how to claim credit for all 3 cases as clearances. He wants to slap those Biloxi murders right onto our stats." It was no shock to Bosch. Department brass and number crunchers had a long history of creatively padding clearance rates whenever they could. In the airbag incident, there wasn't even an actual murder. It was a tragic accident. But because it happened during a crime, California law allowed an accomplice to be charged. Based on that arrest, Pounds planned to add a case to the cleared column. He wouldn't balance it by adding one to the new murders list, since the death was accidental. This statistical sleight of hand would give Hollywood Division's homicide clearance rate a nice little bump, a rate that had been teetering dangerously close to dipping below 50% lately. Not content with that modest gain, Pounds was brazenly planning to add the 2 Biloxi cases as clearances too. After all, his squad had technically solved them. Adding 3 clearances without any new cases on the other side would send the numbers soaring and make Pounds look like a genius. Bosch could just picture him, smug and self-satisfied. He said, "Our rate would jump 6 whole points," Edgar continued. "He was one happy camper, Harry, and my new partner was thrilled he'd made the boss so happy. I've heard enough. Figured you'd say that. So what are you doing to keep from going stir-crazy, besides watching traffic? You must be climbing the walls." "Not really," Bosch lied. "Last week I got the deck finished. This week Harry, I'm telling you, you're throwing good money after bad. The inspectors are going to find you in that house and boot you right out. Then they'll demolish the place and send you the bill, your deck, the whole house. It'll all be scrap in a landfill. I hired a lawyer to handle it. What's he going to do? I'm not sure I want to appeal the red tag. He's a land use attorney, says he can sort it out. I hope so. I still think you should just tear it down and start fresh. I haven't hit the jackpot yet. You could get a federal disaster loan, apply for one and... I already applied, Jerry, but I like my house the way it is. All right, Harry, I hope your lawyer works a miracle anyway. I've got to run. Burns wants to grab a beer at the shortstop. He's already there waiting. The last time Bosch had set foot in the shortstop, that cramped cop bar near the Academy and Dodger Stadium, it still had faded "I support Chief Gates" stickers peeling off the walls. For most officers, Gates was a relic of a bygone era, but the shortstop remained a haunt for the old guard, a place to drink and reminisce about a department that didn't exist anymore. Have a good time out there, Jerry. Take it easy, man. Bosch rested against the counter and took a sip of his beer. He realized Edgar's phone call had been a slick, indirect method of signaling that he was picking a side and cutting Bosch loose. That was fine. Bosch figured Edgar's primary loyalty was to himself, to navigating a landscape that could turn on you in a heartbeat. Bosch couldn't blame him for that. He caught his own reflection in the dark glass of the oven door. The image was murky, but he could make out the shadow of his eyes and the hard line of his jaw. At 44, he looked older in certain ways. His head of thick, curly brown hair was still there, but both it and his mustache were streaked with grey. His dark eyes seemed weary and depleted, even to himself. His skin had the pale, washed-out tone of someone who worked the graveyard shift. Bosch remained lean, but sometimes his clothes draped off him as if they'd come from a charity bin or he'd just recovered from a serious sickness. He turned away from his reflection and pulled another beer from the fridge. Stepping out onto the deck, he saw the sky was now ablaze with the soft, fading colors of twilight. darkness was coming, but the freeway below was already a brilliant, ceaseless river of moving lights. Watching the Monday evening crawl, the whole city looked like an anthill, the workers dutifully marching in their lanes. Sooner or later, some person or some force would come along and kick the hill over again. Then the freeways would crumble. The houses would tumble down, and the ants would just start rebuilding and falling right back into line. Something was nagging at him, but he couldn't pinpoint what. His thoughts churned and blended. He started to view what Edgar had said about his case through the lens of his earlier conversation with Hinochos. There was a link there, a bridge of some kind, but he couldn't reach it. He finished the beer, deciding 2 was his limit. He settled into one of the lounge chairs, propping his feet up. What he really wanted was to give it all a rest, his mind and his body. He looked up and saw the clouds had been set on fire by the sinking sun, looking like slow-moving rivers of molten lava across the sky. Just as he was drifting off, a single thought pushed its way through the lava. Everybody counts, or nobody counts. Then, in that last sliver of clarity before sleep fully took him, he understood what the connecting thread running through his jumbled thoughts had been, and he knew exactly what he had to do. The next morning, Bosch got dressed without showering, wanting to dive straight into work on the house and smother the lingering thoughts from the night before with sweat and focus. But clearing his head wasn't simple. As he pulled on a pair of old jeans stained with paint, he glanced at the cracked mirror above the dresser and noticed his white T-shirt was on backward. Printed across his chest was the Homicide Squad's motto, "Our day begins when your day ends." It was supposed to be on the back. He yanked the shirt off, turned it around, and put it back on. Now the mirror showed what it should, a replica detective's badge on the left breast, with the smaller lettering that read LAPD Homicide. He brewed a full pot of coffee and carried it, along with a mug, out to the deck. Next he hauled out his toolbox and the new bedroom door he'd picked up from Home Depot. When everything was ready and his mug was filled with steaming black coffee, he sat on the footrest of a lounge chair and laid the door on its side in front of him. The original door had shattered at the hinges during the earthquake. He'd tried hanging this replacement a few days earlier, but it was just a bit too wide for the frame. He estimated he needed to shave off no more than 1/8 of an inch from the latch side to get a proper fit. He got to work with the hand plane, pushing the tool back and forth in slow, steady strokes as paper-thin curls of wood peeled away. Every so often he'd pause, check his progress, and run his fingers along the smoothed edge. He enjoyed the tangible proof of his work, something so many other parts of life seemed to lack. Yet his attention was fragile, repeatedly broken by the same persistent idea from the previous evening. Everybody counts or nobody counts. He'd said those words to Hinochos, claiming they were his creed. But did he truly live by them, or were they just another empty phrase, like the slogan printed on an old T-shirt? These doubts swirled together with fragments of last night's talk with Edgar and a deeper, more private suspicion he'd always carried. Setting the plane aside, he ran his fingers over the door's edge once more, checking the line. Satisfied, he brought it inside. In a corner of the living room he'd set aside for projects, a drop cloth spread beneath him. He worked a piece of fine grit sandpaper back and forth until the wood felt flawless under his touch. Balancing the door vertically on a scrap block, he carefully fitted it into the hinges, then slid the oiled pins into place. A few light taps from a hammer seated them perfectly. The door now swung open and shut with a near-silent ease, and, most importantly, it settled evenly within the frame. He opened and closed it several times, just looking at it, a quiet pride in the fix. But that small victory faded quickly, leaving his thoughts unguarded and adrift. Back on the deck, sweeping sawdust into a tidy pile, the other thoughts returned full force. Hinochos had advised him to keep busy. Now he understood how he would fill the hours, and in that moment he also understood that no amount of busy work could erase the one task that still demanded his attention. He propped the broom against the wall and went inside to get ready. Chapter 4. The LAPD's storage complex and Aero Squad headquarters, known as Piper Tech, stood on Ramirez Street downtown, a short distance from Parker Center. Bosch arrived at the gate just before 11, wearing a suit and tie. He held his department ID card out the car window and was waved through promptly. The card was nearly all he had left. His badge and service weapon had been collected when he was placed on leave the previous week. The ID had been returned solely for his mandated stress sessions with Dr. Carmen Hinojos at the BSS offices. After parking, he walked toward a beige warehouse that held the city's archived violence. The building covered a quarter acre and contained the files for every LAPD case, solved or not, the final resting place for investigations everyone else had forgotten. A civilian clerk at the front counter was loading files onto a cart destined to be wheeled back into the maze of shelves. She looked up at him with a curious stare, a sign that personal visitors here were uncommon. Most requests came by phone or courier. "If you're after city council minutes," she said, "that's building A across the lot, the one with the brown trim." Bosch held up his ID. "No, I need to pull a case file." As he reached into his jacket pocket, she stepped closer to the counter, peering at his card. She was a petite black woman, with greying hair and glasses, a name tag on her blouse, reading Geneva Bope. "Hollywood Division," she noted. "You could have just had it sent by dispatch. Nothing out here is ever in a rush." "I was already downtown over at Parker, and I wanted to see it as soon as possible." "All right. You got a case number?" He pulled a folded piece of notebook paper from his pocket, showing the number 61 to 743. She leaned in to look, then her head snapped up.
1961? You want a file from... Honestly, I'm not even sure where the 61 boxes are stored. It's here. I've reviewed this file before. Must have been a different clerk back then, but it's here. Well, I'll look. You're going to wait? She asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yeah, I'll wait, Bosch replied, offering her the friendliest smile he could manage. She took the slip of paper and vanished into the towering shelves.
Bosch wandered the cramped waiting area near the counter for a few minutes before stepping outside for a smoke. A nervous energy, its source unclear, had him on edge, and he paced the sidewalk restlessly. Harry Bosch. He turned to see a man approaching from the direction of the helicopter hangar. The face was familiar, but it took a moment to click. Captain Dan Washington, once a patrol supervisor in Hollywood, now running the Aero Squadron. They shook hands, and Bosch silently hoped Washington was unaware of his involuntary leave status. "How's life treating you in Hollywood?" Washington asked. Same old, Captain. Nothing changes." "You know, I actually miss that place sometimes. You're not missing much. Trust me. How's the new gig?" "Can't complain. It's a good detail, but half the time I feel more like an airport manager than a cop. It's as quiet a spot as any to ride out the storm, I suppose." Bosch remembered the whispers Washington had tangled with department brass in a political fight, and took this transfer to survive. The LAPD had plenty of these out-of-the-way posts where you could lay low and wait for your fortunes to shift. "So what brings you over to our quiet corner?" Washington asked. There it was. If Washington knew about the leave, admitting he was pulling an old case file would be a direct admission of violating orders. But Washington, given his own exile, was no company man. Bosch decided to take the chance. "Just pulling an old case file. Had some free time and thought I'd revisit a few things." Washington's eyes narrowed slightly, and Bosch knew then that he knew. "Right. Well, listen, I've got to run. Hang in there, man. Don't let the suits get you down." He gave a knowing wink and walked off. "I won't, Captain. You either," Bosch called after him. Feeling reasonably sure Washington wouldn't report their meeting, Bosch crushed his cigarette and went back inside, privately scolding himself for stepping out and advertising his presence. About 5 minutes later, a faint squeaking sound emerged from one of the aisles. Soon, Geneva Beaupre appeared, pushing a cart bearing a thick, dusty blue 3-ring binder secured by a rubber band. An old green checkout card was tucked under the band.
"Found it," she announced, a note of triumph in her voice. This, Bosch guessed, was the highlight of her day. "Great!" She hefted the heavy binder onto the counter. "Marjorie Lowe, homicide, 1961. Now," she slipped the card free and examined it. "Yes, you were the last to check this out. Let's see, that was 5 years ago. You were with robbery homicide back then." "That's right, Hollywood Division now. Need me to sign for it again?" She placed the card in front of him. "Yes."
And your ID number, please?
He filled it out quickly, aware of her studying him as he wrote. "A lefty," she observed.
"Yeah.
He slid the card back.
Thanks, Geneva."
He met her gaze, considering saying more but thinking better of it. She looked back, a gentle, almost grandmotherly smile forming on her face.
"I don't know what you're working on, Detective Bosch, but I wish you luck. I can tell it's important, you coming back to this after all this time."
It's been longer than 5 years, Geneva. A lot longer. Back at his dining room table, Bosch swept away the clutter of old mail and carpentry manuals. He placed the blue murder book and his own notebook on the cleared surface. Walking to the stereo, he loaded a CD, Clifford Brown with Strings from the kitchen. He retrieved an ashtray. Finally, he sat down staring at the binder for a long, motionless moment. The last time he'd held this file, he had only skimmed its pages, his attention barely grazing the surface. Now it demanded his full focus. He hadn't been prepared back then and had sent it back to the archives. This time he was determined to be ready before he opened it, so he sat for a long while, just staring at the cracked plastic cover, as if it might reveal whether he was truly prepared. An old memory pushed its way in, an 11-year-old boy in a swimming pool, clinging to the steel ladder at the side, gasping for air and crying, his tears hidden by the water dripping from his hair. The boy felt terrified, completely alone. The pool felt like an endless ocean he had to somehow cross. Brownie's trumpet played "Willow Weep for Me," as gentle as an artist's brush on a canvas. Bosch reached for the old rubber band he'd wrapped around the binder 5 years ago, and it snapped at his touch. He waited only a breath longer before opening the binder and blowing a layer of dust from its pages. Inside was the case file for the homicide of Marjorie Phillips Lowe on October 28, 1961. His mother. The pages had aged to a brittle, yellowish brown. As he began to read, his first thought was how little the core of the work had really changed in 35 years. Many of the forms were still in use. The preliminary report and the investigating officer's chronological record were nearly identical to today's, aside from the occasional tweak in wording for new court rulings or shifts in what was considered polite. Description boxes once labeled Negro had been updated to Black and later to African American. The list of possible motives on the screening chart back then didn't include categories like domestic violence or hatred prejudice, which were standard now. Interview summaries didn't have checkboxes for Miranda rights, but strip away those surface details and the job was the same. Sure, technology had leaped forward in incredible ways, but Bosch believed some things were permanent: the shoe-leather work, the subtle art of the interview, knowing when to trust a gut feeling. Those were constants. They had to be. The case had been handled by 2 detectives from the Hollywood Homicide Unit, Claude Eno and Jake McKittrick. Their reports were filed in order inside the binder. The preliminary paperwork used the victim's name, meaning she was identified quickly. The narrative stated she was discovered in an alley behind the north side of Hollywood Boulevard, between Vista and Gower. Her skirt and undergarments had been torn open. It was assumed she had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Her body had been dumped into an open trash bin next to the back door of a souvenir shop called Startime Gifts and Gags, A foot patrol officer who walked that beat found her at 7:35 a.m. during his usual check of the back alleys at the start of his shift. Her purse was missing, but she was recognized because the officer knew her from the area. The continuation sheet explained why the victim had a record of previous loitering arrests in Hollywood. Vice detectives Gilchrist and Stano described her as a prostitute who worked the area periodically and had been warned off repeatedly. She lived at the El Rio Efficiency Apartments, just 2 blocks north of the crime scene. It was believed she had recently been involved in call girl activities. The reporting officer, familiar with her from seeing her around in prior years, was able to make the identification. Bosch noted the officer's serial number. Harry Bosch knew the patrolman who caught the 1906 case was now a top man in the department, Assistant Chief Irvin S. Irving. Irving had once admitted to Bosch that he knew Marjorie Lowe and was the one who found her body. Lighting a cigarette, Bosch kept reading. The reports were hastily written, careless, and riddled with errors. It was obvious to him that detectives Eno and McKittrick hadn't put much effort into the case. A dead prostitute was just part of the job's hazards to them. They had bigger priorities. On the death investigation report, a box for next of kin listed Hieronymus Bosch, Harry, son, age 11, McLaren Youth Hall. Notification was made October 28 at 3 p.m. The boy had been in the custody of the Department of Public Social Services since July 1960, marked UM for unfit mother. The irony wasn't lost on Bosch, even decades later. He'd been taken from a mother deemed unfit and dropped into a system just as broken. What stuck with him most was the constant noise of the place, loud and echoing like a prison. He remembered McKittrick coming to tell him during swim time. The indoor pool was a chaos of splashing and shouting. Pulled from the water, Harry wore a stiff, over-bleached towel that scratched his shoulders. After hearing the news, he dove back in, his screams swallowed by the churning water. Flipping through supplemental reports on the victim's prior arrests, Bosch reached the autopsy summary. He skipped the details and focused on the key findings. Time of death was estimated at 7 to 9 hours before discovery, around midnight. The official cause was blunt force trauma to the head, a deep bruise over the right ear that caused fatal brain bleeding. The report noted the killer likely thought he'd strangled her after knocking her out, but the coroner concluded she was already dead when her own belt was wrapped around her neck. Semen was recovered, but there were no other injuries typical of a sexual assault. Reading with a detective's eye, Bosch saw how these findings would have confused the original investigators. The scene initially pointed to a sex crime, suggesting a random, violent encounter. But the post-mortem strangulation and lack of clear rape evidence hinted at something else, a staged crime meant to hide the real motive. That kind of misdirection usually meant one thing: the killer knew the victim. Bosch wondered if Eno or McKittrick had ever considered that angle. Next in the file was a large envelope marked with crime scene and autopsy photos. After a long pause, Bosch set it aside. Just like the last time he'd opened this murder book, he couldn't bring himself to look. Following that was another envelope with an evidence inventory stapled to it. It was nearly empty. The evidence log for case 61 to 743 detailed the recovered items. A black leather belt adorned with silver seashells, identified as the murder weapon and belonging to the victim, had yielded latent fingerprints catalogued under SID Report 1114. The victim's personal effects, filed with the evidence custodian in Locker 73B at the old LAPD headquarters, included a blood-stained white blouse, a torn black skirt, a pair of black high heels, torn sheer stockings, torn undergarments, and several pieces of gold-coloured jewellery, earrings, a hoop bracelet, and a chain necklace with a cross. Bosch stared at the inventory for a long while, copying the details into his notebook. A nagging unease tugged at him. But the feeling remained elusive, buried under the sheer volume of information he was processing. He knew he needed to step back and let the details settle before any inconsistencies would rise to the surface. Setting the list aside, he broke the aged red tape seal on an evidence envelope. Inside, he found a yellowed print card holding 2 complete fingerprints, a thumb and an index finger, along with several partials, all lifted with black powder from the belt. A pink check card noted the victim's clothing had been stored in an evidence locker, never retrieved, as no case was ever formally made. He placed both items on the desk, his mind drifting. What became of the clothing? The old headquarters had been abandoned in the mid-60s for Parker Center, eventually demolished. He wondered what protocol, if any, existed for evidence from cases that simply faded into the archives. Shifting his focus, he turned to a series of summary reports from the initial interviews. Most covered individuals with only peripheral connections to the victim or the crime scene, other residents of the El Rio apartments and women in the same profession. One brief summary, however, caught his attention. It documented an interview conducted 3 days after the murder with a woman named Meredith Roman, described as an associate and occasional roommate of the victim, who lived 1 floor above her in the same building. The report was typed by Eno, whose writing, compared to his partner's, seemed to win a dubious prize for poor composition. It stated that Meredith Roman, born October 9, 1930, provided very little useful information regarding Marjorie Lowe's activities in her final week. Roman acknowledged engaging in prostitution alongside the victim on numerous occasions over the past 8 years, though she had no arrest record, a fact later confirmed. She stated their engagements were arranged by a man named Johnny Fox, born February 1933, residing at 1110 Ivar Street in Hollywood. Fox, then 28, had no arrest record, but Vice Intelligence indicated he had been a suspect in prior investigations for pandering assault and heroin sales. Roman reported last seeing the victim at a party on the 2nd floor of the Roosevelt Hotel on October 21st, sharing only a brief conversation. She expressed her intention to retire from prostitution and leave Los Angeles, promising to provide a forwarding address and phone number. Her demeanor was noted as cooperative. Bosch immediately sifted back through the summaries, looking for a corresponding interview report on Johnny Fox. He found none. He flipped to the front of the binder to the chronological record, scanning for any entry that indicated whether the detectives had ever even attempted to speak with him. The CR was essentially a log of brief entries, each referencing other reports. On the second page, a single notation stood out: 11-3-800-20,000, watched Fox, apt, no show. There was no further mention of Fox anywhere in the record. As Bosch read through to the end, another entry grabbed his attention: 11-5-940A. Conklin called to schedule meeting. The name was familiar. Arno Conklin had been a top prosecutor in the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office in the 1960s. While 1961 was likely too early for him to be the DA himself, he would have held a significant position. Bosch found it odd that a man of Conklin's stature would show interest in the murder of a prostitute. The binder offered no answers. There was no summary report of any meeting with Conklin, nothing at all. He noted the same misspelling of schedule that had appeared earlier in the Roman interview summary typed by Eno, leading Bosch to conclude Conklin had called Eno directly. The significance of this connection, however, remained a mystery. He jotted Conklin's name at the top of a fresh page in his notebook. Returning to Fox, Bosch couldn't grasp why the pimp hadn't been located and interviewed by Eno and McKittrick. Fox was the natural suspect, the victim's pimp. Even if he had been questioned, the absence of any report in the murder book on such a crucial part of the investigation made no sense. Bosch leaned back, lighting a cigarette. A tense suspicion was already coiling in his gut, a growing belief that things with this case were deeply off. He felt the familiar, cold stir of outrage. With every page, his conviction grew that the investigation had been botched from the very beginning. He leaned forward again, flipping through the binder's pages as he smoked. It was more of the same, meaningless interview summaries and reports. Pure filler. Any detective with half a brain could churn out paperwork by the stack to make a binder look thick and an investigation thorough. McKittrick and Eno, it seemed, were masters of the art. But any real homicide cop could also spot filler from a mile away, and that's exactly what was staring back at Bosch. The hollow feeling in his stomach tightened into a hard knot. Finally, he reached the first follow-up homicide investigation report, dated 1 week after the murder and written by McKittrick. It stated the homicide of Marjorie Phillips Lowe remained open with no suspects identified. The investigation suggested the victim, engaged in prostitution in Hollywood, may have fallen prey to a customer. A preliminary suspect, John Fox, had been cleared through fingerprint comparison and a confirmed alibi. Fox claimed that on the Friday night the victim had left her apartment at the El Rio to go to an unknown location for prostitution, an arrangement she made without his knowledge, a practice, he said, was not unusual for her. The report noted the victim's undergarment was found torn with the body, but a pair of her stockings showed no tears, possibly indicating voluntary removal. The investigators' experience led them to conclude she met with foul play after voluntarily arriving at the location and possibly removing some clothing before her body was transported to the trash bin in the alley where it was discovered. The report added that witness Meredith Roman had been re-interviewed and amended her statement, now telling investigators she believed the victim had gone to a party in Hancock Park the night before her body was found. She could not give an address or the name of anyone at the party she had intended to go to. Miss Roman explained that she had planned to attend with the victim, but the night before she had been involved in an argument over money with John Fox, during which he struck her. The bruise left on her face made her feel too embarrassed to be seen in public, so she decided not to go. In a later phone call, Fox openly admitted to hitting Roman, though she declined to press charges. The investigation has reached a dead end with no new leads to pursue. Detectives are now asking vice squad officers for any information on comparable events or potential persons of interest. Bosch read the page a second time, searching for the unspoken truths hidden in the official language. One fact stood out clearly. Regardless of whether a formal interview summary existed in the binder, Johnny Fox had definitely been questioned by Eno and McKittrick, and he had been cleared. This left Bosch wondering why no report was filed. Had one been typed and then removed from the murder book? And if so, who took it, and for what reason? He also noted the complete absence of any reference to Arno Conklin anywhere except in the chronology. It made him suspect that more than just the Fox interview might have been pulled from the file. Bosch stood and walked to his briefcase near the kitchen door. He took out his personal phone book and, having no direct number for LAPD archives, called the main records line and asked to be transferred. After 9 rings, a woman answered. "Mrs. Beaupre, Geneva?" "Yes, this is Harry Bosch. I was in earlier today to pick up a file." "The old Hollywood case?" "Yes." "That's right. Could you tell me if the checkout card is still there at the counter?" "Hold on, I already filed it." A moment later she returned. "I have it here. Can you tell me who else has checked this binder out before?" "Why do you need to know that?" "Pages are missing from the file, Mrs. Beaupre. I'd like to know who might have them." "Well, you were the last one to check it out. I mentioned that earlier. I know about 5 years ago. But was it taken out before that or since? I didn't notice when I signed the card today." "Let me look," she came back quickly. "According to this card, the only other time it was checked out was in 1972. "That's going way back. Who signed for it then?" "It's scribbled here hard to make out. Looks like maybe Jack McKillick? Jake McKittrick? Could be." Bosch wasn't sure what to make of it. McKittrick had the file last more than a decade after the murder. What did that mean? A wave of confusion hit him. He hadn't known what to expect, but he'd hoped for something more than a name scrawled over 20 years ago. "All right, this is Beaupre. Thanks for your help. If pages are missing, I'll need to file a report for Mr. Aguilar. I don't think that'll be necessary. I might be mistaken about the missing pages. I mean, how could anything be missing if nobody's looked at it since I last had it?" He thanked her again and hung up, hoping a little casual humor might keep her from taking any action. He opened the refrigerator, stared inside without really seeing anything, then shut it and returned to the table. The final pages in the murder book were a due diligence report dated November 3, 1962. Department policy required all unsolved homicides to be reviewed after 1 year by a fresh pair of detectives, theoretically to catch anything the original investigators might have overlooked. In reality, it was a rubber stamp exercise. Detectives weren't eager to uncover their colleagues' mistakes, and they had plenty of their own active cases to handle. When detectives were assigned a due diligence review, typically abbreviated as a DD, the routine was often perfunctory. They would skim the case file, place a few calls to witnesses, and then ship the binder off to archives, effectively closing the book. In this instance, the DD report filed by the new detectives, Roberts and Jordan, echoed the findings of Eno and McKittrick. After 2 pages summarizing the same evidence and witness statements already covered by the original team, their report declared there were no viable leads, and the chance of a successful conclusion was practically non-existent. A real triumph of investigative thoroughness. Bosch shut the murder book. He knew the drill. After Roberts and Jordan filed their paperwork, the case was boxed and buried in archives, forgotten. It sat there collecting dust until, according to the checkout card, McKittrick inexplicably pulled it back out in 1972. Bosch added McKittrick's name beneath Conklin's in his notebook, then jotted down others he wanted to track down and interview, assuming they were still alive and could be located. Leaning back in his chair, he realized the music had stopped without him noticing. He checked his watch. 2:30. He still had the bulk of the afternoon ahead, but felt directionless. He went to the bedroom closet and retrieved a shoebox from the shelf. This was his personal archive, a collection of letters, cards, and photographs he'd chosen to keep over the years, some dating back to his time in Vietnam. He rarely opened it, yet his mind maintained a near-perfect catalogue of its contents. Every item had a reason for being saved. On top lay the most recent edition, a postcard from Venice sent by Sylvia. It featured a painting she'd seen in the Doge Palace, Hieronymus Bosch's The Blessed and the Damned, depicting an angel guiding one of the saved through a tunnel toward heavenly light, both figures floating upward. The card was the last he'd heard from her. He turned it over and read, "Harry, thought you'd be interested in this piece of your namesake's work. I saw it in the palace. It's beautiful. By the way, I love Venice. I think I could stay forever. S." But you don't love me, Bosch thought, setting the card aside to sift through the rest of the box's contents, his focus now complete. About halfway down, he found what he was searching for. The midday drive out to Santa Monica felt endless. With the 10 freeways still closed for repairs and not set to reopen for another week, Bosch had to take the long way around, heading up the 101 to the 405 before cutting back down. By the time he reached the Sunset Park neighborhood, it was past 3 o'clock. The house he sought was on Pier Street, a modest craftsman bungalow perched on a hilltop. A full-width porch wrapped the front, its railing tangled with vibrant red bougainvillea. He verified the address painted on the mailbox against the old Christmas card envelope on the passenger seat, a card addressed to him 5 years earlier, care of the LAPD, to which he had never replied. Until now. Stepping out of the car, he caught the scent of the sea and guessed the house's western windows might offer a sliver of an ocean view. The temperature was a good 10 degrees cooler here than at his place, so he leaned back into the car to grab his sport coat, slipping it on as he walked to the front porch. The woman who answered the white door after a single knock appeared to be in her mid-60s. She was slender with dark hair, though the grey roots were showing, signalling it was nearly time for another dye job. She wore thick red lipstick and a white silk blouse patterned with blue seahorses over navy slacks. Her initial smile was warm and automatic, and Bosch recognized her immediately. But it was clear his own face meant nothing to her. Nearly 35 years had passed since their last encounter. He returned the smile anyway. Meredith Roman? Her smile vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. "That's not my name," she stated, her tone sharp and final. "You've got the wrong house." She began to close the door, but Bosch gently placed his hand against it to stop her. He tried to make the gesture as non-threatening as possible, yet he could see the first flicker of alarm in her expression. "It's Harry Bosch," he said quickly. She froze, her eyes locking onto his. The panic vanished, replaced by a sudden flood of recognition and memories that seemed to well up like tears. Her smile returned, warm and genuine. "Harry! Little Harry?" He gave a slight nod. "Oh, sweetheart, come here." She pulled him into a fierce hug, her voice a whisper in his ear. "Oh, it's so wonderful to see you after all this time. Let me get a good look at you." She held him at arm's length, her hands spread wide, as if taking in an entire gallery of artwork at once. Her eyes were lively and earnest, a look that filled Bosch with a bittersweet mix of warmth and regret. He shouldn't have waited so many years. He should have visited under happier circumstances, not for the grim reason that had finally brought him to her door. "Please, come inside, Harry. Come in." Bosch stepped into a tastefully decorated living room. The floors were a rich red oak, and the stucco walls were a crisp, clean white. The furniture was mostly matching white rattan, giving the space an airy, bright feel. Yet Bosch was acutely aware that he was there to introduce a shadow into all that light. "You don't go by Meredith anymore?" "No, Harry, not for a very long time." "What should I call you?" "My name is Catherine, with a K, Catherine Register, spelled like the cash register. But you pronounce the re like in reefer. That's what my husband always said. Lord, he was such a straight arrow. Outside of marrying me, the closest that man ever came to anything illegal was just saying the word." "He used to say that?" "For heaven's sake, Harry, have a seat." "Yes, he used to. He passed away 5 years ago, right after Thanksgiving." Bosch settled onto the couch while she took the chair opposite, separated by a glass coffee table. "I'm sorry to hear that." "It's all right. You couldn't have known. You never even met him. And I've been a different person for decades now. Can I get you anything? Some coffee? Or perhaps something stronger?" It struck him then that the Christmas card she'd sent to the station must have been mailed soon after her husband's death. Another wave of guilt washed over him for never having replied. "Harry? Oh, no, I'm fine, thank you. Should I call you by your new name?" She burst into laughter at the absurdity of the question, and he found himself laughing along with her.
"Call me whatever you please," she said, her laugh suddenly girlish and bright, a sound he remembered from a distant past. "It's just so good to see you, to see how how I turned out." She laughed again. "I suppose so. You know, I was aware you were with the police. I'd seen your name in the news stories over the years. I know you knew. I got the Christmas card you sent to the station. That must have been right after your husband died. I'm sorry I never wrote back or came by. I should have." "Don't worry about it, Harry. I understand you're busy with the job and building a career and all that. I'm just glad you got my card. Do you have a family?" No. What about you? Any children?" "Oh, no. No children. But a handsome man like you must have a wife, don't you?" "No. I'm on my own these days." She nodded, seeming to sense that he wasn't here to exchange personal histories. For a long moment they simply looked at each other, and Bosch wondered what she truly thought of his being a cop.
The initial joy of their reunion was slowly settling into the quiet unease that surfaces when old buried secrets begin to stir. I suppose. He trailed off, struggling to find a way into the real conversation. His usual interview skills had completely abandoned him. You know, if it's not too much trouble, I would actually take a glass of water. It was the only thing he could think to say. I'll be right back. She rose quickly and went to the kitchen. He heard the clatter of ice being freed from a tray, giving him a moment to collect his thoughts. The hour-long drive to her house had been spent in silence, with no consideration for how this encounter would feel or how he would broach the difficult questions he needed to ask. She returned a few minutes later with a glass of ice water. Handing it to him, she placed a round cork coaster on the glass table in front of him. "If you're hungry, I can bring out some crackers and cheese," she offered. "I didn't realize how long I was keeping you." "No, it's perfect, thank you." He raised the glass in a quick toast, took a long sip and set it down on the wooden table. "Harry, the coaster. Water rings are impossible to get out." He glanced at the glass. "Right, sorry." He slid it onto the cork mat. "You're a detective."
That's right. I'm with the Hollywood division, though I'm technically on a sort of leave right now. A break.
"That sounds wonderful." Her posture relaxed slightly, a hint of relief softening her features. Bosch sensed the opening.
Catherine, I need to ask you about something. What is it, Harry? Looking around, you have a beautiful home, a new name, a whole different life. You're not Meredith Roman anymore. I know you don't need me to say it. You've built something.
What I'm trying to say is, the past can be painful to revisit it is for me, and I don't want to cause you any pain. You're here about your mother. He nodded, his eyes dropping to the glass resting properly on the coaster. Your mother and I were like sisters. Sometimes I feel I helped raise you almost as much as she did, until they took you away from both of us. He looked up. Her gaze was fixed on something far away, her expression unreadable. "Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. We were just kids ourselves, having fun. We never imagined anything bad could happen." She stood abruptly. "Come with me, Harry. I want to show you something." He followed her down a softly lit hallway into a spacious bedroom. A four-poster bed with a pale blue quilt stood against one wall, flanked by sturdy oak nightstands. She gestured toward the dresser, where several framed photographs were arranged. Most featured Catherine with a kindly-looking older man, her late husband Bosch assumed, but she pointed to a smaller, faded photo off to the side. It showed two young women smiling, a small boy of about 3 or 4 tucked between them. "That's always been there, Harry. Even when my husband was alive, he knew everything about me. It didn't matter to him. We had 23 wonderful years." She turned to face him, her voice firm. "The past is what you choose to make it. You can let it wound you, or you can let it make you strong. I chose strength. Now, tell me why you're really here." Bosch picked up the old frame, his fingers tracing the edge. "I want—" He met her eyes. "I'm going to find out who killed her." For a moment her expression was a locked door. Then, without a word, she took the photo from his hands and returned it to the dresser. She stepped into him, wrapping her arms around his chest, her head resting against him. In the dresser mirror, he saw his own reflection holding her. When she finally stepped back, tears were already tracing lines down her cheeks, her lower lip trembling faintly. "Let's go sit down," he said gently. She plucked 2 tissues from a box on the dresser, and he guided her back to the living room, helping her into her armchair. "Can I get you some water?" "No, I'm all right. I'm sorry. I'll pull myself together." She dabbed at her eyes. He returned to the sofa. "We used to call ourselves the 2 Musketeers," she said, a sad, almost ironic smile touching her lips. "All for one, one for all. It sounds silly now, but we were so young and so inseparable. I'm starting from the beginning, Catherine. I've pulled the old case files, it seems." She made a sharp, dismissive sound, shaking her head. "There was no real investigation.
It was a farce. That's the feeling I get too, but I don't understand why.
Harry, you know what your mother did for a living? He nodded, and she continued, her tone shifting from sorrow to a hardened, cynical edge. She was a party girl. We both were. That's the polite term anyway, and the police, they couldn't have cared less when one of us turned up dead. They just wrote the whole thing off. I know you wear the badge now, but that's exactly how it was back then. We were invisible. They simply didn't care about her. I get it. Honestly, things probably aren't all that different now. But there had to be more to it than that. Harry, I'm not sure how much you really want to know about your mother. He met her gaze. My past is part of what made me strong. I can take it. I believe that. I remember that place they sent you, McEvoy or something. McLaren. Right, McLaren. What a grim place. Your mother would come back from seeing you and just collapse into tears. Let's stay on track, Catherine. What is it I should know about her? She nodded, pausing briefly before she went on. Ma knew some officers. You understand how it was? He nodded. We both did. That's just how things worked back then. You had to get along to go along. That's what we said. And when you have that kind of situation and someone ends up dead, it's often easier for the department to just sweep it under the rug. Let sleeping dogs lie. Pick your saying. They didn't want anyone embarrassed. Are you suggesting you think it was a cop? No, I'm not saying that at all. I have no idea who did it, Harry. I wish I did. But what I'm telling you is I believe those two detectives on the case had a pretty good idea where the trail might lead, and they weren't about to follow it because they knew what was good for their careers. They weren't stupid in that regard, and like I said, she was considered a party girl. They didn't care. Nobody did. She was killed, and that was the end of it. Bosch scanned the room, uncertain of his next question. Do you remember any names of the officers she might have known? That was a lifetime ago. You knew some of the same men, didn't you? Yes, I had to. That was the system. You used your connections to stay out of jail. Everyone had a price back then. Different people wanted different kinds of payment. Some wanted money, others wanted other things. The file mentioned you never had a record. I was lucky. I got picked up a few times, but was never formally booked. They'd always let me go once I made a call. I kept a clean sheet because I knew a lot of policemen. Honey, you see how it was? I see. She held his eyes as she said it, all these years living a straight life, and she still carried that hardened pride. She could speak about the lowest points without a flinch because she had survived them, and there was a dignity in that survival, enough to last. Do you mind if I smoke, Harry? Not if I can join you. They both pulled out cigarettes, and Bosch stood to light them. You can use that ashtray on the side table. Just try not to get ash on the rug. She gestured toward a small glass dish at the other end of the sofa. Bosch reached for it, holding it in one hand while he smoked with the other. He stared into the bowl as he spoke. The officers you knew, and who she likely knew, no names come to mind. I told you, it was a long time ago. And I doubt they had anything to do with what happened to your mother. Irvin S. Irving? Does that name ring a bell? She hesitated, turning the name over in her memory. I knew him. I think she did too. He worked the beat on the boulevard. It would have been hard for her not to know him, but I can't be certain. Bosch nodded. He was the one who found her. She shrugged as if to say that proved nothing. Well, someone had to find her. She was left out in the open like that.
What about a couple of vice officers, Gilchrist and Stano? She took a moment before answering, Yes, I knew them. They were cruel men. Would my mother have known them? In that same way? She gave a slow nod. What do you mean they were cruel? How they had no regard for us. If they wanted something, whether it was a bit of information you might have overheard or something more personal, they just took it. They could get rough. I despised them.
Did they? Could they have been murderers?
My feeling then and now is no. They weren't killers, Harry. They were police officers. Sure, they were on the take. But back then, it felt like everyone was. It wasn't like today where you open the paper and see an officer on trial for shooting or beating someone. It's sorry. That's all right. Can you think of anyone else?
No. No names at all. I pushed all of that out of my head years ago.
Okay. Bosch considered reaching for his notebook but held back, not wanting this to feel like a formal interrogation. He searched his memory for details from the old case file. What about Johnny Fox? Yes, I told the other detectives about him. They got very excited, but then nothing came of it. He was never arrested. I believe he was detained briefly, but released. His fingerprints didn't match the ones from the scene. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Well, that's news to me. They never mentioned anything about fingerprints to me. During your second interview with McKittrick, do you recall him? Not really. I just remember there were two detectives. One seemed sharper than the other. That's what stuck with me, but I couldn't tell you which was which. It always felt like the less clever one was in charge, which pretty much summed up how things worked back then. Anyway, McKittrick spoke with you that second time. His report mentioned you changed your statement and brought up a party in Hancock Park. Yes, the party. I didn't go because Johnny Fox had hit me the night before. I had a nasty bruise on my cheek. It was a real masterpiece. I tried covering it with makeup, but there was no hiding the swelling. Trust me, there wasn't much demand in Hancock Park for a party girl with a lump on her face. Who was hosting the party? I don't remember. I'm not even sure I knew who was throwing it. Something in her delivery bothered Bosch. Her tone had shifted, coming across almost practiced. Are you certain you don't remember? Of course, I'm sure. Catherine stood up. I think I'll get some water now. She took his glass to refill and left the room again. Bosch realized that his personal history with her, the emotional weight of seeing her after so many years, had dulled his investigative edge. He couldn't get a clear read on the truth. He felt there was more she hadn't shared, all those years ago. She returned with 2 glasses of ice water, carefully placing his back on the cork coaster. That simple, deliberate act told him something her words hadn't. She had worked hard for the life she now had. Her position and the things that came with it, like glass coffee tables and plush carpets, mattered deeply to her and were treated with care. After sitting, she took a long drink. Let me tell you something, Harry, she said. I didn't tell them everything. I didn't lie. But I held things back. I was scared. Scared of what? The fear started the day they found her. See, I got a call that morning, before I even knew what had happened. It was a man, a voice I didn't recognize. He told me if I said anything, I'd be next. I remember he said, "My advice to you, little lady, is to get the hell out of Dodge." Then, of course, I heard the police were in the building and had been to her apartment. Then I heard she was dead, so I did what I was told. I left. I waited about a week until the police said they were done with me. Then I moved to Long Beach. I changed my name, changed my whole life. I met my husband down there, and years later we moved here. You know, I've never been back to Hollywood, not even to drive through, not once. It's a terrible place. What didn't you tell Eno and McKittrick? Catherine studied her hands. I was scared, so I held things back. But I knew exactly who she was meeting at that party. We were as close as sisters. Same apartment building, swapping dresses and secrets over morning coffee. We told each other everything. We were supposed to go together, but after Johnny hit me, she had to go alone. Who was she meeting, Catherine? Bosch pressed. That's the real question, but the detectives never asked it. They were fixated on the party's location and host. That wasn't important. The crucial detail was the person she was going to see, and they completely missed it. Who was it? Her gaze drifted to the fireplace, fixed on the cold, charred logs, as if they held a hypnotic flame. A man named Arno Conklin. He was a powerful figure in the I know who he was. You do. His name was in the files, but not connected to this. Why wouldn't you tell the police? She turned sharply. Don't judge me. I told you I was frightened. I'd been threatened. And those cops wouldn't have lifted a finger anyway. Conklin owned them. They weren't going to touch a powerful man based on the word of a call girl who didn't witness anything, just knew a name. I had to protect myself. Your mother was already gone, Harry. There was nothing I could do for her then. He saw the anger flash in her eyes, directed partly at him, but mostly inward. She could recite her reasons, but Bosch sensed she paid a daily price for that silence. Do you think Conklin was responsible? I don't know. She'd been with him before, and nothing violent ever happened. I have no answer for that. Any guess now about who called you? None. Could it have been Conklin? I don't know. I wouldn't have recognized his voice. Did you ever see them together, my mother and him? Once, at a dance at the Masonic Lodge. I think that's where they met. Johnny Fox introduced them. I don't believe Arno knew anything about her background then. At least, not at that moment. Could Fox have been the one who called? No, I would have known his voice. Bosch was quiet for a moment. Did you ever see Fox again after that morning? No, I avoided him. He was probably hiding from the police, too. But then I was gone. That phone call put the fear of God in me. I packed a single suitcase and took a bus to Long Beach the day the police said they were done with me. Your mother had some of my clothes in her apartment, things she'd borrowed. I didn't even try to get them back. I just left. Bosch had no more questions. I think about those days often, Catherine said. We were in the gutter, your mother and I, but we were true friends. We found ways to laugh through it all. You're in most of my early memories. You were always there with her. We shared a lot of joy despite everything, she said, her tone turning wistful. And you were the brightest part of it all. When they took you away from her, it almost destroyed her right then. She never stopped trying to get you back, Harry. I hope you know that. She loved you. I loved you too. I know, but after you were gone, she was changed. Sometimes I think what happened to her was almost inevitable, like she'd been walking toward that alley for a long, long time. Bosch stood, seeing the deep sorrow in her eyes. I should go. I'll let you know if anything comes of this. I'd appreciate that.
I'd like us to stay in touch. Me too.
He moved toward the door, knowing they wouldn't. Time had washed away their connection. They were now just strangers bound by the same painful history. He paused on the outside step, turning to look back at her. That Christmas card you sent? You wanted me to look into this even back then, didn't you? That distant smile returned to her face. I'm not sure. My husband had just passed, and I was taking stock of everything I thought about her. And about you. I'm proud of the man I became, little Harry. So I wonder what might have been for her and for you. I'm still angry. Whoever did this ought to. She left the sentence unfinished, but Bosch gave a slow nod. Goodbye, Harry. You know, my mother had a good friend once. I hope she did. Back in his car, Bosch opened his notebook and studied the list. Conklin, McKittrick and Eno Meredith Roman, Johnny Fox. He drew a line through Meredith Roman's name and considered the three that remained. The order on the page wasn't the order he'd follow. He needed more information before approaching Conklin or even McKittrick and Eno. He pulled his phone book from his coat pocket and his portable phone from his briefcase. Dialing the Department of Motor Vehicles law enforcement line in Sacramento, he identified himself to the clerk as Lieutenant Harvey Pounds, providing Pounds's serial number before requesting a license check for Johnny Fox. He read the birth date from his notebook and did the math. Fox would be 61 now. As he waited on hold, a faint smile touched his lips. Pounds would have some explaining to do in about a month. The department had recently begun auditing use of the DMV trace service after the Daily News reported cops were running traces for friendly reporters and private eyes with deep pockets. The new chief's crackdown required every trace to be documented on a new DMVT form, linked to a specific case. The forms went to Parker Center to be audited against the DMV's monthly list. When Pounds's name popped up on that list with no corresponding form, the auditors would come calling. Bosch had copied the lieutenant's serial number off his ID card one day when Pounds left it clipped to his jacket on the coat rack outside his office. He'd jotted it down on a hunch it might prove useful someday. The DMV clerk finally came back on the line. There was no current driver's license for a Johnny Fox with that birth date. "Anything close?" Bosch asked. "No, honey." "That's Lieutenant Miss," Bosch said sharply. "Lieutenant Pounds." "That's Ms. Lieutenant, Ms. Sharp." "And I bet you are? Tell me, Miss Sharp, how far back does that computer search go?" 7 years. Anything else? How do I check the years before that?" "You don't. If you want a manual record search, you send us a letter, Lieutenant. It takes 10 to 14 days. In your case, I'd count on 14. Anything else?" "No, but I don't care for your attitude. The feeling is mutual. Goodbye." Bosch laughed aloud after snapping the phone shut. He was now certain that Trace wouldn't get lost in the shuffle. Miss Sharp would make sure of it. Pounds's name would probably be right at the top of the list when it landed at Parker Center. He dialed Edgar's number at the homicide table and caught him just before he left for the day. "Harry, what's going on? You busy?" "No, nothing new here. Can you run a name for me? I already tried DMV, but I need someone to check the computer. Look, can you do it or not?" "If you're worried about Pounds, then—" "Hey, Harry, relax. What's gotten into you? I didn't say I couldn't do it. Just give me the name." Bosch didn't understand why Edgar's hesitant tone sparked such irritation in him. He took a breath, forcing himself to calm down. "The name is John Fox, Johnny Fox." "Damn! There are going to be 100 John Foxes. Do you have a date of birth for him?" "Yeah, I've got a DOB." Bosch glanced at his notebook and read it off. "So what's his story? How's he connected to you?" "You're hilarious. I'll fill you in later. Are you going to run the check?" "I already said I would." "All right, you have my cell. If it goes to voicemail, just leave a message at my house. When I get a chance, Harry?" "What do you mean? You just told me nothing's going on over there." "Nothing is, but I'm on the clock, man. I can't be dropping everything to handle your errands all day." Bosch was silent for a beat, the words hitting him like a slap. "You know what, Jerry? Forget it. I'll handle it myself." "Come on, Harry, I'm not saying—" "No, I'm serious. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't want to put you in a bad spot with your new partner or your boss. That's what this is really about, right? So cut the crap about being busy. You're not busy. You're probably clocking out any minute. Or maybe you've got another round of drinks planned with Burns tonight. Harry, take it easy, man." He snapped the phone shut, sitting in the quiet car as his anger slowly dissipated, like steam venting from an engine. The phone rang again almost immediately, still in his hand, and a flicker of relief passed through him. He opened it. "Look, I'm sorry. Okay, let's just forget I said anything." There was a long pause on the line. "Hello." It was a woman's voice. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. "Yes, Detective Bosch?" "That's me. My apologies. I was expecting someone else." "Who were you expecting?" "Who is this, please? It's Dr. Hinojos." "Oh," Bosch closed his eyes, feeling the irritation return. "What can I do for you?" "I'm calling to confirm our appointment tomorrow, 3:30. You'll be there. Do I have a choice? And you really don't need to call to remind me. Believe it or not, I own a calendar, a watch, an alarm clock, the whole system." He instantly regretted the sharpness in his tone. "It seems I've called at a bad moment." "I'll let you." "You have. Go." I'll see you tomorrow, Detective Bosch. Goodbye. He ended the call and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Starting the car, he drove Ocean Park to Bundy, heading north toward the 10 freeway. As he neared the overpass, he saw the eastbound lanes above were a solid, unmoving line of red taillights, the on-ramp clogged with idling cars. Just perfect, he muttered aloud. He drove past the ramp without turning, continuing under the overpass. He took Bundy up to Wilshire and turned west toward downtown Santa Monica. 15 minutes later, after circling the blocks, he found a curbside spot about a block from the 3rd Street Promenade, across from an adult theater. He'd been avoiding parking structures since the earthquake, and wasn't about to change that now. What a hypocrite, he thought to himself as he parallel parked. You live in a house, they say, could slide off the hill any day, but a concrete garage scares you. He spent the next couple of hours walking the 3-block stretch of the promenade, past outdoor cafes, movie theaters, and shops. He ducked into the King George on Santa Monica Boulevard, a known haunt for West LA Division detectives, but didn't recognize a soul. Later, he grabbed a slice of pizza from a walk-up window and found a bench to people watch. A street performer nearby was juggling 5 gleaming butcher knives, and Bosch felt a strange kinship with the man's precarious focus. Sitting there, watching the endless stream of people pass by, the only ones who acknowledged him were those asking for spare change. Soon his pockets were empty of both coins and small bills. A deep sense of isolation settled over him. His thoughts drifted to Catherine Register and her words about the past. She claimed she was strong, but Bosch understood that sometimes strength was just a hardened shell around a core of sorrow. That was what she carried. He reflected on what she had done 5 years earlier. In the wake of her husband's death, taking stock of her life, she had confronted that void in her memory, that specific pain. She had sent him the card back then, a silent plea buried in grief. Hoping he might finally act, it had almost worked. He had retrieved the murder book from the archives, but he hadn't possessed the strength. Or perhaps it was a kind of weakness to open it. After nightfall, he walked down Broadway to Mr. B's, found a seat at the bar, and ordered a draft beer with a shot of Jack Daniels dropped in. A quintet was finishing a set on the small stage in the back, led by a tenor saxophonist. They were wrapping up "Do Nothing Till You Hear From Me," and Bosch had the feeling he'd arrived at the tail end of a long performance. The sax sounded tired, the notes not quite clean, feeling a pang of disappointment. He looked away from the musicians and took a long pull from his mug. He checked his watch and knew the roads would be clear if he left now. But he stayed. He lifted the shot glass and let it sink into the beer, then drank deeply from the harsh combination. The group shifted into "What a Wonderful World." No one in the band attempted the vocals after all. Who could touch Louis Armstrong? That was fine. Bosch knew the words by heart. "I see trees of green red roses too," the melody wrapped around him, amplifying a familiar loneliness. That loneliness had been the trash can fire he'd huddled beside for most of his life. He was just getting reacquainted with its heat. It had been this way before Sylvia, and it could be this way again. It would just take time, and the slow, aching process of letting her go. In the 3 months since she'd left, there had been a single postcard and then silence. Her absence had shattered the continuity of his days. Before her, his job had been the iron rails of his existence, as dependable as the sunset over the Pacific. With her, he had tried to switch tracks, the bravest leap he'd ever attempted. But he'd failed. It hadn't been enough to hold her, and now she was gone. He felt derailed, adrift, as fragmented inside as the sprawling city he served. Then he heard a soft female voice singing the lyrics nearby. He turned and saw a young woman a few stools down, her eyes closed as she sang almost to herself. "I see skies of blue and clouds of white." She wore a short white skirt, a simple T-shirt and a brightly coloured vest. Bosch guessed she wasn't a day over 25, and he was oddly pleased she even knew the song. She sat straight, legs crossed, her back swaying gently with the saxophone's line. Her face, framed by brown hair, was tilted upward, lips slightly parted. She looked almost angelic, utterly transported by the music's ragged grace. Clean sound or not, it carried her away, and he admired her surrender to it. He recognized in her expression what a man might see if he made love to her. She had what cops called a getaway face. So strikingly beautiful, it would always act as her shield. No matter what she did or what happened to her, that face would be her passport. It would open doors ahead of her and close them softly behind. It would let her slip away, always. The song ended. She opened her eyes and began to clap. Only then did the rest of the bar, Bosch included, join in the applause. Such was the power of a getaway face. Bosch turned and signalled the bartender for another round. When it arrived, he glanced toward the woman's stool, but she was gone. He looked at the door just in time to see it swinging shut. He'd missed her. On the drive home, he took Sunset all the way into the city. Traffic was light. He'd stayed out much later than intended. He smoked a cigarette and listened to the all-news station. A report came on about Grant High School, finally reopening in the valley, where Sylvia had taught before moving to Venice. The mention was a small, unexpected sting. Bosch was exhausted and knew he probably wouldn't pass a breathalyzer if he were pulled over. He eased off the gas, letting his speed dip below the limit as Sunset Boulevard carried him through Beverly Hills. The cops here weren't known for their leniency, and a ticket was the last thing he needed, piled on top of his forced administrative leave. Taking a left onto Laurel Canyon, he followed the Serpentine Road up into the hills. At the Mulholland intersection, he was poised to make a right on red when a glance to the left made him freeze. A coyote emerged from the brush of the steep gully beside the road, pausing at the edge of the asphalt to survey the empty crossing. The animal was gaunt, its fur matted, a testament to the harsh survival in these urban wilds. A low mist, rising from the damp ravine and catching the eerie glow of the streetlights, enveloped the creature in a spectral, dim blue light. For a suspended moment, it seemed to study Bosch's car, its eyes flashing with the reflected red of the stop signal. A ridiculous, fleeting thought crossed his mind. It was looking right at him. Then, as silently as it appeared, it turned and melted back into the blue haze. A sharp honk from behind startled him. The light was green. He waved an apology, made the turn onto Mulholland, and then immediately pulled over. Killing the engine, he stepped out into the cool evening air. A slight chill went through him as he crossed the intersection to where he'd seen the animal. He wasn't sure why he was doing this, but he felt no fear, only a compelling need for another look. Standing at the precipice, he peered down into the dark ravine, the mist now clinging to him. A car whooshed by, and in the returning silence, he listened intently, staring into the gloom. There was nothing. The coyote was gone. Back in his car, he drove the rest of the way to Woodrow Wilson Drive and home. Much later, after several more drinks, he lay in bed with the lamp still on, smoking what he intended to be his final cigarette of the night. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling, but his mind was elsewhere in the dark, sacred night, with the blue coyote and with the woman whose face was an escape. Eventually, all these thoughts dissolved as he slipped into the darkness himself. Sleep was a scarce commodity. He was awake long before sunrise, haunted by the previous night's carelessness. That last cigarette had nearly been his literal last. He jolted awake to the searing pain of the ember burning his fingers. After clumsily bandaging the wounds, any hope of returning to sleep was futile. His fingers throbbed in rhythm with his morbid thoughts, memories of countless death scenes involving hapless drunks who'd done the same thing. He could almost hear the disapproving analytical tone of Carmen Hinochos in his head. Talk about a textbook symptom, he thought, with a grimace. As the first grey light of dawn infiltrated the room, he surrendered and got up. While coffee brewed in the kitchen, he retreated to the bathroom to change the bandages. Catching his own reflection in the mirror, the deep trenches under his eyes stared back. "Hell," he muttered to the weary face. "What is happening to you?" He took his black coffee out to the back deck, watching the silent cities stir to life. The air held a crisp bite, carrying the sharp, medicinal scent of eucalyptus from the tall trees in the canyon below. A thick marine layer had flooded the pass, rendering the opposing hills as mere mysterious silhouettes in the pearly fog. He lost nearly an hour simply observing this daily resurrection from his vantage point. It wasn't until he went back inside for a refill that he noticed the insistent red blink on his answering machine. 2 messages, likely from the day before, missed in his haze last night. He pressed play. "Bosch, this is Lieutenant Pounds, calling Tuesday at 3:35. You are required to return your department vehicle to the Hollywood Division garage while you are on leave, pending a review of your status." The message on the machine was a formal directive from Lieutenant Pounds. It stated that the vehicle in question, a 4-year-old Chevrolet Caprice with the license plate number 1 Adam 3402, was to be surrendered and inspected immediately. The order cited Standard Practices Manual Section 313, with a clear warning that non-compliance could lead to suspension or termination. The call had been logged at 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Bosch felt a surge of irritation. The car was a junker anyway. Pounds was welcome to it. The next message was from his partner, Edgar. His tone was conciliatory. "Harry, it's me, look. Let's just wipe the slate clean from today, all right? We were both acting like jerks, so let's call it even. No matter how this shakes out, whether we're still partners or not, I haven't forgotten what I owe you. If I ever do, you have my permission to knock some sense into me again. Now, for the update you won't like, I came up completely empty on Johnny Fox. I ran him through every system we have, NCIC, DOJ, the whole network. If this guy is alive, he's a ghost. No driver's license makes me think you might have a fake name, or maybe he's not with us anymore. That's all I've got. If you need anything else, you know how to reach me. And hang in there, man. I'm off duty after this, so try me at home if—" The tape cut off abruptly, Edgar's time having run out. Bosch rewound the messages and poured a fresh cup of coffee. Back on the deck, the silence felt heavier as he considered the dead end on Johnny Fox. The lack of a DMV record had initially pointed toward incarceration, but Edgar's thorough search ruled out prisons and national criminal databases. The options were narrowing. Either Fox had miraculously reformed, or, more likely, he was deceased. Bosch's money was on the latter. Men of that caliber didn't just walk the straight and narrow. The idea of a days-long slog through county death records without a date held no appeal. There was a simpler path. He went back inside and called Keisha Russell, a reporter on the police beat at the Los Angeles Times. She was still relatively new, finding her footing in the competitive world of crime reporting. A few months back, she had subtly tried to cultivate Bosch as a source. The typical reporter playbook was in full effect. She had written a flurry of stories, 5 in a single week, on one of his cases, a particularly grim domestic violence incident in the Franklin district, where a husband, defying a restraining order, had carried his estranged wife to a high-rise balcony. The stories were solid, detailed work that had actually earned his grudging respect, even though he recognized the underlying strategy, the constant contact, the shared gossip, the building of a rapport, all designed to lead to that perennial question, anything going on. She answered on the first ring, surprising him. He'd expected to get her voicemail this early. Keisha picked up on the first ring. "Bosch, hey, how are you holding up?" "I'm getting by," Bosch replied. I figure you've heard some things by now, bits and pieces, she admitted. Word is you're on a leave. No one's giving me the full story, though. You want to fill in the blanks? Not at the moment, he said. I've got a request, actually. Do this for me, and I'll give you the whole story. That's my usual arrangement with reporters. What do you need? Just a quick trip to the morgue. She let out a sigh. Please tell me you mean the newspaper archives at the Times. Exactly. That's the one. All right. What am I looking for? I've got a name. It's an old one. This guy was trouble back in the 50s and into the early 60s, but he drops off my radar after that. My gut says he's probably not with us anymore. You want me to find an obituary? Maybe, but I doubt the Times would have run one for him. He was strictly small time, from what I can gather. I'm thinking there might have been a news story if his exit was, let's say, sudden. You mean if someone helped him meet his maker? Now you're following me. Okay, I'll dig around. Bosch could hear the interest in her voice. He knew she saw this as an investment, a way to lock in a source for future scoops. He didn't do anything to correct that assumption. What's the name? John Fox. Went by Johnny. My last solid lead on him is from 1961. He was a pimp, a real lowlife. White, black, Hispanic. White, the kind you'd call trash without a second thought. You have a date of birth. It'll help if there's more than one Johnny Fox in the system. He provided it. Where can I reach you? Bosch gave her the number for his cell phone, knowing that would seal the deal. That number would go straight into her prized source list, a digital treasure chest. Having direct access to him any time was worth a trip to the archives. Listen, I've got an editors' meeting, only reason I'm in this early. After that, I'll head down and take a look. I'll call you the second I find anything, if there's anything to find. Right. After hanging up, Bosch pulled a box of frosted flakes from the fridge and ate a handful dry. He clicked on the news radio. He'd cancelled his newspaper delivery after the earthquake, just in case that building inspector, Gowdy, swung by early and saw it on the step, a clear sign someone was living in a condemned place. The top headlines didn't grab him. No new murders in Hollywood, at least, so he wasn't missing anything on the job. One story after the traffic report did catch his ear. An octopus at a city aquarium down in San Pedro had apparently committed suicide by yanking a water circulation tube loose with one of its tentacles. The tank drained, and the octopus died. Some environmental groups were calling it a protest against captivity. Only in Los Angeles, Bosch thought, shaking his head as he turned off the radio. A city so bleak, even the sea creatures were giving up. He took a long, steaming shower, standing directly under the spray with his eyes closed. Later, while shaving, he couldn't avoid his own reflection in the mirror. The dark circles under his eyes looked deeper than they had that morning, a perfect match for the red veins from last night's whiskey. He set the razor on the sink and leaned in closer. His skin had the pallor of a used paper plate. It struck him then that there was a time people might have called him handsome. Not any more. He just looked worn down, like age had him in a headlock and was slowly squeezing. He looked like some of the old men he'd found dead in their rented rooms or in cardboard boxes under bridges. In that moment, he felt he had more in common with the dead than the living. He finally swung the medicine cabinet door shut, just to make the reflection disappear. He selected a bottle of murine eye drops from the assortment on the glass shelf, squeezed a generous amount into each eye, and used a towel to wipe away the stray drops that traced down his cheek. Leaving the medicine cabinet open so he wouldn't have to confront his own reflection, he moved to the bedroom. There he put on his sharpest suit, a grey two-piece and a crisp white dress shirt. He fastened his favorite tie, a maroon one decorated with tiny gladiator helmets, its edge slightly frayed from years of weekly wear. He'd bought it a decade ago, right after getting his homicide assignment. Securing it in place was a gold tie tack shaped like the number 187, the California Penal Code for murder. As he fastened it, a familiar sense of purpose settled over him, pushing back the earlier fog. He felt solid, focused, and a low, simmering anger began to burn away the last of his uncertainty. He was ready to face the world, whether the world was prepared for him or not. Bosch gave his tie a final sharp tug before pushing open the station's rear door. He moved down the hallway toward the detective bureau, then up the central aisle past the clustered work tables. Lieutenant Pounds was visible in his glass-walled office at the front, already standing behind his desk, having spotted Bosch's approach. As Bosch walked, heads lifted from the burglary table, then from robbery, and finally from homicide. He offered no nods, though his stride nearly faltered when he saw Burns occupying his usual chair at the homicide table. Edgar was at his own desk, his back to the aisle, unaware of Bosch's passage. Bosch's attention snapped back to the office as he drew nearer. He noted with a cynical twist that the glass panel he'd shattered just a week prior had already been replaced. It was almost impressive how swiftly the department could act on something that protected a lieutenant's ego, while a patrol car with a bullet-riddled windshield would languish for a month buried in paperwork. Such were the fascinating priorities of the bureaucracy. "Henry!" Pounds shouted abruptly. "Get in here!" An elderly civilian volunteer stationed at the front counter, one of the retirees' cops half-jokingly called the Nod Squad, shuffled nervously into the office. Bosch followed, setting his briefcase down. "Bosch!" Pounds yelped, his voice tight. "There's a witness present." He gestured first to old Henry, then vaguely toward the bureau floor. "Witnesses out there, too." Bosch could still see the faint purple shadows under Pounds's eyes, remnants of their last encounter, though the swelling had subsided. He stepped closer to the desk.
"Witnesses to what, exactly?"
"To whatever you intend to do here," Pounds retorted. His posture rigid, Bosch turned and fixed Henry with a calm, commanding stare. "Henry, you can step out. The lieutenant and I are just going to talk. Henry, you stay," Pounds countermanded, a note of desperation creeping in. "I want you to hear this." "How can you be sure he'll remember it, Pounds?" Bosch said, his tone dripping with dry sarcasm. "The man can barely transfer a phone call to the right desk." He held Henry's gaze until the old man offered a timid, apologetic look toward Pounds before scurrying out, pulling the door shut behind him. Bosch turned back. Pounds, moving with the cautious deliberation of someone navigating a minefield, slowly lowered himself into his chair, perhaps calculating that a seated position offered some marginal safety. Bosch's eyes dropped to the book lying open on the desk. He reached over and turned the cover to read the title. "What's this? Studying for the captain's exam, Lieutenant? Or just brushing up on how to motivate your troops?" Pounds flinched back from Bosch's reach. It wasn't an exam manual. It was a book on cultivating motivational skills in employees. The book had been authored by a professional basketball coach. Bosch couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Pounds, you're truly one of a kind. I'll admit, you at least keep things interesting." Pounds snatched the book back and shoved it into a desk drawer. "What are you doing here, Bosch? You're on leave. You shouldn't be in this building." "You summoned me, remember?" "I did not." "The car. You demanded the car back. I said to turn it in at the garage. I didn't say to march into my office. Now get out." Bosch watched the flush of anger spread across the other man's face, a stark contrast to his own calm demeanor. He took it as a sign his own stress was finally ebbing. He pulled his hand from his pocket, the car keys jangling in his palm, and dropped them onto the desk. "It's parked by the drunk tank door. If you want it back, it's yours. But you handle the garage paperwork." "That's a job for a bureaucrat, not a detective." Turning to leave, Bosch grabbed his briefcase. He yanked the office door open with such force it swung wildly, slamming against one of the glass panels and making the whole room shudder. Nothing shattered. He walked past the front counter, muttering, "My apologies, Henry," without glancing at the older clerk, and headed down the hall. A short while later, he was standing on the Wilcox curb in front of the station, waiting for a cab. A grey Caprice, nearly identical to the one he'd just surrendered, pulled up. He bent down to look inside and saw Edgar grinning at him. The window slid down. "Need a lift, tough guy." Bosch climbed in. "Take me to the Hertz on La Brea, near the boulevard." "Yeah, I know the spot." They drove in silence for a few blocks, before Edgar laughed and shook his head. "What?" "Nothing. It's Burns. I think the guy was about to lose his lunch when you were in with Pounds. He was convinced you were going to storm out and kick him right out of your chair at the table. It was honestly pathetic. Damn. I should have. Didn't even cross my mind." Quiet settled between them again as they moved along Sunset toward La Brea. "Harry, you just can't help yourself, can you?" Edgar finally said, "Seems not." "What happened to your hand?" Bosch held it up, examining the bandage. "Banged it last week, working on the deck. Hurt like hell." "Yeah, well, you better watch it or Pounds will be on you like hell itself. He already is. The guy's a bean counter, a total punk. Why do you keep poking the bear? You're starting to sound like the department shrink they're making me see. Maybe I should just have my session with you today. What do you say? Maybe she's actually making some sense for a change. Maybe I should have taken that cab after all." "I think you should figure out who's actually on your side and listen to them for once. Here's the place." Edgar slowed in front of the rental agency. Bosch was out of the car before it came to a full stop. "Harry, hold on a second." Bosch looked back inside. "What? What's the deal with this Fox case? Who is this guy?" "I can't get into it now, Jerry. It's better this way. You sure about that?" The phone in Bosch's briefcase began to ring. He looked down at it, then back at Edgar. "Thanks for the ride." He shut the car door. The call was from Keisha Russell at the Times. She said she'd dug up one small article from the archives under Fox's name, but she wanted to meet in person to hand it over. Bosch recognized it as part of their usual dance, part of solidifying their unspoken agreement. He checked his watch. He could wait to see what the story contained. He told her he'd buy her lunch at the pantry downtown. 40 minutes later, she was already seated in a booth near the cashier's cage when he arrived. He slid into the seat across from her. "You're late," she said. "Sorry, I was renting a car." "They took your car, huh? Must be serious." "We're not going to talk about that." "I know you know who owns this place." "Yeah, the mayor." She gave a dismissive sneer, scanning the room as if it were infested. The mayor, a Republican, was a staunch backer of the police department, a stance that bored reporters like her who thrived on City Hall drama, scandal, and political knife fights. The Times had endorsed his Democratic opponent. "My apologies," he offered. "Maybe I should have picked a spot with a more progressive vibe." "Relax, Bosch. Just pulling your leg." He guessed she was around 25, a poised black woman with a rich complexion and an air of quiet elegance. Her accent held a faint, melodic lilt, something Caribbean, perhaps softened but not erased. He liked how she said his name. It rolled off her tongue like a gentle crash of surf. Her youth and the casual use of his surname didn't bother him. "So, Keisha, where's home? Why do you ask? Just curious. You're on the cop beat now. I like to know who I'm talking to." "Jamaica originally," she said. "Came here when I was 5. Went to USC, born and raised in LA." He replied, leaving out the 15 months in Vietnam's tunnels and the training in North Carolina that still haunted his sleep. "What happened to your hand?" "Home repair project, keeping busy while I'm off duty. So how's it been stepping into Bremer's shoes? He had that beat forever. It hasn't been easy, she admitted, but I'm finding my footing, making connections. I'd like to count you as one Bosch. I'll help when I can. Let's see what you brought. She lifted a manila folder, but an elderly waiter with a gleaming bald head and a waxed mustache arrived before she could open it. She ordered an egg salad sandwich. He asked for a well-done burger and fries. Noticing her slight frown, he guessed, "You're a vegetarian, right?" "Yes. Next time you choose the place." "I will." She opened the folder, and he spotted several brightly coloured thread bracelets on her wrist. Inside was a photocopied newspaper clipping, one of those brief items tucked away in the back pages. She slid it toward him. "I think this is your Johnny Fox. The age matches, but the description isn't what you gave. You called him white trash." Bosch read the story, dated September 30, 1962, Campaign Worker Victim of Hit and Run, by Times staff writer Monty Kim. A 29-year-old campaign worker for a district attorney candidate, Johnny Fox of Hollywood, was struck and killed by a speeding car while handing out literature at Hollywood Boulevard and La Brea Avenue. The car slowed briefly, then fled south. Witnesses couldn't identify the make or model. The campaign manager noted Fox had only joined the effort a week earlier. When Harry Bosch reached out to the district attorney's office, he learned that Conklin, who was heading the Special Investigations Unit under the outgoing DA John Charles Stock, had expressed regret over the death of a campaign worker, but hadn't yet met with Fox. The candidate offered no additional statements. Bosch stared at the news clipping for a long time after reading it. "This reporter, Monte Kim, is he still with the paper?" "You're joking, right? That was a lifetime ago." The newsroom back then was just a sea of white shirts and ties on white guys. Bosch glanced at his own shirt, then back at her. "No offence meant," she added, "but no, he's long gone, and Conklin. That's a bit before my time. Did he win the election?" "Yeah, he served 2 terms then. He tried for Attorney General, I think, and got thoroughly defeated. Something along those lines. I wasn't in the city then, I thought. You said you've lived here your whole life." "I took a break for a few years." "Vietnam, right?"
Right?
"A lot of officers your age served. Must have been quite an experience. Is that why so many of you joined the force to keep carrying a weapon?" "In a manner of speaking. Anyway, if Conklin's still breathing, he's an old man now, but Mittel is definitely still in the picture. You know that. He's probably in a private dining room right now, having lunch with the mayor." She smiled, but he didn't return it. "Yeah, he's a heavyweight. What's his deal?" "Mittel? He's the founding partner of a major downtown law firm. Runs in circles with governors, senators, the whole powerful crowd, last I heard. He's the money man behind Robert Shepard's political ambitions." "Robert Shepard? The tech billionaire? More like a tech empire builder. Don't you ever read the news? Shepard is considering a run, but doesn't want to drain his own fortune. Mittel is raising the funds for an exploratory committee."
Run for what office? Seriously, Bosch, do you live under a rock? I've been busy. Run for what?
"Well, like every egomaniac with too much money, I suppose he's eyeing the presidency eventually. For now, it's the Senate. Shepard wants to be a third-party candidate. Claims the Republicans are too extreme and the Democrats are too liberal. He says he's the sensible center, and from what I gather, if anyone can bankroll that kind of third-party fantasy, it's Mittel." "So Mittel wants to be a kingmaker?" "Seems that way. But why are you asking me all this about him?" "I cover the police beat." "You're a detective. What does Gordon Mittel have to do with anything?" She tapped the photocopy on the table. Bosch realized he might have pushed too far. "Just trying to get up to speed," he said. "Like you pointed out, I don't keep up with the news." "It's the paper, not the papers," she said with a grin. "And I better not catch you reading or talking to the Daily Snooze. Hell hath no fury like a journalist scorned. Isn't that the saying?" "Something like that." He felt he'd successfully steered her away from her suspicions. He held up the photocopy. Was there ever any follow-up to this story? They never made an arrest. I guess not, or there would have been another article. Can I hold on to this? Sure. You feel like taking another trip down to the archives? What for?
Stories about Conklin. There will be hundreds, Bosch. You said he was DA for 2 terms. I only want the stories from before he was first elected. And, if you have the time, toss in anything on Mittel too. You know you're asking for a lot. I could get into real trouble if anyone found out I was pulling files for a cop. She gave a mock frown, which he also ignored. He knew what was coming next. Are you going to tell me what this is really about, Bosch? He remained silent.
Didn't think so.
Well, look, I've got 2 interviews scheduled for this afternoon. I'll be out of the office. What I can do is have an intern gather the clips and leave them for you with the security desk in the main lobby. It'll be in a sealed envelope, so no one will know what's inside. Will that work? He nodded. He'd been to the Times Square building a few times before, usually for meetings with reporters. It took up a whole city block and had 2 separate lobby areas. The lobby's main entrance at First and Spring was dominated by a massive, perpetually spinning globe, a constant reminder that the news never sleeps. You're really going to put it under my name? Won't that cause problems for you? I mean, you mentioned being too chummy with a cop. That's probably against the rules in your newsroom. She gave a knowing smile at his tone. Relax. If anyone asks, I'll tell them it's a long-term investment. You'd better hold up your end of that, Bosch. These things go both ways. Don't worry, I never forget a favor. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping. I need you to remember something too. Part of why I'm not explaining why I need this is because I don't fully understand it myself. So don't get curious. Don't start making calls. If you do, you could blow the whole thing. I could get hurt. You could get hurt, understand? Understood? Their conversation was interrupted by the waiter with the perfectly groomed mustache, arriving with their meals. Chapter 12. I see you're here ahead of schedule. Should I interpret that as enthusiasm for our session? Not really. I was already downtown having lunch with a friend, so I figured I'd just come straight over. Well, it's positive to hear you were socializing. I think that's a good step. Dr. Carmen Hinojos sat behind her desk, her notebook open, but her hands folded calmly in front of her. She seemed to be taking extra care not to make any gesture that might stifle the conversation. What happened to your hand? Bosch lifted it and examined the bandages. A hammer slipped while I was doing some work on the house. That's unfortunate. I hope it's healing. It'll be fine. May I ask why you're so formally dressed today? I hope you don't feel any pressure to do that for these meetings. No, it's not that. I just prefer sticking to my routine. Even if I'm not going into the office, I dressed like I was, I understand. After offering coffee or water, which he declined, she began the session. So, what would you like to discuss today? I don't have a preference. You're in charge. I'd really prefer you didn't view our relationship that way. I'm not your superior, Detective Bosch. Think of me as a guide, someone here to help you talk through anything you'd like to get off your chest. Bosch remained quiet, drawing a blank on what to say. Dr. Hinojos tapped her pencil lightly on her legal pad for a moment before filling the silence. Nothing at all comes to mind. Nothing specific. Then let's talk about yesterday. When I called to confirm our appointment, you clearly sounded upset. Was that around the time you injured your hand? No, that was earlier. He paused, but she waited patiently, and he felt compelled to offer something. He had to admit there was something about her demeanor he found reassuring. She felt genuine and non-threatening. When you called, I was still stewing over some news. I found out my former partner, my partner before all this happened, had already been assigned a new guy. I've been replaced, just like that. And how did that make you feel? You heard how I was angry. I think anyone would be. Then I called him later, and he was dismissive, like I was old news. I showed that guy the ropes. And what? I don't know. It stung, I guess. I see. Actually, I don't think you do. You'd have to be in my shoes to really get it. You're probably right about that, but I can empathize. Let's move forward. Let me ask you this. Shouldn't you have expected your partner to be reassigned? It's a departmental requirement for detectives to work in pairs, correct? You're on leave for an indefinite period. Wasn't it inevitable that he would get a new partner, whether temporary or not? I suppose so. And isn't it standard procedure and safer to work as a team? I suppose. What has your own experience taught you? Did you feel more secure when you had a partner on duty compared to when you were working alone? Yes, definitely safer. So the outcome was predictable and undeniable, yet it still provoked anger in you. It wasn't the event itself that triggered it. I'm not sure it was his tone when he told me, and then his demeanor when I called. I genuinely felt excluded. I asked him for a simple favor, and I can't explain it. He did what? He paused. That's not what partners do, not with each other. You're supposed to have each other's backs. They say it's a lot like a marriage, though I wouldn't know from personal experience. She paused to jot something down, making Bosch wonder what part of that was noteworthy. You appear, she said, still writing, to have a very limited tolerance for frustration. Her words instantly sparked irritation, but he knew showing it would only prove her point. He wondered if it was a deliberate tactic to provoke a reaction. Taking a steadying breath, he replied in an even tone. Doesn't everyone feel that way sometimes? She continued. To some extent, perhaps. Reviewing your file, I noted you served in the army during Vietnam. Did you experience combat? Did I experience combat? Yes, I was in combat. I was right in the thick of it, even underneath it sometimes. Why do people always phrase it like that, as if it was some kind of film they screened for us over there? She fell silent for a long moment, pen in hand, but not writing. It felt like she was waiting for the storm of his anger to pass. He made a dismissive gesture, hoping to convey an apology and a desire to move forward. Sorry, he added, just to be clear. She remained quiet, her steady gaze becoming uncomfortable. He looked away, focusing on the office bookshelves lined with dense, leather-bound psychiatry volumes. I apologize for touching on such a sensitive subject, she said at last. The reason. But that's the whole point of this, isn't it? You have a professional permit to probe, and I'm just supposed to take it.
Then accept it, she stated firmly. We've discussed this. To help you, we need to talk about you. Accept it, and perhaps we can progress. Now, as I was saying, I brought up the war to ask if you're familiar with post-traumatic stress disorder. Have you heard of it? He looked back at her, knowing where this was headed. Yes, of course I've heard of it. Well, Detective, while it's historically been linked to soldiers returning from war, it isn't confined to that.
It can arise from any highly stressful environment. Any environment. And I have to say I believe you exhibit many of the classic symptoms of this condition. For crying out loud, he muttered, shaking his head. He shifted in his chair, turning away from her and the bookshelves, staring out the window at the cloudless sky. You folks sit up here in these offices and have no real idea. He didn't finish, just shook his head again. Reaching up, he loosened his tie, feeling like he couldn't draw a full breath. Hear me out, Detective, please. Just consider the facts. Can you think of a more consistently stressful role in this city over the past few years than being a police officer? Between the Rodney King incident and the public scrutiny and hostility it sparked, followed by the riots, the fires, the floods, and the earthquakes, every officer on the force has had to become an expert in handling stress, and unfortunately, sometimes mishandling it. You forgot about the killer bees. I'm being serious. So am I. It was on the news. With everything this city has endured, with each one of these disasters, who is consistently on the front lines? The police. The ones who have to respond, the ones who can't just stay home, take cover and wait it out. So let's narrow that down to you, Detective. You have been a first responder through every one of these crises. At the same time, you've been dealing with your actual job, homicide. It's one of the most high-pressure assignments in the entire department. Let me ask you, how many murder cases have you worked in the past 3 years? I'm not making excuses. I already told you I did what I did, because I chose to. It wasn't about the riots or... How many victims have you seen? Just answer the question, please. How many bodies, how many widows have you had to notify? How many mothers have you told their child was gone? He raised his hands and rubbed his face, wishing he could just disappear from her sight. Too many, he finally murmured. More than I can count. He let out a long breath. Thank you for answering. I'm not trying to trap you. The reason for my questions, and for that whole speech about the social and cultural fractures in this city, is to point out that you've endured more than most people ever will, and that's without even considering what you might still be carrying from Vietnam or from the end of your relationship. But regardless of the causes, the signs of stress are evident. They're right there, clear as day. Your short temper, your struggle to manage frustration, and most obviously, your physical confrontation with a superior officer. She paused, but he remained silent, sensing she had more to say. She did. There are other indicators too, she went on. Your decision to stay in your damaged house could be seen as a way of refusing to acknowledge the chaos around you. There are physical symptoms as well. Have you taken a good look at yourself recently? I don't need to ask to know you're drinking more than you should. And your hand, you didn't injure it with a hammer. You fell asleep with a lit cigarette. That's a burn mark, and I'd stake my professional license on it. She opened a desk drawer, took out 2 plastic cups and a bottle of water, filled them, and slid one toward him, a small gesture of truce. He watched her quietly, feeling utterly drained and beyond repair, yet he couldn't help but admire how skillfully she was dissecting him. After taking a sip of water, she continued, all of these things point toward a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress syndrome. But we have one issue with that label. The word post suggests the stressful period is over. That isn't true here, not in Los Angeles, not with your line of work. Harry, you're living in a constant pressure cooker. You deserve a chance to step back and breathe. That's what this leave is for. Breathing room, time to recover, so don't resist it. Embrace it. That's the best advice I can give you. Take it and use it, to save yourself. Bosch exhaled heavily and held up his bandaged hand. You can hang on to your state license. Thank you. They sat quietly for a moment before she continued, her tone softening. You also need to understand you're not alone in this. There's no shame in it. Officer stress incidents have risen sharply over the last 3 years. Behavioral Sciences just asked the City Council for 5 additional psychologists. Our caseload jumped from 1,800 counselling sessions in 1990 to more than double that last year. We even have a name for what's happening, the blue angst, and you have it, Harry. Bosch gave a weary smile and shook his head, clinging to the last shreds of his denial. The blue angst sounds like the title of a Wambar novel, doesn't it? She didn't respond to that. So what you're telling me is I'm not getting my badge back. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm only saying we have significant work ahead of us. I feel like I just got dismantled by the world champion. You mind if I call you for tips next time I'm trying to get a confession from some stubborn lowlife who won't talk? Believe me, even saying that is a beginning. What do you want me to do? I want you to want to be here. That's it. Don't view this as a punishment. I want you to work with me, not against me. When we talk, I want you to speak freely about everything and nothing. Whatever comes to mind, hold nothing back. And there's one more thing. I'm not saying you need to stop entirely, but you have to reduce the drinking. You need a clear head. As you're well aware, the effects of alcohol linger long after the bottle is empty. I'll try. All of it. I'll do my best. That's all I ask, and since you're in such a cooperative mood, I have another idea. I've had a cancellation tomorrow at 3. Can you make it?" Bosch paused, silent for a moment. "We're finally making progress, and I believe it will help. The sooner we finish our work here, the sooner you can return to your own. What do you think? 3 o'clock? Yes."
All right, I'll be here.
"Good. Let's continue. Why don't you begin? Talk about whatever you like." He leaned forward, picked up the glass of water, and took a slow drink while watching her. After setting it down, he asked, "Just anything at all? Anything, whatever is on your mind or happening in your life?" He was quiet, thinking it over. "Last night I saw a coyote, close to my place. I'd had a few drinks, I admit, but I know what I saw." "Why did that stand out to you?" He searched for the right words. "I'm not certain. I suppose there aren't many left in the hills around the city, at least not near where I live, so whenever I spot one, I get this sense it might be the last one out there, the final coyote. And I think it would get to me if that ever turned out to be true, if I never saw another." She nodded thoughtfully, as if he'd made a point in a game whose rules he didn't fully grasp. "There was one that lived in the ravine behind my house. I'd see it sometimes, and—" "How do you know it was a male? You referred to the one you saw as he. How can you be sure?" "I'm not sure. I guess I don't actually know. It's just an assumption." "All right, go on." "Well, it lived down in that ravine, and I'd catch glimpses now and then. After the earthquake, it disappeared. I never knew what happened. Then last night I saw this one. Something about the fog and the streetlights. Its fur almost looked blue. It seemed hungry. There's something about them. They're both lonely and menacing at once. You know?" "Yes, I understand. Anyway, I was thinking about it after I got home when I was in bed. That's when I burned my hand. I fell asleep with a cigarette. But before I woke up, I had this vision. A dream, or maybe a daydream, like I was half awake. In it, the coyote was there again. But it was with me. We were in the canyon or on some hillside. I couldn't really tell. He raised his injured hand. And then I felt the burn." She nodded but remained quiet. "So, what's your take?" he pressed. "Well, dream interpretation isn't something I usually focus on. Honestly, I'm skeptical of its value. What strikes me about what you just shared is your willingness to share it. It shows a complete turnaround in how you're approaching these sessions. For what it's worth, I think it's clear you identify with that coyote. Maybe you feel there aren't many detectives like you left, and you sense a similar threat to your purpose. I can't say for sure, but listen to your own words, sad and threatening at the same time. Could that also describe you?" He took another drink of water before responding. "I've known sadness, but I've also found a strange sort of comfort in it." They sat in silence, letting the words settle. She checked her watch. "We still have time. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Perhaps something connected to this?" He considered the question, then pulled out a cigarette. "How much time is left?" "As much as you need. Don't worry about the clock. I want to hear this." "You mentioned my mission before. You told me to think about my mission. And you used the word again just now."
Yes.
He hesitated, the unlit cigarette resting between his fingers. "Is this conversation confidential?" She frowned slightly. "I'm not discussing anything unlawful. I'm asking for your assurance that what I share in this room stays between us. It can't reach Irving."
Absolutely. Your words remain here. That's a guarantee. As I've explained, my sole specific task is to provide a recommendation regarding your return to duty to Assistant Chief Irving.
"Nothing more." He gave a slow nod, paused once more, then committed. He would tell her, "Earlier, you mentioned missions, yours and mine. The truth is, I believe I've had a mission for most of my life. I just didn't recognize it, or perhaps I refused to accept it. I ignored it. It's difficult to articulate. Maybe fear played a part. I avoided it for decades. But now I'm finally embracing it. I'm not entirely clear, Harry. You need to be direct. tell me plainly what this is about." His gaze dropped to the slate-colored carpet. He spoke to the floor, unable to meet her eyes. "I grew up without parents. My father was never in the picture, and my mother was killed in Hollywood when I was a boy. No one was ever. The case was never solved. You're searching for her murderer, aren't you?" He looked up and nodded. "That's my mission now." Her lack of surprise caught him off guard. It was as if she had anticipated his confession. "Tell me everything." Harry Bosch sat at his dining table, his notebook open. Before him lay two neat piles of newspaper clippings, courtesy of Keisha Russell and a Times intern, one for Arno Conklin, the other for Johnny Mittel. A single bottle of Henry's beer stood nearby, consumed slowly over the evening like a reluctant medicine. He limited himself to that one. The ashtray, however, was overflowing, a hazy blue cloud hanging around him. He'd placed no such restrictions on cigarettes. Dr. Hinojos hadn't mentioned smoking. She had, however, been unequivocal about his personal quest, advising him to halt until he was emotionally steadier for what he might uncover. He'd told her he was too committed to turn back. Then she'd offered a thought that haunted his drive home and lingered even now. "You need to consider this carefully," she had said. "Consciously or not, you may have been moving toward this your entire life. It could be the foundation of your identity, a detective, a homicide investigator. Solving your mother's case might also resolve your need for the badge. It could strip away your purpose, your driving force. You must be ready for that possibility, or you should walk away." Bosch knew there was truth in her words. The shadow of his mother's death had shaped every path he'd taken. It was a constant, silent presence in the back of his mind, a vow for answers, a promise for justice. It was never a spoken plan or even a fully formed thought. To do so would make it part of some grand design, and this felt far more primal. Yet he was filled with the certainty that this journey was inevitable, a destiny set in motion long ago by an unseen force. Pushing Hinojos' warning aside, a memory surfaced. He was underwater, eyes open, staring up at the light above the pool. Then a figure eclipsed the glow, a blurred, dark angel hovering above. Bosch kicked upward toward it. He grabbed the beer bottle and drained the last of it, forcing his focus back. He turned to the clippings. He'd been initially taken aback by the volume of articles chronicling Arno Conklin's rise long before he claimed the district attorney's office. As Bosch began to sifting through the clippings, he found the bulk of them were routine courtroom summaries from trials where Arno Conklin served as prosecutor. Yet, even through these dry legal dispatches, Bosch started to piece together a portrait of the man, his professional demeanor, his courtroom tactics, his relentless drive, Conklin's ascent within the district attorney's office, and in the public consciousness was fueled by a string of sensational cases. The files were arranged by date, and the earliest clipping detailed a 1953 trial that captured the city's morbid fascination. A woman was convicted of poisoning her own parents, then hiding their remains in steamer trunks inside her garage. It was only when neighbors reported a lingering odor weeks later that the grim discovery was made. Conklin was quoted extensively, and in one piece a reporter had labeled him the dashing deputy district attorney. The trial became an early controversial test of an insanity plea, with the defense arguing diminished capacity. Public outrage, however, was palpable, and the jury returned a guilty verdict after just 30 minutes of deliberation. The sentence was death, and with that victory, Arno Conklin's public image was cemented, a fearless guardian of justice, a defender of societal order. A photograph showed him addressing reporters after the verdict, and the newspaper's earlier description was apt. He cut a striking figure in a tailored three-piece suit, clean-shaven with short, blonde hair, possessing the kind of robust, all-American looks that seemed tailor-made for a political poster. Arno was a natural star, The subsequent clips chronicled one murder trial after another, each ending in a conviction, with Conklin consistently demanding and securing the death penalty. Bosch observed how, by the late 1950s, his titles evolved rapidly, from senior deputy district attorney to assistant district attorney, a meteoric climb in just 10 years. One article covered a press conference where District Attorney John Charles Stock announced he was placing Conklin at the helm of a new Special Investigations Unit, tasked with dismantling the vice operations plaguing Los Angeles County. "I always bring the toughest challenges to Arno Conklin," the DA declared. "And I'm bringing him this one. The citizens of Los Angeles demand a clean community, and by God, we will deliver it. To those who know we are coming for you, my advice is to pack your bags. Try San Francisco, try San Diego. But you are no longer welcome in the City of Angels." What followed was a series of splashy, self-congratulatory headlines over the next couple of years, touting raids on gambling halls, opium dens, brothels and streetwalkers. Conklin's commandos, as the Times christened the 40-officer task force, supposedly brought the law's scourge from Long Beach to the desert, sending every purveyor of sin into a panic, or so the papers claimed. Bosch, with his street-level cynicism, read between the lines. He had little doubt the real vice lords continued their business undisturbed. It was always the small-time operators, the easily replaceable pawns, who got swept up in these very public, politically useful stings. The final clipping in the stack announced Conklin's own campaign for district attorney, launched on February 1st, 1962, from the steps of the old downtown courthouse. His platform promised a renewed war on the vices that corrode a great society. Bosch couldn't help but smirk at a line in the stately speech, a well-worn bit of police philosophy that Conklin, or his speechwriter, had plainly lifted and presented as fresh insight. "People sometimes ask me, 'Arno, what's the harm?' These are victimless crimes. If a man wants to place a bet or pay for companionship, who does it hurt?" The irony, Bosch thought, was that the man posing this rhetorical question was likely navigating a world built on backroom deals and unspoken compromises, even as he vowed to clean it all up. So where's the victim, you ask? Let me lay it out for you. The victim is us, every single one of us. When we turn a blind eye to this kind of behavior, when we just let it slide, it chips away at the foundation of our entire community. Think of it like a broken window in a vacant house. Seems minor, doesn't it? It's not. Leave that window unfixed, and soon kids walking by get the message that no one's paying attention. They might toss a few stones and shatter a few more panes. Then a burglar cruising the neighborhood sees that house and figures the whole street is indifferent. He decides it's a good place to start breaking in while folks are at their jobs. Before long, someone else is brazen enough to swipe cars parked right on the curb. It's a domino effect. People living there begin to see their own home turf differently. They start thinking, if nobody else cares, why should I bother? The lawn doesn't get mowed as often. Nobody tells the kids loitering on the corner to ditch the cigarettes and get back to class. It's a slow, creeping rot, and it's happening in towns all over this country, sneaking in like weeds through the cracks in a sidewalk. Well, let me tell you, when I'm district attorney, we're pulling those weeds out, roots and all, the article. Concluded by noting that Conklin had tapped a young, aggressive attorney from his own office to run his campaign. Gordon Mittel would be resigning as a deputy district attorney to start immediately. Harry Bosch read the piece again, and this time a detail in the second paragraph jumped out at him. It described the well-known media-friendly Conklin embarking on his first bid for public office. The 35-year-old bachelor and Hancock Park resident stated he had long planned this run and had the endorsement of the retiring DA, John Charles Stock, who also attended the announcement. Bosch flipped back in his notebook to his earlier list of names and added Hancock Park next to Conklin's. It wasn't a lot, but it was a small, crucial confirmation of what Catherine Register had told him. It was enough to get his blood pumping, to make him feel like he finally had a hook in the water. "What a complete hypocrite," he muttered under his breath. He drew a circle around Conklin's name on the page, his pen absently looping around it again and again as he weighed his next move. Marjorie Lowe's last known stop was a party in Hancock Park. According to register, she was specifically headed there to meet Conklin. After she was killed, Conklin had called the detectives to schedule a talk, but any record of that conversation, if it ever even happened, was gone. Bosch knew these were broad connections, but they hardened the suspicion that had taken root in him the night he first opened the murder book. Something about this case was off. A piece didn't fit, and the more he turned it over, the more Conklin looked like that wrong piece. He reached for his jacket, draped over the chair behind him, pulled out his small address book, and walked into the kitchen. He dialed the home number of Deputy District Attorney Roger Goff. Goff was a friend, bonded over a shared love for the soulful wail of a tenor sax. They'd logged countless hours together in courtrooms during trials, and just as many on bar stools in dim jazz clubs. Goff was old school, a prosecutor for nearly 3 decades, with zero interest in the political games. He simply loved the job, a rare breed who never burned out. 1,000 younger deputies had come and gone during his tenure off to corporate law, but Goff stayed, now working in the criminal courts building alongside prosecutors and public defenders half his age. He remained sharp at his craft, and more crucially, that fire still burned in his voice whenever he stood before a jury, channeling the collective outrage of both God and society toward whoever sat in the defendant's chair. His blend of relentless determination and fundamental fairness had cemented his legendary status among the legal and law enforcement communities downtown. Harry Bosch held very few prosecutors in such high regard, and Roger Goff was unquestionably one of them. "Roger, it's Harry Bosch. Well, I'll be damned. How are you holding up?" "Getting by." "What's keeping you busy?" "Same as most folks, glued to the television. What about you?" "Not much. I was just sitting here thinking, do you remember Gloria Jeffries?" "Gloria?" "Hell yes, I remember her. Let me think, that's the one whose husband was left a quadriplegic after that motorcycle wreck, right?" He recounted the case with the smooth precision of someone reading from his own notes. "She grew tired of being his caretaker. So one morning, while he's lying helpless in bed, she simply sits on his face until he suffocates. It was nearly written off as a natural death until a certain stubborn detective named Harry Bosch refused to let it slide. He dug up a witness. Gloria had confessed everything to the detail that really sealed it for the jury. She told that witness that smothering him gave her the first real orgasm the poor man had ever managed to provide. "How's that for a memory?" "Damn, you're still on top of your game. So what's the story with her?" "She's coming up for parole at Frontera, getting ready to anyway. I was hoping you might have a moment to draft a letter." "Already? Seriously? Wasn't that just 3 or 4 years back?" "Pushing 5 now. I hear she's got her paperwork in order and faces the board next month. I'm sending a letter myself, but it would carry more weight coming from the original prosecutor, too." "Don't give it another thought. I've got a standard template on my computer. All I do is swap out the name and the crime, toss in a few of the nastier specifics. The gist is always that the offense was too severe to even consider parole at this stage. It's a solid letter, works like a charm most of the time. I'll get it out tomorrow." "Good. I appreciate it. You know, they really ought to stop handing those parole packets to the female inmates. They all find religion right when their hearing date rolls around. Have you ever sat in on one of those sessions? A time or two? Yeah, well, try sitting through half a day of them sometime if you've got the hours to spare and aren't feeling particularly hopeless. They sent me out to Frontera once when one of the Manson women was up with the high-profile cases. They send a live body instead of just a letter. So I went, and I waited through about 10 of these hearings before my case was called. And let me tell you, every single one of them is quoting Corinthians, Revelations, Matthew, Paul, John 3:16, John this, John that. And it works. It damn well works. Those old men on the parole board eat it right up. Plus, I suspect they're all sitting up there getting a little thrill out of having these women grovel before them. Anyway, you got me started on a rant, Harry. That's your fault, not mine.
My apologies. Ah, it's fine. So what else is new? Haven't spotted you around the building lately. You got anything headed my way? It was the opening Bosch had been waiting for, a chance to casually steer the conversation toward Arno Conklin. Ah, it's been pretty quiet. But hey, let me ask you something. Did you know Arno Conklin? Arno Conklin? Sure, I knew him. He's the one who hired me. Why are you asking about him? No real reason.
I was clearing out some old files, making space in a cabinet, and I stumbled across some old newspapers shoved way in the back. There were articles about him, and it made me think of you. Figured that was around when you started. Yeah, Arno. He tried to be a good man. A bit too self-righteous for my personal taste, but overall I believe he was decent, especially considering he was both a politician and a lawyer. Goff chuckled at his own remark, but Bosch stayed quiet. Goff had used the past tense. A heavy, cold weight settled in Bosch's chest, and he realized only then how powerful the urge for vengeance could truly be. He's dead. He closed his eyes, hoping Goff wouldn't catch the sudden urgency that had slipped into his voice. Oh no, he's not dead. I meant back when I knew him. He was a decent man in those days. Is he still practicing law somewhere? Not at all. He's an old man now, retired. Once a year they bring him out for the annual prosecutor's banquet. He personally presents the Arno Conklin Award. What is that? It's a plaque, a piece of wood with a brass plate, given to the administrative prosecutor of the year, if you can imagine. That's his legacy now. An annual prize for a so-called prosecutor who never sees the inside of a courtroom. It always goes to one of the division heads. I'm not sure how they choose. Probably whoever managed to ingratiate themselves most thoroughly with the district attorney that year. Bosch chuckled. The remark wasn't that humorous, but he also felt a wave of relief knowing Conklin was still alive. It's not funny, Bosch. It's downright pathetic. Administrative prosecutor, who ever heard of such a thing? It's an oxymoron. Reminds me of Andrew and his screenplays. He deals with studio people they call creative executives. Now there's a classic contradiction for you. See, Bosch, you've got me ranting again. Bosch knew Andrew was Goff's partner, but had never met him. No need to apologize, Roger. So what do you mean they bring him out? Arno, I mean they literally wheel him out. He's in a wheelchair. I told you, he's an old man. Last I heard, he was in one of those full-care retirement places, a nice one over in Parc La Brea. I keep telling myself I should visit him one day, thank him for giving me my start. Who knows, maybe I could even angle for that award. Very funny. I heard Gordon Mittel used to be his right-hand man. Oh, absolutely, he was the bulldog at the door, ran his campaigns. That's how Mittel got his start. Now there's a piece of work. I'm glad he moved from criminal law into politics. He would have been a nightmare to face in court. Yeah, I've heard stories, Bosch said. Whatever you've heard, you can double it. Did you know him? Not personally, no, and I made sure to keep my distance. He was already gone from the office by the time I arrived. But the stories lingered, back when Arno was the heir apparent, and everyone knew it. There was a lot of manoeuvring to get close to him. There was one guy, Sinclair, I think, who was supposed to run Arno's campaign. Then, one night, a cleaning lady found some explicit photos under his desk blotter. An internal investigation showed they were stolen from another prosecutor's case files. Sinclair was finished. He always claimed Mittel set him up. Do you think he did? Probably it fit Mittel's style. But who really knows? Bosch felt he had asked enough to keep it sounding like casual gossip. Any more might make Goff suspicious about the call's purpose. "So what's your plan?" he asked. "Are you done for the night, or do you want to swing by the Catalina? I heard Redmond's in town for Leno. I'd bet the cover charge he and Branford stop by for the late set." "Sounds tempting, Harry, but Andrew's cooking a late dinner, and I think we're just staying in tonight. He's counting on it. You mind?" "Not at all. I've been trying to cut back on the late nights myself lately. Need to give it a rest. Now that, sir, is truly admirable. I think you deserve a plaque of your own or a shot of whiskey." After hanging up, Bosch sat back down at the desk and jotted notes from his conversation with Gough into his notebook. He then pulled the stack of clippings on Mittel toward him. These were more recent than the ones on Conklin, as Mittel hadn't made a name for himself until later. Conklin had been his first step up the ladder. Most of the articles merely mentioned Mittel attending various galas in Beverly Hills or hosting campaign and charity dinners. From the beginning, he was a money man, the person politicians and charities turned to when they wanted to tap into the wealthy circles of the West Side. He worked across the aisle for Republicans and Democrats alike. Party labels didn't appear to concern him. His influence expanded once he began handling campaigns on a larger stage. The sitting governor was among his clients, along with several congressmen and senators from western states. A profile published a few years back, apparently without his consent, bore the headline, "The President's Top Fundraiser." It reported that Mittel had been enlisted to gather California donors for the president's re-election effort, noting the state was a financial cornerstone of the national strategy. The piece also highlighted the contradiction of Mittel being a recluse in the glaring world of politics, a behind-the-scenes operator who avoided the spotlight so intently that he'd repeatedly turned down appointed positions from those he helped elect. Instead, he chose to remain in Los Angeles as a founding partner of the influential downtown law firm Mittel, Anderson, Jennings, Roundtree. Still, to Bosch, what this Yale-educated lawyer did bore little resemblance to the law he knew. Harry doubted Mittel had stepped inside a courtroom in years, which made him think of the Conklin Award and smile wryly. Pity Mittel left the DA's office. He might have been in the running for that honor some day. A photo accompanying the profile showed Mittel at the foot of Air Force One's steps, greeting the then president at LAX. Even though the article was dated, Bosch was struck by how youthful Mittel looked. He checked the man's age and did the math. Mittel was barely 60 now. Bosch set the clippings aside and stood up. For a long while, he stared out the sliding glass door at the lights across the canyon, turning over the pieces of a 33-year-old puzzle. According to Catherine Register, Conklin had known Marjorie Lowe. The murder book made it clear he'd reached into her death investigation for unknown reasons, an interference that was then covered up, also for unknown reasons. This happened just 3 months before he announced his run for district attorney, and less than a year before a key figure in the case, Johnny Fox, died while on his campaign payroll. It seemed obvious Fox would have been known to Mittel. The campaign manager, therefore, Bosch reasoned, whatever Conklin did or knew, his frontman and political architect likely knew it too. Returning to the table, Bosch picked up his pen and circled Mittel's name on the list in his notebook. He felt like having another beer, but settled for a cigarette instead. The next morning, Bosch called the LAPD personnel office to check if Eno and McKittrick were still on the force. He doubted it, but didn't want the embarrassment of searching for them, only to find one still collecting a paycheck. The clerk confirmed neither name was on the current roster. After that, he slipped back into his Harvey Pounds routine. He dialed the DMV in Sacramento, asked for Ms. Sharp, and recognized her by the tone she packed into a single, "Hello, is this Miss Sharp? That's who you asked for, isn't it?" "It is?" "Then it's Miss Sharp. What can I do for you?" "I was hoping to mend fences, so to speak. I have a few more names needing driver's license addresses, and I thought working directly with you might speed things along and repair our professional rapport." "Honey, we don't have a professional rapport. Hold the line, please." She put him on hold before he could reply. The line stayed silent for so long that Harry started to doubt his whole scheme of impersonating Pounds, was even worth the effort. At last, a new voice came on, explaining that Ms. Sharp had asked her to assist. Bosch provided Pounds's badge number, then listed the names: Gordon Mittel, Arno Conklin, Claude Eno, and Jake McKittrick. He requested the home addresses from their driver's licenses and was placed on hold once more. While he waited, he cradled the phone against his shoulder and cracked an egg into a sizzling pan on the stove. He slid the over-easy egg between two pieces of white toast, adding a spoonful of cold salsa from a jar in the fridge. Leaning over the kitchen sink, he ate the messy sandwich, the salsa dripping onto the stainless steel. He had just washed his hands and poured a second cup of coffee when the clerk's voice returned. "Sorry for the wait." "It's fine." Immediately, he remembered he was supposed to be Pounds and regretted the casual reply. The clerk informed him she had no license data for Eno or McKittrick, but she did provide addresses for Conklin and Mittel. Goff had been correct. Conklin's address was in Park La Brea, while Mittel lived up in the Hollywood Hills on Hercules Drive, in that exclusive enclave called Mount Olympus. By then, Bosch was too focused to keep up the act. He thanked the clerk without any further performance and hung up. He stood there, coffee in hand, considering his next step. Eno and McKittrick were either deceased or had left California. He knew the department's personnel office could eventually provide their information, but that route could swallow the entire day. Instead, he picked up the phone and dialed robbery homicide, asking for Detective Leroy Rubin. Rubin had put in nearly 4 decades on the force, half of that in RHD. He might recall something about the 2 old detectives. He'd also likely know Bosch was on administrative leave. Rubin speaking. "Leroy, it's Harry Bosch. How's it going?" "Can't complain, Harry. Living the easy life." Right away, it was clear Rubin knew about his suspension. Bosch decided his only real option was to be mostly honest. "It's not bad, but I'm not exactly sleeping in every day." "No, what's got you up and about?" "I'm doing a little freelance work on a cold case, Leroy." "That's why I'm calling, trying to track down a couple of retired detectives from the old Hollywood days. Thought you might know them? Claude Eno and Jake McKittrick?"
"Ring any bells?"
Eno and McKittrick. McKittrick! Yeah, I think I remember him. He retired, must have been 10, 15 years back. Went to Florida, I believe. Yeah, Florida. He was in RHD briefly toward the end. The other one, Eno, doesn't sound familiar. Well, it was a shot. I'll see what I can dig up in Florida. Thanks, Leroy.
Hey, Harry, what's this really about? Just an old file I had sitting in my drawer. Gives me something to do while I wait to see how things shake out. Any news on that front? Not yet. They've got me talking to the department psychologist. If I can talk my way through those sessions, maybe I get back on duty. We'll see. All right, well, good luck. You know me and some of the guys here. When we heard that story, we got a real kick out of it. We've heard about that guy Pounds.
He's a real piece of work. You did good, kid. Let's just hope I didn't do so good that I end up without a badge. Ah, you'll be fine. They'll send you to a couple of sensitivity seminars, dust you off, and throw you back in the ring. You'll be okay. Thanks, Leroy. After the call, Bosch got dressed for the day, choosing a fresh shirt, but the same suit from yesterday. He drove downtown in his rental Mustang and proceeded to spend the next 2 hours lost in a bureaucratic labyrinth. His first stop was the personnel office at Parker Center. He explained his request to a clerk, then waited 30 minutes only for a supervisor to tell him the same thing all over again. The supervisor bluntly informed him he'd wasted his time. The records he needed were housed at City Hall. Frustrated, Bosch walked across the street to the City Hall annex, took the stairs up, and then crossed the enclosed tramway over Main Street, entering the stark white obelisk of Los Angeles City Hall. He rode the elevator up to the 9th floor, home of the finance department. After showing his ID to a clerk at the counter, he suggested that speaking directly to a supervisor might help move things along. He spent the next 20 minutes waiting on a hard plastic chair in the hallway before being led into a cramped office. The small room was packed with 2 desks, 4 filing cabinets, and several cardboard boxes stacked on the floor. Behind one of the desks sat a heavy-set woman with pale skin and dark hair. She had noticeable sideburns and the faint shadow of a mustache. On her desk calendar, Bosch spotted an old, dried food stain. Next to it sat a large reusable plastic cup with a screw-on lid and a straw. A plastic nameplate identified her as Mona Tozzi. "I'm Carla's supervisor," she said. "She mentioned you're with the police." "Detective," he corrected. He moved the chair from the neighboring desk and sat down facing her. "You might want to put that back," she said flatly. "Cassidy will need it when she returns." "That's her desk. When's she due back?" "Any minute. She just went for coffee." "Then maybe, if we're quick, I'll be gone before she gets here." She let out a short, derisive laugh that sounded more like a snort and said nothing. "Look," Bosch began, his voice tight. "I've wasted the last hour and a half just trying to get a couple of addresses from city employees. All I get is the runaround. Everyone wants to pass me off or leave me waiting in the hall. The ironic part is I work for the city, too. I'm trying to do my job for the city, and the city can't even give me the time of day. My therapist keeps telling me I've got some post-traumatic stress and need to take it easy. But honestly, Mona, this whole thing is pushing me to my absolute limit." She stared at him for a long moment, likely calculating whether she could make it to the door if he lost his temper. Then she pursed her lips, which made her mustache more pronounced, and took a long sip from her cup. Bosch watched a dark, blood-red liquid travel up the straw. She cleared her throat and adopted a placating tone. "Let's try this, detective. Why don't you tell me exactly what you're looking for?" Bosch allowed a hopeful expression to cross his face. "Finally, someone who gets it. I need the addresses where pension checks are mailed for 2 retired officers," her eyebrows knitted together in a frown. "I'm sorry, but those are strictly confidential. Even within city government, I can't just hand them out. Mona, let me make something clear. I investigate homicides. Just like you, I work for the city. I'm following leads on a cold case, a murder that's over 30 years old. A woman was killed. I need to speak with the original detectives, but I can't locate them. Personnel sent me here. I need those pension addresses. Are you going to help me or not?" "Detective, is it Bosch?" "Bosch. Detective Bosch. Let me explain something to you. Working for the city does not grant you access to confidential records. I work for the city, but I don't walk into Parker Center demanding to see whatever I want. People have a right to privacy. Here is what I can do, and it's the only thing I can do. Give me the 2 names, and I will mail each retiree a letter asking them to contact you. That way, you get your information, and I protect the files. Will that work for you? The letters go out today, I promise." She offered a smile so transparently fake, it was almost impressive. "No, Mona, that doesn't work at all. I have to say, I'm really disappointed. I can't help that. But you could if you wanted to, don't you see that?"
I have work to do, Detective. If you want the letters sent, give me the names. If not, that's your choice." He nodded slowly, as if accepting her terms, then lifted his briefcase from the floor onto his lap. When he sharply unsnapped the latches, he saw her flinch. He opened the phone and called his own home, listening to the answering machine pick up. Mona's expression soured. "What is this?" He raised a quieting hand.
"Yes, I need to speak with Whitey Springer, please," he said into the recorder. He watched her without seeming to, and the flicker in her eyes told him she recognized the name. Springer was the City Hall columnist for the Times, famous for chronicling the small, maddening battles of ordinary people trapped by red tape. Thanks to civil service protections, bureaucrats could often create these nightmares without consequence. But politicians read Springer's column, and they held the real power over promotions, transfers, and demotions downtown. Ending up in Springer's column meant your career was frozen. You might keep your job, but you'd never advance. And nothing stopped a council member from ordering an audit or planting an observer in your office. The unwritten rule was simple. Stay off Springer's page. Everyone knew it, Mona included. "Sure, I'll hold," Bosch said into the silent phone. Then, turning to her, he added, "He's going to eat this up. Here's a detective trying to solve a murder, a family waiting 33 years for answers, and a city employee parked at her desk, slurping fruit punch, won't give him the addresses he needs just to talk to the other cops on the case. I'm no journalist, but that sounds like a column to me. He'll love it, don't you think?" He smiled as her face flushed a shade close to the drink in her cup. He knew he had her. "All right, hang up the phone," she said. "What? Why?" "Hang it up, and I'll get what you need." Bosch snapped the phone shut. "Give me the names." He recited the names, and she rose in a huff, maneuvering around the desk with a practiced, almost graceful sidestep, despite her size, a move worn into muscle memory from countless repetitions. "How long?" he asked. "As long as it takes," she shot back, some of her bureaucratic armor clicking back into place at the doorway. "No, Mona, you've got 10 minutes. That's it. After that, don't bother coming back, because Whitey will be right here waiting for you." She paused and looked at him. He winked. After she left, he stood and nudged the desk about 2 inches toward the opposite wall, tightening the path back to her chair. She returned in 7 minutes, clutching a sheet of paper, but her triumphant expression signaled trouble. It reminded him of that woman from the news years back who was tried for cutting off her husband's penis. Maybe she'd worn the same look when she ran out the door with it. "Well, Detective Bosch, you have a slight problem. What is it?" She started around the desk and immediately slammed her thick thigh into the formica corner. It looked more humiliating than hurtful. She windmilled her arms for balance, and the jolt shook the desk, tipping over her drink. Red liquid began seeping from the straw onto the blotter. "Damn it!" She hurried the rest of the way around, righted the cup, and before sitting, eyed the desk with suspicion, as if sensing it had been moved. "You okay?" Bosch asked. "What's the problem with the addresses?" Ignoring his first question, she pushed past her embarrassment, looked at him, and smiled as she sat. She pulled a wad of napkins, pilfered from the cafeteria, from a drawer. "Well, the problem is you won't be speaking with former Detective Claude Eno anytime soon. At least I doubt you will. He's dead." She began sopping up the spill. "Correct. The pension checks go to his widow. What about McKittrick? Now, McKittrick is a possibility. I have his address here. He's over in Venice." "Venice? So what's the issue with that?" he asked. "That's Venice, Florida." A pleased smile spread across her face. "Florida," Bosch echoed. He was completely unaware there was a Venice in Florida. "That's a state, clear on the opposite coast. I know where Florida is. Oh, and one more detail. The address we have is just a post office box. My apologies." "Yeah, I'm sure you're heartbroken. What about a phone number?" She tossed the damp napkins into a trash bin in the corner. "We don't have a phone number listed. You could try directory assistance." "I'll do that." "Does the record indicate when he retired?" "You didn't request that information." "Then just hand over what you've got." Bosch was aware he could press for more. They had to have a phone number on file somewhere, but his hands were tied. This was an off-the-books inquiry. Pushing too hard would only expose his unauthorized digging and bring it to a screeching halt. She slid the paper across the desk to him. He glanced at it. 2 addresses were listed: McKittrick's P.O. box and a street address in Las Vegas for Eno's widow, a woman named Olive. A thought struck him. When are the pension checks mailed out? It's funny you should ask. Why's that? Because today is the last day of the month. They're always mailed on the last day. That was a lucky break, and he felt he'd earned it through sheer persistence. He took the paper, slipped it into his briefcase, and stood up. Always a genuine pleasure collaborating with the city's dedicated public servants. Likewise. And, Detective, would you mind returning that chair to where you found it? As I mentioned, Cassidy will need it. Of course, Mona. Forgive my oversight. Chapter 15. After that stifling encounter with bureaucracy, Bosch felt a desperate need for fresh air to clear his head. He rode the elevator down to the lobby and pushed through the main doors onto Spring Street. As he exited, a security officer directed him to keep to the right side of the building's broad entrance stairs. A film crew had taken over the left side for a location shoot. Bosch paused, watching the activity as he descended, then decided to take a moment for a cigarette. He settled on one of the concrete ledges lining the stairs and lit up. The scene involved a pack of actors playing reporters who surged down the city hall, steps to swarm two men emerging from a car at the curb. They rehearsed it twice, then filmed it twice, while Bosch sat through 2 cigarettes. Each time the reporters shouted the same question in a frantic chorus. "Mr. Bars, did you do it? Did you do it?" The 2 men ignored the questions, shoving through the crowd and up the stairs as the reporters scrambled backwards. During one take, a reporter lost his footing while moving in reverse, tumbled onto his back on the steps, and was partly stepped on by the others. The director let the scene continue, probably deciding the stumble added a dash of gritty authenticity. Bosch figured the filmmakers were using the City Hall steps and facade as a stand-in for a courthouse. The men from the car were clearly the defendant and his expensive attorney. He knew City Hall was a popular double for courthouses in films because, ironically, it looked more like one than the actual courthouses in the city. After the second take, boredom set in, though he suspected many more were coming. He stood and walked down to First Street, then over to Los Angeles Street, taking that route back to Parker Center. Along the way, he was only asked for spare change 4 times, a surprisingly low number for downtown, which he mused might signal slightly better economic times. In the lobby of the police building, he passed the row of payphones. On a sudden impulse, he stopped, lifted a receiver, and dialed 305 555 12 12 12. Having worked with Metro-Dade police in Miami on several past cases, 305 was the only Florida area code that immediately came to mind. When the operator answered, he requested Venice, and she politely informed him that the correct area code was 813. He called information again, this time for Venice, Florida. The operator told him the nearest major city was Sarasota. When he asked what was near Sarasota, she said St. Petersburg. That finally clicked. He remembered St. Petersburg from a baseball schedule. The Dodgers sometimes played spring training games there, and he could picture it on Florida's west coast. He asked the operator for McKittrick's number and got a recorded message stating it was unlisted. He considered calling one of the detectives he knew at Metro-Dade to see if they could pull some strings, but he still wasn't sure exactly where Venice was or how far it was from Miami. Then he let it go. McKittrick clearly didn't want to be found. A P.O. box and an unlisted number made that obvious. Bosch couldn't figure out why a retired cop living 3,000 miles from his old job would go to such lengths. But he was certain a phone call wouldn't work even if he got the number. Showing up in person was different. It's harder to ignore someone standing at your door. Besides, he'd already caught a break. McKittrick's pension check was headed to that P.O. box. Bosch was confident he could use that to track him down. He clipped his badge to his suit jacket and headed up to the Scientific Investigation Division. At the counter, he told the woman he needed someone from Latent Prints, then pushed through the half door and walked down the hall to the lab without waiting for permission, a habit of his. The lab was a large room lined with work tables under harsh fluorescent lights. At the far end stood 2 desks with APHIS computer terminals, and behind them a glass-walled room housing the mainframes. Condensation fogged the glass where the cooler air inside met the warmer lab. It was lunchtime and only one technician was present, a tall, thin man with glasses and a face marked by old acne scars, which gave him a permanently grim expression. Bosch didn't recognize him, but decided not to turn back. The technician looked up from his screen. "Yes, hey, how's it going?" Bosch said. "Fine. What can I do for you?" "Harry Bosch, Hollywood Division." He offered his hand. The man hesitated, then gave a tentative shake. "Brad Hirsch. Think I've heard your name. We haven't worked together yet, but in homicide I end up crossing paths with everyone here eventually." "Probably," Hirsch replied, his eyes drifting back to the blue glow of his monitor. He seemed more at ease with the screen than with conversation. Bosch took a seat beside the computer terminal and set his briefcase on his lap. "Reason I'm here is things are quiet out in Tinseltown for the moment. I've been going through some old cold cases, came across one from 1961. 1961? Yeah, it's ancient. A female victim, blunt force trauma. The killer tried to make it look like a strangulation, a sex crime. Case never went anywhere. I doubt anyone seriously looked at it since '62. Anyway, the original investigators pulled a decent set of prints from the scene. Got some partials and a few full rounds. Bosch pulled a faded print card from his briefcase. He held it out, but Hirsch didn't take it, so Bosch laid it on the keyboard in front of him. You know, back then we didn't have all this advanced tech and fancy computers like you see here now. All they could do with these prints was compare them to a suspect's. If there wasn't a match, they'd let the guy walk and just tuck the prints into an envelope. They've been sitting in that case file ever since, so I was thinking maybe we could... You want to run them through APHIS? Exactly. Take a shot, roll the dice. Maybe we get lucky and catch a break on the information highway. It's happened. Just this week, Edgar and Burns over at the Hollywood table cleared an old case with an APHIS run. I was talking to Edgar, and he mentioned one of you guys down here, I think it was Donovan, said, "The system has access to millions of prints from all over the country." Hirsch gave a lukewarm nod. "And that includes more than just criminal files, right?" Bosch pressed. "Military, law enforcement, civil service, the whole works. That correct?" "Yes, that's correct. But, Detective Bosch, Harry, okay, Harry, it's a powerful tool and it's improving all the time. You're right about that. But there are still human and time factors involved. The comparison prints need to be scanned, coded, and then those codes have to be entered. Right now we have a backlog that's running 12 days. He gestured toward a sign above the computer, the kind with changeable numbers, reminiscent of a Union tally tracking days since the last line of duty death. It read, "Automated Fingerprint Identification System. Search requests will take 12 days to process, no exception." So, you see, we can't just bump everyone who walks into the front of the line. If you want to fill out a search request form, I can. Look, I know exceptions are made, especially for homicides. Somebody ran those prints for Burns and Edgar the other day. They didn't wait 12 days. They were processed immediately, and just like that, they cleared 3 murders. Bosch snapped his fingers. Hirsch glanced at him, then back at the computer screen. Yes, exceptions exist. But that approval comes from higher up. If you want to speak with Captain Lavallee, maybe she'll authorize it, if you... Burns and Edgar didn't talk to her. Somebody just did it for them. Well, then that was against protocol. They must have known somebody who made it happen. Well, I know you, Hirsch. Why don't you just fill out a request, and I'll see what I can. I mean, how long does it really take? 10 minutes? No, in your case, much longer. This print card is an antique, completely obsolete. I'd have to run it through the live scan machine to assign codes, then manually enter those codes. Depending on the scope of the search you want, it could take, I don't want any restrictions, Run it against every database you have. Then the computer processing alone could run 30, 40 minutes. Hirsch pushed his glasses up his nose with a finger, a gesture that seemed to underscore his resolve not to bend the rules.
Well, Brad, Bosch said, the problem is, I don't know how much time I've got on this. Definitely not 12 days. No chance. I'm working on it now because I have the time, but the next fresh call that comes in, that's it. I'm off it. That's the nature of homicide work. So, are you sure there's nothing we can do right now? Hirsch didn't move, just stared at the blue screen.
It reminded Bosch of the youth hall, where some kids would just shut down like a computer on standby when the bullies started in. "What are you working on now, Hirsch? We could handle this right now." Hirsch looked at him for a long moment before speaking. "I'm busy, and look, Bosch, I know who you are. Okay, that story about pulling old cases is interesting, but I know it's not true. I know you're on a stress leave. Word gets around. You shouldn't even be here, and I shouldn't be talking to you. So could you please just leave me alone? I don't want any complications. I don't want anyone to misunderstand the situation. You get that right." Bosch studied him, but Hirsch had already shifted his gaze back to the glowing monitor. "All right, Hirsch, let me share something real with you, just one. I'm really not in the mood for another anecdote, Bosch. Why don't you just... I'm telling this story, then I'm gone. Deal."
Just this one. Fine, Bosch. Fine. Go ahead. Bosch waited, his eyes fixed on the technician, but Hirsch kept staring at the screen as if it were a shield. Bosch began anyway. "When I was a kid, not quite 12, I was swimming in a community pool. I was underwater, holding my breath, but my eyes were open. I looked up, through that distorted liquid lens, and saw a dark shape standing at the pool's edge. It was all wavering and unclear.
But I could tell it was a man, and there shouldn't have been a man up there. I surfaced at the side, gasping for air, and I was right. A man in a dark suit. He reached down and clamped a hand on my wrist. I was just a skinny kid. He pulled me out, draped a rough towel over my shoulders, and guided me to a plastic chair. Then, he told me, he said my mother was dead, murdered. He said they didn't know who did it, but the guy left his fingerprints behind. "Don't you worry, son," he told me.
"We've got the prints. They're solid gold. We'll get him. I remember every word. We'll get him. Except they never did. And now I'm going to. That's the story, Hirsch." Hirsch's eyes finally drifted down to the faded print card resting on his keyboard. "That's a rough story, man, but I can't do this. I'm sorry." Bosch stared at him for a long moment before slowly pushing himself up from the chair. "Don't forget the card," Hirsch muttered, picking it up and offering it back.
"I'm leaving it right here," Bosch said, his voice dropping. "You're going to do the right thing, Hirsch. I can feel it." "No, don't. I can't possibly." I said, "I'm leaving it here." The force of his own shout surprised Bosch and visibly startled Hirsch, who quickly set the card back down. After a tense silence, Bosch leaned in close, his voice now a low, urgent whisper. "Everyone wants that moment, Hirsch, the chance to do the right thing. It settles something inside you, even when it means stepping just outside the lines. Sometimes you have to listen to that internal compass telling you which way to go." He straightened up, pulled out his wallet and a pen, and extracted a business card. He scribbled 2 numbers on the back and placed it beside the print card. "That's my portable and my home number. Don't bother with the office line. You know I won't be there. I'll be waiting for your call, Hirsch." He turned and walked out of the lab, the door sighing shut behind him. Chapter 16. Standing by the elevator, Bosch felt certain his attempt to reach Hirsch had failed completely. Hirsch was one of those guys whose visible scars were nothing compared to the ones he carried inside. The department was full of them. A lifetime of being defined by his own reflection had made Hirsch cautious, someone who would never dream of coloring outside the strict lines of his job. Just another institutional robot. For a guy like that, doing the right thing probably meant reporting Bosch or pretending this conversation never happened. He jabbed the elevator button again with his thumb, his mind racing for another angle. The APHIS search was a Hail Mary, but he still needed it done. A thorough investigation ties up every loose end, no matter how frayed. He decided to give Hirsch 24 hours. Then he'd come back and try again. If that didn't work, he'd move on to another technician. He'd try every last one of them until the killer's fingerprints were in that machine. The elevator doors finally groaned open, already packed. He squeezed inside. That was one of the few constants you could count on in Parker Center. Cops, chiefs, even whole administrations would come and go, but the elevators would always be slow and always be full when they finally arrived. The elevator doors slid shut with a soft sigh, and Harry Bosch pressed the unlit button for the basement as the car began its descent. The other occupants stared vacantly at the numbered display above the door. Bosch kept his eyes on his briefcase. The silence in the confined space was thick, broken only by the hum of machinery. Then, just as the elevator began to slow for its next stop, he heard his first name spoken from behind. He turned his head slightly, unsure if the call was meant for him. His gaze landed on Assistant Chief Irvin S. Irving, standing at the rear of the car. They exchanged a brief, silent nod as the doors parted on the first floor. A flicker of concern crossed Bosch's mind. Had Irving seen him select the basement? A detective on forced stress leave had no business down there. He decided the car had been too crowded for the chief to have noticed. Stepping into the alcove off the main lobby, Bosch felt Irving fall into step beside him. "Chief, what brings you all the way downtown, Harry?" Irving's tone was casual, but the question carried more weight than simple curiosity. They moved toward the exit, and Bosch quickly assembled an answer. "I had to head over to Chinatown anyway, so I stopped by payroll. Wanted to switch my check delivery to my house instead of the Hollywood station, since I'm not sure about my return date." Irving gave a slow nod, and Bosch felt reasonably sure the story had been accepted. The assistant chief was roughly his size, but distinguished by a completely shaved head. That polished dome, combined with his notorious intolerance for departmental corruption, had earned him the nickname Mr. Clean among the rank and file. "You have an appointment in Chinatown today. I approved a schedule for Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." "That's right, sir. But she had a cancellation and asked if I could come in today." "I'm glad to hear you're being cooperative." Irving's eyes dropped to Bosch's hand. "What happened there?" "Oh, this." Bosch held up the bandaged hand as if seeing it for the first time. "Trying to be productive with all this free time. I was doing some post-earthquake cleanup at the house and caught it on a piece of broken glass." "I see." Bosch could tell Irving didn't buy that explanation for a second. Frankly, he didn't care. "I'm grabbing a quick lunch over at the Federal Plaza," Irving said. "Care to join me?" "Thanks, Chief, but I already ate." "All right, take care of yourself. I mean that." "I will, thanks." Irving took a few steps, then paused and turned back. "You should know we're handling your situation a bit differently because I intend to get you back into Hollywood homicide at your full grade. I'm waiting on Dr. Hinojos's final report, but I understand it will be a few more weeks. That's what she tells me too. Here's a thought. If you were willing, a letter of apology to Lieutenant Pounds could be very beneficial. When the time comes, I'll have to convince him to accept you back. That's the real hurdle. I can simply issue the order and he'll have to comply, but that won't make for a smooth transition. I'd prefer it if he welcomed your return and everyone could move forward. With all due respect, Chief, I heard he's already replaced me. Pounds did that. He paired my partner with a detective from auto theft. Doesn't sound like he's planning on my return. That's news to me. I'll speak with him about it. Irving let the subject hang for a moment. But seriously, Harry, consider the letter. It could go a long way. Bosch hesitated. He knew Irving was trying to help. Their history was complicated. Once bitter enemies, now connected by a wary mutual respect, forged in the grey areas of the job. "I'll think about the letter, Chief," Bosch finally said. "I'll let you know." "Very well. You know, Harry, sometimes pride can blind you to the right choice. Don't let it get in your way. I'll consider it." Bosch watched Irving stride away, circling the memorial fountain dedicated to fallen officers. He kept his eyes on the man until he reached Temple Street and began crossing toward the Federal Plaza with its cluster of fast food spots. Only then did Bosch feel it was clear to head back inside. He bypassed the elevator once more, taking the stairs down to the basement level. Most of Parker Center's underground floor was dedicated to the Evidence Storage Division. Aside from a few other units like fugitives, it was typically a quiet, echoing space. Bosch encountered no one in the long hallway with its yellow linoleum, reaching the heavy steel doors of ESD without running into a familiar face. The department held the physical evidence for investigations not yet submitted for prosecution. Once a case moved to the attorneys, the evidence usually went with it. This made ESD, in essence, the city's archive of unfinished business. Behind those doors lay the tangible remnants of thousands of cold cases, crimes that had never seen a courtroom. It even carried a scent of stagnation. Being in the building's basement, a damp, musty odor permeated the air, which Bosch had always interpreted as the very smell of neglect and abandoned hope. He entered a small anteroom that functioned as a wire mesh cage. Another door on the far side bore a sign reading ESD staff only. 2 windows were cut into the mesh. One was closed, and behind the other, a uniformed officer was focused on a crossword puzzle. A sign between the windows warned, "Do not store loaded firearms." Bosch approached the open window and rested his elbows on the counter. The officer glanced up after penciling in a word. His name tag read Nelson. Nelson's eyes scanned Bosch's ID card, saving any introduction. How do you say that name? Hieronymus. It rhymes with anonymous. Hieronymus, isn't there a rock band by that name? Could be. What can I do for you? Hieronymus from Hollywood. I have a question. Go ahead. Bosch placed the pink evidence slip on the counter. I need to pull the box for this case. It's quite old. Any chance it's still here? The officer took the slip, let out a low whistle at the date, and began copying the case number onto a request log. Should be. We don't throw anything away. You want to see the Black Dahlia file? We've got that. That's what, over 50 years old now. We've got boxes going back even further. If it wasn't solved, it's here. He looked up and gave a knowing wink. I'll be right back. Why don't you fill out the form? Nelson gestured with his pen toward a counter on the back wall where the standard request forms were stacked. He stood and vanished from the window. Bosch heard him call out to someone in the depths of the storage area. "Charlie! Hey, Charlie!" An indistinct voice shouted something back. "Take the window," Nelson yelled. "I'm taking the time machine." Bosch was familiar with the so-called time machine, a golf cart used to navigate the vast, deep aisles of the storage facility. The older the case, the farther back in time it was filed, and the longer the journey to retrieve it. The time machine made that trek possible. Bosch walked over, completed a request form, and then reached through the window to place it on top of the crossword puzzle. As he waited, his eyes wandered to another sign on the back wall. Narcotics evidence not released without 492 form. He had no idea what that form entailed. Just then, the steel doors swung open and a detective Bosch didn't recognize walked in, carrying a murder book under his arm. He approached the counter, received a case number, and completed the necessary paperwork. Moving to the window, He saw no trace of Charlie. After a brief wait, the detective beside him glanced over. "Is anyone actually working back there?" "One guy went to fetch a box for me," Bosch replied. "He told someone else to cover the window. No idea where that person went." Perfect. The detective knocked sharply on the counter. A few minutes later, another uniformed officer appeared. He was an older man with white hair and a rounded build, his complexion pale from years spent in the basement's artificial light. He accepted the evidence request slip from the detective and disappeared again, leaving the two of them waiting. Bosch could feel the other man's eyes on him, a sidelong glance pretending not to be one. "You're Bosch, aren't you?" the detective finally asked. "From Hollywood Division?" Bosch gave a single nod. The man extended his hand with a smile. "Tom North, Pacific Division. Our paths haven't crossed?" "No, they haven't." Bosch shook the hand without warmth. "We haven't met, but listen," North continued, undeterred. "I worked burglary out of Devonshire for 6 years before I landed my homicide spot in Pacific. You know who my commanding officer was back then?" Bosch shook his head, his lack of interest apparently invisible. "Pounds. Lieutenant Harvey, 98 pounds. Can you believe it? He was my CO. So anyway, word gets around. I heard what you did to him, shoved his face right through a goddamn window. That's fantastic, man. Absolutely fantastic. More power to you. I nearly choked laughing when I got the news. Glad I could provide some amusement. No, seriously, I know you're catching hell for it. I heard about that too. I just wanted you to know you made my week. A lot of people are on your side, man. Thanks. So what brings you down here? I heard they had you on the stress leave roster. It irritated Bosch. This realization that strangers in the department knew his business, his current status. He fought to keep his tone even. "Look, Bosch, your box is here." It was Nelson the clerk. He was at the window, sliding a pale blue box through the opening. It was roughly the size of a shoebox, sealed with brittle red tape that looked decades old, the whole thing coated in a fine layer of dust. Bosch abandoned his sentence. He gave North a dismissive wave and moved to the box. "Sign here," Nelson said, placing a yellow receipt on top, which stirred a small cloud of dust he batted away. Bosch signed, lifted the box carefully with both hands, and turned. North was watching him. He offered a single understanding nod, as if realizing questions were unwelcome. Bosch nodded back and headed for the door. "Hey, Bosch!" North called out. "I didn't mean anything by that earlier." "About the list, no offense, okay." Bosch just stared at him as he pushed through the door with his back, offering no reply. He moved down the hallway, cradling the box in both hands, as though it held something fragile and irreplaceable. Chapter 17. Carmen Hinojos was in her waiting room when Bosch arrived, a few minutes behind schedule. She guided him inside, dismissing his apology for his tardiness with a wave. She wore a navy blue suit, and as he passed her in the doorway, he caught a faint, clean scent of soap. He took the same seat as before, the one on the right side of her desk near the window. Hinojos offered a slight smile, and Bosch found himself wondering why. There were 2 chairs available on the client side of the desk. In each of their 3 meetings he had chosen this specific one, the one closest to the window. He wondered if she had noticed this pattern, and what, if anything, she inferred from it. "You seem tired," she observed. "You don't look as though you slept much last night." "I suppose I didn't, but I'm all right." "Have you reconsidered anything we talked about yesterday?" "No, not really. You're still pursuing this private investigation, for the time being." She nodded, as if his answer was precisely what she had anticipated. "Today I'd like to discuss your mother." "Why? This has nothing to do with why I'm on leave or why I'm sitting here now. I believe it's relevant. Understanding this could help us get to the core of what's driving you, what's behind this personal investigation you've launched. It might clarify a great deal about your recent choices. I seriously doubt that. What exactly do you want to know?" Yesterday you hinted at her way of life, but you never actually stated what she did, who she was after our session. I wondered if you struggled to accept it, to the point where you can't even say the word that she was a prostitute. There, I said it. She was a prostitute. I'm a grown man, Doctor. I can handle the truth. I respect the truth, no matter how ugly it is. I think you're chasing shadows here, maybe. How do you feel about her now? What are you asking? Anger? Resentment? Do you still love her? I don't dwell on it. Hate? No. I loved her then. That didn't vanish when she was gone. What about feeling abandoned? I'm way too old for that. But back then, when it first happened, Bosch was quiet for a moment. I'm sure I felt some of that. Her choices, her profession, got her killed, and I was the one left behind the fence. Yeah, I was angry about that. I felt deserted. I was hurt more than anything. The hurt was the worst of it. She did love me. What do you mean, behind the fence? I mentioned it yesterday. I was in McLaren, the juvenile hall. Right? So her death meant you couldn't leave there. Is that correct? For a time. How long? I was in and out until I was 16. I spent a few months here and there with a couple of foster families, but I always got returned. Then, when I was 16, another couple took me in. I stayed until I was 17. Found out later they kept cashing the county checks for a full year after I'd enlisted. County checks. From the Department of Public Social Services. They call it the Division of Youth Services now. Foster parents received a monthly stipend. Some people took kids in just for that money. I'm not accusing this particular couple of that, but they never reported that I'd left. I see, where were you? Vietnam. Hold on, let's step back. You said you were placed with foster families twice before and were sent back. What happened? Why did it not work out? I don't know, they didn't want me, said it wasn't a good fit. I'd go back to those dorms behind the fence and wait my turn. Getting rid of a teenage boy was about as easy as selling a car with 3 flat tires. Foster families always preferred the little kids. Did you ever try to run away from the hall a few times? I always got picked up somewhere in Hollywood. If placing teenagers was so difficult, how did you manage it the 3rd time when you were even older at 16? Bosch gave a hollow laugh and shook his head. You're gonna love this one. I was picked by this man and his wife because I was left-handed. Left-handed? I don't understand. I was a lefty, and I could throw a decent fastball. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, come on, it was. Look, Sandy Koufax was pitching for the Dodgers then. He was a lefty, making a fortune. This Foster guy, Earl Morse, had played some semi-pro ball but never made the big leagues. So he decided he'd manufacture a left-handed pitching prospect. He figured good left-handers were a rare find, a hot commodity. Earl thought he'd snag some kid with raw talent, whip him into shape, and then become his manager or agent when the big contracts rolled in. It was his pathetic ticket back into the game. The whole thing was insane. But I guess his own dreams had blown up in his face. He came out to McLaren, took a bunch of us to the field to play catch. We had a team, played against other halls, sometimes schools in the valley would even let us play them. Earl took us out to toss a ball around, and looking back, it was clearly a tryout. Though none of us realized it then, the truth of what was happening didn't dawn on me until much later. He latched onto me the moment he noticed I was left-handed and could pitch. The other kids were forgotten, discarded like yesterday's news. Bosch shook his head at the recollection. So you went with him? I did. There was a wife, too. She hardly ever spoke to me or to him. He'd have me throw 100 pitches a day at an old tire hanging in the backyard. Every night there were these endless coaching lectures. I lasted about a year before I'd had enough, and left. You ran away? In a manner of speaking, I enlisted. I needed Earl's signature, though. At first he refused. He had big league dreams for me, so I told him I'd never touch a baseball again. He signed. He and his wife kept cashing those DPS checks while I was overseas. I suppose the extra money softened the blow of losing his future star. She was quiet for a long moment. She seemed to be studying her notes, though Bosch hadn't seen her write a word. "You know," he said, breaking the silence. "About 10 years later, when I was still on patrol, I stopped a drunk driver weaving off the Hollywood freeway onto Sunset. It was a Sunday. He was all over the road. When I got to the window and looked in, it was Earl. He was coming home from a Dodgers game. I saw the program on the passenger seat. She looked at him but said nothing. He was still lost in the memory. Guess he never found that lefty he was searching for. He was so far gone he didn't even recognize me." "What did you do?" "Took his keys and called his wife. Probably the only break I ever gave the man." She glanced down at her pad. "What about your biological father? What about him? Did you ever know who he was? Did you have any relationship?" "I met him once. I wasn't curious until after I came back from overseas. I tracked him down. Turned out he was my mother's lawyer. Had a family, the whole picture. He was dying when I saw him. Looked like a skeleton. So no, I never really knew him. His name was Bosch? No. My name was something she made up. The painter. She thought Los Angeles was like his paintings, all that paranoia and fear. Once she gave me a book of his work." Another stretch of silence followed as she considered this. "These stories, Harry," she said finally, in their own way, "they're heartbreaking. They show me the boy who became the man. They show me how deep the hole was after your mother died. You know, you'd have every right to blame her for a lot of it. No one would fault you for that." He met her gaze, his reply measured. "I don't blame her for anything. I blame the man who took her from me. These are my stories, not hers. You can't get a sense of her from this. You didn't know her like I did. All I know is she did everything she could to get us out. She never stopped telling me that. She never stopped trying. She just ran out of time." She nodded, accepting his words. After a pause, she asked, "Did she ever tell you what she did for a living?" "Not directly. How did you find out?" "I can't pinpoint it. I think I didn't fully understand until after she was gone and I was older. I was 10 when they took me away. I didn't really know why." "Did she ever have men stay with her while you were there?" "No, that never happened. But you must have had some sense of the life she was leading, the life you both were leading. She told me she was a waitress. She worked nights. She'd leave me with a woman named Mrs. de Torre, who had a room in the same hotel. Mrs. de Torre watched 4 or 5 of us, kids whose mothers were all doing the same kind of work. None of us knew." He stopped there, but her silence told him she was waiting for more one evening. After my grandmother had drifted off, I slipped out and made my way down to the boulevard, heading for the diner where my mother claimed to work. She wasn't there. When I asked about her, the staff just looked at me blankly. They had no idea who I was talking about. "Did you ever confront your mother?" "No, but the following night I trailed her. She left wearing her waitress uniform, and I followed at a distance. She went straight to her best friend Meredith Roman's apartment upstairs. When they came back out, they were both dressed up. Nice dresses, full makeup, the whole look. Then they got into a cab together and drove off. I couldn't keep up, but you understood. I understood something was off, but I was only about 9 years old. How much could I really grasp? What about the act she put on every night, dressing like a waitress? Did that make you angry? Not at all. In a strange way, I thought it was noble. She was trying to shield me, to protect me from whatever was really going on." Hinojos gave a slow nod, acknowledging his perspective. "Close your eyes for me." "Close my eyes?" "Yes. I want you to close them and think back to when you were that boy. Go ahead. What's this about? Humor me, please." Bosch shook his head, mildly irritated, but he complied. He felt a little foolish, sitting there with his eyes shut. "All right. Good. Now I want you to tell me a story about your mother. Whatever memory of her comes to you most clearly. He concentrated, letting images flicker through his mind until one settled and held. Okay. Go on. Tell it. We were at McLaren. She'd come for a visit and we were standing by the fence near the ball field. Why does that moment stand out?
I'm not sure. Just her being there always made me feel better, even though our visits usually ended in tears. You should have seen that place on visiting days, everyone crying. And I remember this one because it was near the end. Not long after that, she was gone, maybe a couple of months. Do you recall what you talked about? All sorts of things. Baseball. She loved the Dodgers. I remember one of the older boys had taken the new sneakers she'd given me for my birthday.
She noticed I wasn't wearing them and got really upset. Why did he take them? She asked me the same thing. What did you tell her? I said he took them because he could. See, they could call McLaren whatever they wanted, but really it was a prison for kids, with the same social order, dominant groups, weaker ones, the whole hierarchy. Where did you fit in? I kept to myself mostly, but when a bigger kid took my shoes, I became one of the submissive ones. It was about survival.
And your mother was upset by this?
Yeah, but she didn't get how things worked there. She wanted to go complain to someone. She didn't realize that would only make it worse for me. Then it hit her. What was really going on, and she just started crying. Bosch fell quiet, the memory vivid in his mind. He could almost feel the damp air and smell the orange blossoms from the nearby groves. Hinojos gently pulled him back. What did you do when she cried? I probably cried too. I usually did. I hated making her feel bad, but there was a strange comfort in knowing she understood what I was going through. Only a mother can do that, you know. Make you feel a little better even when everything feels sad. His eyes still closed, Bosch stayed lost in the recollection. What did she say to you? She promised she was going to get me out. She told me her lawyer was preparing an appeal to challenge the custody ruling and the courts finding that she was unfit. She said there were other options too. The point was, she was determined to bring me home. That lawyer was your father? Yes, though I didn't know it then. What stays with me is that the courts were wrong about her. That's what still gets to me. She was kind to me, and nobody else seemed to notice that. I still remember her promise. She said she'd handle what she needed to, but she'd find a way to get me out. But she never did. No, she ran out of time like I told you. I'm sorry. Bosch opened his eyes and met her gaze. Yeah, me too. Chapter 18. Bosch had left his car in a paid lot near Hill Street, costing him $12. He merged onto the 101, heading north into the hills. During the drive, his eyes kept drifting to the blue evidence box on the passenger seat. He didn't open it, though. He wanted to wait until he was home. Flipping on the radio, he caught the tail end of a DJ introducing an Abbey Lincoln track. The song was new to him, but the lyrics and her husky, soulful voice pulled him in immediately. Bird alone, flying high, flying through a clouded sky, sending mournful, soulful sounds, soaring over troubled grounds. Once he reached Woodrow Wilson Drive, he parked his usual half-block away from the house and carried the box inside, setting it on the dining table. He lit a cigarette and paced the room, glancing down at the box every so often. He already knew what was inside from the evidence list in the murder book, yet opening it felt like trespassing on something private, committing a vague, unsettling sin. Finally, he pulled out his keys. Using a small penknife from the ring, he sliced through the red tape sealing the box. Without letting himself hesitate further, he lifted the lid. Inside, each item from the victim was wrapped in yellowed, but still transparent plastic bags. He took them out one by one, laying them on the table, studying each piece through its sterile covering without removing anything. He checked the murder book's evidence list to confirm nothing was missing. Everything was accounted for. Holding the small bag containing the gold earrings up to the light, they looked like frozen teardrops. He set it aside and noticed the blouse folded neatly at the bottom of the box. Through the plastic, he could see the bloodstain exactly where the evidence sheet indicated, on the left breast, about 2 inches from the center button. He ran a finger over the plastic where the stain was, and that's when it hit him. There was no other blood anywhere, not on the undergarments, the skirt, the stockings, or the pumps, only on the blouse. The autopsy report had noted no lacerations on the body, so where had this blood come from? He wanted to review the crime scene and autopsy photos, but knew he couldn't bring himself to open that envelope. Instead, he pulled the bag with the blouse from the box and examined the evidence tag and markings. Nowhere was there any reference to the blood having been analyzed. A spark of energy shot through him. There was a real chance this blood belonged to the killer, not the victim. He didn't know whether blood this old could still be typed or tested for DNA, but he was determined to find out. The catch, of course, was comparison. Even if the blood could be analyzed, it wouldn't mean much without something to match it to. To get a sample from Conklin or Mittel or anyone else, he'd need a court order. And for that, he'd need solid evidence, not just hunches. He was gathering the evidence bags to return them to the box when he paused, his attention caught by one item he hadn't examined closely before, the belt used to strangle the victim. For a long moment he studied it as if it were a snake he needed to identify, then cautiously reached into the box and picked it up. The evidence tag was threaded through one of the belt holes. On the smooth silver seashell buckle, a smudge of black powder remained, a partial thumbprint's ridgelines still faintly visible. He lifted the belt into the light, the sight of it a physical ache he forced himself to endure. It was a simple black leather belt, an inch wide, its main ornament the large seashell buckle, with smaller silver shells studded along its length. The memories surfaced unbidden. He hadn't chosen it himself. Meredith Roman had taken him to the department store on Wilshire, spotted it on a rack, and insisted his mother would love it. She paid, letting him present it as his birthday gift to her. Meredith had been correct. His mother wore it frequently. Every single time she visited after the court placed him in the system, and she was wearing it on the night she died. He read the tag, finding only the case number and McKittrick's name. On the leather tongue, the second and fourth holes were worn into ovals, stretched by the buckle's spoke. He imagined her cinching it tighter on some nights, perhaps for a date, or leaving it loose over a sweater. He knew every detail of this object now, except the one that mattered, the identity of the person who had last held it as a weapon. The realization settled over him. Whoever had gripped this leather strip before the police arrived had not only ended a life, but had permanently fractured his own. He placed it back in the box with deliberate care, covering it with the other clothing, and sealed the lid. He couldn't remain in the house a moment longer. A sudden, urgent need for movement propelled him out the door, still in the same clothes. He started the Mustang and drove into the deepening night, taking Cahuenga down into Hollywood. He pretended not to have a destination, but it was a hollow lie. He knew exactly where he was going, turning east onto Hollywood Boulevard, then north onto Vista. He slipped into the first alley. His headlights cut a path through the darkness, illuminating a makeshift homeless camp, a couple under a cardboard shelter, other forms wrapped in blankets and newsprint, the dying embers in a trash can casting a feeble glow. He drove slowly, his gaze fixed further down to the spot marked in the crime scene diagrams from the murder book. The storefront was now an adult video shop, with a discreet alley entrance for its clientele. Several cars were parked in the rear. Bosch stopped near the door, killed the engine and lights, and simply sat. He felt no compulsion to get out. He had never visited this place before, but he needed to sit here, to watch, and to feel lighting a cigarette. He watched a man with a paper bag hurry from the shop's back door to a waiting car. His mind drifted back to a tiny apartment on Camrose, to summer evenings in the back courtyard when his mother wasn't working. They would listen to the mangled music drifting over the hill from the Hollywood Bowl, the traffic and city noise butchering the melodies, though the high notes sometimes pierced through cleanly. He didn't care about the music. He cared that she was there beside him. It was their stolen time. She always promised they would go together one day to hear Scheherazade, her favorite. They never got the chance. The system took him, and then death took her. It's almost funny, in a bitterly cosmic way, the promises we make to children that the world so casually breaks. He finally heard the Philharmonic perform that piece years later with Sylvia. When she saw the tears in his eyes, she assumed it was the beauty of the music that moved him. He never found the right moment to explain that it was the ghost of a broken promise and the echo of a woman who loved seashells on a black leather belt that had undone him. A sudden movement drew his eye, and a fist thumped hard against his driver's side window. Bosch's left hand shot instinctively beneath his jacket, finding only an empty holster at his waist. He turned to see an elderly woman, her face a road map of deep lines, layered in what seemed like 3 complete outfits. After rapping on the glass, she simply held out an open palm. Still rattled, Bosch fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a $5 bill, started the car to lower the window, and handed it over. She accepted the money without a word and shuffled away into the alley's gloom. Watching her retreat, Bosch was struck by a twin sense of dislocation. How did she end up here? And for that matter, how had he? He pulled out of the alley and back onto Hollywood Boulevard, driving at first without direction until a grim purpose solidified. He wasn't ready to face Conklin or Mittel directly, but he felt a compulsion to see the worlds they inhabited, the homes that marked their stations in life. He followed the boulevard to Alvarado, then down to 3rd Street, heading west. The journey took him from the stark third-world poverty of the neighborhood, some called Little Salvador, past the weary grandeur of Hancock Park's aging mansions, and finally to the sprawling Park La Brea complex, a vast maze of apartments, condos, and the inevitable assisted living facilities. Cruising slowly down Ogden Drive, he spotted the Park La Brea Life Care Center. Life care, he thought, with a bitter twist. The only life they probably cared about was the timing of its end, freeing up a room for the next paying customer. The building was a bland 12-story slab of concrete and glass. Through the lobby's facade, he could make out a security guard at his station, a sad testament that in this city not even the old and frail were granted peace. He glanced upward. Most windows were already dark, though it was only 9 o'clock. The place felt utterly deserted. A honk from behind startled him, and he accelerated away, his mind turning to Conklin. Did the old man, tucked away in some room up there, ever spare a thought for Marjorie Lowe after all these decades? The question hung in the air, unanswered and heavy. His next destination was Mount Olympus, that garish hillside development of pseudo-Roman estates looming over Hollywood. The intended neoclassical aesthetic was, in Bosch's experience, more accurately dubbed neoclassical. The massive, costly homes were crammed together like crooked teeth, adorned with ornate columns and statues that screamed of tasteless excess. Turning off Laurel Canyon onto Mount Olympus Drive, then onto Electra and Hercules, he crept along, squinting at curb addresses to match the one in his notebook. When he found Mittel's house, he stopped cold, stunned by recognition. He'd never been inside, but everyone knew this place, a circular mansion crowning one of the most famous promontories in the Hollywood Hills. It was less a home and more a monument. Bosch gazed at it with a mix of awe and revulsion, imagining the vast interior and the sweeping views from mountain to sea. Externally lit with stark white lights, its curved walls made it look like a sleek spacecraft that had landed on the peak, ready for launch at any moment. This was no simple kitsch. It was a blatant declaration of its owner's wealth and reach. A formidable iron gate stood watch over a long, climbing driveway, but tonight it stood open. Several cars and at least 3 limousines were parked along one side, with more vehicles crowding the circular turnaround at the top. The realization that a party was in full swing finally dawned on him just as a flash of red passed his window and his car door was pulled open. Bosch turned to face a dark-complexioned Latino man in a white shirt and red vest. "Good evening, sir. We'll take your car from here," the man said smoothly. "If you could please walk up the left side of the drive, the greeters will assist you." Bosch stared, unmoving, his mind racing through the implications of this unexpected invitation, sir. Bosch cautiously emerged from the Mustang, accepting a numbered slip of paper from the valet before the man slid into the driver's seat and pulled away. Standing alone on the driveway, he felt a familiar unease, the sensation of allowing circumstances to steer him, a habit he knew was dangerous. He paused, watching the Mustang's taillights dissolve into the darkness, then surrendered to the impulse. Adjusting his collar and straightening his tie, he started up the winding drive, weaving past a team of attendants in red vests. As he cleared the line of limousines, the full panorama of the glittering city abruptly unveiled itself. He stopped, arrested by the sight. To one side, the Pacific Ocean lay under a silver moon. To the other, the distant skyline of downtown Los Angeles pierced the night. This vista alone, he thought, justified the home's astronomical price tag. From his left drifted the murmur of music, laughter, and clinking glasses. He followed a curving stone path that traced the estate's edge, where the hillside fell away sharply toward the lights of houses far below. The path opened onto a leveled lawn, brilliantly lit and crowded with people mingling under a tent as pale as bone. At least 150 elegantly dressed guests circulated, sipping cocktails and selecting canapés from trays borne by young women in sleek black dresses, sheer stockings, and crisp white aprons. Bosch briefly wondered where all the parked cars had been stashed. Instantly conscious of his own modest attire, he braced to be exposed as an interloper. Yet the scene possessed such a detached, almost surreal quality that he held his position. A man who looked like a surfer stuffed into an expensive suit approached. He was maybe 25, with hair bleached by the sun and skin deeply tanned. His tailored light brown suit, probably called cocoa by the wearer, likely cost more than Bosch's entire wardrobe. He offered a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Good evening, sir. Everything all right? I'm fine," Bosch replied. "Your status remains to be seen." The surfer's smile widened, becoming almost genuine. "I'm Mr. Johnson, handling security for tonight's benefit. Might I ask if you have your invitation with you?" Bosch allowed a beat to pass. "My apologies. It didn't occur to me to bring it. I didn't think Gordon would require such formality at an event like this." He hoped using Mittel's first name would introduce enough doubt to prevent immediate action. Johnson's frown was fleeting. "In that case, would you mind signing in for me, of course?" Bosch was escorted to a side table near the entrance. A red, white, and blue banner stretched across its front red. Robert Shefford now. The message clarified the evening's purpose. A guest registry lay open on the table, attended by a woman in a black velvet cocktail dress that left little to the imagination. Mr. Johnson seemed momentarily more interested in her than in Bosch, who signed Harvey Pounds into the ledger. As he wrote, Bosch noted a stack of pledge cards and a champagne flute stuffed with pencils. He picked up an information sheet, skimming details about the unannounced candidate. Johnson finally glanced at the name Bosch had written. "Thank you, Mr. Pounds. Enjoy the evening." Johnson melted into the crowd, likely to verify the guest list. Bosch decided he would linger just long enough to locate Mittel, then depart before the surfer returned. He moved away from the tent's edge, crossing a narrow stretch of lawn to a low retaining wall. He pretended to absorb the view, which was, in truth, breathtaking. Only an airplane on final approach to LAX could claim a higher vantage. But from up here, he had the sweeping breadth of the basin, the chill of the evening breeze, and the distant hum of the city rising from below. Bosch turned to survey the gathering beneath the white canopy. He scanned the faces, but Gordon Mittel was nowhere to be seen. A dense cluster of people had formed near the centre, all straining to get closer to the man Bosch assumed was the candidate, Shepherd. The crowd, while uniformly affluent, spanned generations. Harry suspected many were here, as much for Mittel as for the politician. A server in a black and white uniform approached with a tray of champagne flutes. He accepted one with a nod and turned back toward the sprawling vista of the city. He took a sip. It was probably expensive, but to him, champagne was champagne. He was considering finishing it quickly and making his exit when a voice spoke up beside him. "Magnificent, isn't it? Better than any film. I could stand here for hours." Bosch gave a slight tilt of his head in acknowledgement, but kept his eyes forward. He wasn't looking for conversation. "It's something. Personally, I prefer the view from my side of the hill." "Oh, where's that?" "Over on Woodrow Wilson."
Ah, yes. Some lovely homes up there. Not like mine, Bosch thought. Unless you're a fan of post-earthquake chic, the San Gabriels are spectacular in this light, the man continued. I considered that area, but ultimately chose here. This time, Bosch turned. He was face to face with Gordon Mittel. The host extended his hand. Gordon Mittel. Bosch paused, then shook it, figuring Mittel was accustomed to people being thrown off by his presence. "Harvey Pounds," he said. Mittel was in a formal tuxedo, absurdly overdressed for the event, just as Bosch felt conspicuously underdressed. His grey hair was cut close, his tan looked salon perfect, and he carried himself with the lean, coiled tension of a man decades younger. "A pleasure. Glad you could join us," Mittel said smoothly. "Have you had a chance to meet Robert yet?" "Not yet. He seems a bit surrounded at the moment." "Yes. He does draw a crowd. He'll be eager to meet you when he breaks free." "I imagine he'll be just as eager to cash my check." "That too," Mittel replied, with a practiced smile that didn't reach his eyes. "But seriously, I hope you'll consider supporting him. He's the right man for the job, and we need more like him in Washington." The smile was so transparently artificial that Harry wondered if Mittel had already pegged him as an interloper. Bosch mirrored the smile and tapped the breast pocket of his jacket. "Don't worry, the checkbook is right here." The gesture reminded him of what was actually in that pocket, not a checkbook, but his badge holder. A sudden, reckless impulse, fueled by the champagne, took hold. He wanted to rattle Mittel, to scrape away the polished veneer. "Tell me something," Bosch said, his tone shifting to a casual, almost taunting curiosity. "Is Shepherd the real deal, the one you're grooming for the big show someday? Is he your ticket all the way to the White House?" Mittel brushed off what might have been a flicker of irritation. "That remains to be seen. The Senate is the immediate goal, one step at a time." Bosch nodded, making a show of looking over the crowd again. "You've certainly got the right crowd for it. But you know, I don't spot Arno Conklin. Are you two still close? He was your first big project, wasn't he?" A deep furrow appeared on Mittel's forehead. "Well, he seemed momentarily discomfited, but recovered swiftly. To be honest, we haven't spoken in years. He's retired now, an old man in a wheelchair. Do you know Arno?" "Never met him." "Then what brings such ancient history to mind?" Bosch shrugged. "Just a student of political patterns, I guess. And what is it you do for a living, Mr. Pounds?
Or is history your profession? I'm in law. We have that in common, then. I sincerely doubt that. I'm a Stanford man myself, and you. Bosch let the question hang for a beat. Vietnam. Mittel's frown returned, and the polite interest drained from his expression completely, as if a plug had been pulled. Well, I suppose I should circulate a bit more. Keep an eye on the champagne, and if you decide you shouldn't drive, one of the valets can take you home. Just ask for Manuel, the guy in the red vest. Yeah, that's right, one of them. Bosch raised his glass. No worries, this is only my third. Mittel gave a nod and melted back into the crowd. Bosch watched him weave under the tent, pausing here and there for a quick handshake, before finally reaching the house. He slipped through a set of French doors into what appeared to be a living room or maybe a sunroom. Mittel walked over to a sofa and leaned down to speak quietly to a man in a suit. This man looked to be about Mittel's age, but carried himself with a tougher edge. His face was angular, and even seated, it was clear he had a heavier, more solid build. In his younger days, he'd probably relied on brawn over brains. Mittel straightened up, and the other man simply nodded in reply. Mittel then vanished deeper into the house. Bosch finished his champagne and began working his way through the tented crowd toward the house. As he neared the French doors, one of the servers in a black and white uniform asked if he needed assistance finding something. He said he was looking for the restroom, and she pointed him to another door on the left. He followed her direction and found the door locked. After a brief wait, it finally opened, and a man and a woman emerged, giggling when they saw Bosch waiting. They hurried back toward the party. Inside the bathroom, Bosch unbuttoned his jacket and pulled a folded piece of paper from the inside left pocket. It was the photocopy of the Johnny Fox article Keisha Russell had given him. He unfolded it, took out a pen, and circled the names Johnny Fox, Arno Conklin, and Gordon Mittel. Then, below the story, he wrote, "What exactly qualified Johnny for that job?" He refolded the page twice, pressing the creases firmly with his fingers. On the outside he wrote, "For Gordon Mittel's eyes only." Back under the tent, Bosch found a server in black and white and handed her the folded note. "You need to find Mr. Mittel immediately," he told her. "Give him this. He's expecting it." He watched her go, then made his way back through the crowd to the sign-in table near the entrance. Quickly bending over the guest registry, he wrote down his mother's name. The hostess at the table objected that he had already signed in. "This is for someone else," he said. For an address, he wrote Hollywood and Vista. He left the phone number line blank. Bosch scanned the crowd again, but saw neither Mittel nor the server he'd handed the note to. Then he looked through the French doors, and Mittel appeared, the note in his hand. He walked slowly into the room, studying it. Bosch could tell by the movement of his eyes that he was reading the scribbled question at the bottom. Even beneath his artificial tan he seemed to go pale. Bosch took a step back into the entrance alcove and watched. He could feel his heart picking up its pace. It felt like he was watching some private drama unfold on a stage. A look of confused anger settled on Mittel's face now. Bosch saw him hand the page to the rugged man still seated in the plush chair. Then Mittel turned toward the glass panels and looked out at the people under the tent. He said something, and Bosch thought he could read his lips. "Son of a gun!" Then he began speaking more rapidly, snapping out orders. The man in the chair stood up, and Bosch knew instinctively it was his signal to leave. He walked quickly back out to the driveway and jogged down to the group of valets in red vests. He handed his ticket and a $10 bill to one of them, saying in Spanish that he was in a serious hurry. Still, the wait felt endless. As he stood there nervously, Bosch kept his eyes fixed on the house, waiting for the rugged man to appear. He'd noted which direction the valet had gone for his car and was ready to sprint that way if he had to. He began to wish, not for the first time that evening, that he had his gun with him. Whether he truly required it was irrelevant. In that instant, he understood it, provided a feeling of safety he couldn't bear to be without. The man in the suit, who reminded Bosch of a misplaced surfer, emerged at the head of the driveway and marched purposefully toward him. Simultaneously, Bosch spotted his Mustang turning onto the street. He stepped off the curb, ready to claim it. The suited man reached him just a moment sooner. "Hey, hold up there a second." Bosch pivoted away from his approaching car and drove his fist into the man's jaw, sending him stumbling backward onto the pavement. A low groan escaped as the man curled onto his side, both hands cradling his face. Bosch was certain the jaw was at least dislocated, if not shattered. He flexed his own aching hand as the Mustang squealed to a halt beside him. The driver in the red vest was fumbling with his seatbelt. Bosch yanked him clear of the open door and slid behind the wheel. As he gripped the steering column, he glanced up the driveway and saw the burly enforcer now hurrying down. Spotting his colleague on the ground, the man broke into a run, but his steps were clumsy and unsteady on the sloping concrete. Bosch watched the heavy strain against his trouser legs before the man's feet slipped out from under him, sending him crashing down. Two other red-vested attendants moved to help, but were angrily shoved away. Bosch slammed the accelerator, and the Mustang surged forward, tires screaming. He wound his way up to Mulholland Drive and turned east, heading for the canyon. A raw, electric current of adrenaline pulsed through his veins. He hadn't just escaped, he'd landed a direct blow, right on a raw nerve. Let Mittel chew on that for a while, Bosch thought. Let him lie awake tonight wondering what comes next. Then, alone in the rushing car, he shouted, the words swallowed by the engine's roar. "Got to you, didn't I? Scared you right down to your bones." He smacked the steering wheel with a victorious palm, the sting a satisfying punctuation to his triumph. The coyote returned to him in sleep. It was running again, a swift, grey shadow on a high mountain trail far from any house or road. It moved with urgent, instinctive speed, not lost, but fleeing. The path was familiar, its own territory, and it knew it would escape. What pursued it remained formless, a presence felt more than seen, a weight in the darkness at its back. The animal's entire being was focused on the primal need to get away. The telephone shattered the dream, its ring slicing through the quiet like a blade. Bosch pushed the pillow off his head, rolled over, and was immediately blinded by the sharp horizontal light of early morning streaming through the unshaded window. He'd forgotten to close the blinds. Groping for the phone on the floor, he grabbed it. "Wait!" he grunted. He dropped the receiver on the rumpled sheets, sat up, and dragged a hand over his stubbled face. Squinting at the clock, he saw it was 7:10. He cleared the gravel from his throat and brought the phone back to his ear. "Yeah, Detective Bosch, speaking. It's Brad Hirsch. Sorry for the early call." Bosch's sleep-fogged mind scrambled for a moment. Brad Hirsch. The name meant nothing. "So right," he said, still searching his memory. A pause lingered on the line. "From Layton's? You came by yesterday, you asked me to?" "Hirsch. Right, Hirsch, I remember. What is it? I ran that APHIS search you wanted? Came in early and piggybacked it on another job for Devonshire homicide? Shouldn't raise any flags." Bosch swung his legs over the side of the bed, pulled open the nightstand drawer, and fished out a notepad and a pencil. He noticed the pad was from the Surf and Sand Hotel in Laguna Beach, a relic from a few days spent there with Sylvia the previous fall, a brief escape that felt like someone else's life now. "You ran it, and... well, that's why I'm calling. I'm sorry, but I got nothing." Bosch tossed the pad back into the drawer and fell back against the pillows. No hits at all. The system flagged 2 possibles. I did a side-by-side visual review myself. They weren't even close. No matches. "I know this case is important to you, so I'm sorry. His voice trailed off. You checked every database on the network? Bosch asked. Every single one we have access to. Let me ask you something. Those databases, do they include records for district attorney staff, for LAPD personnel? Silence stretched over the line as Hirsch evidently processed the implication of the question. You still there, Hirsch? Yeah. The answer is yes, they do. How far back do those records go? You understand what I'm asking? How far back do these fingerprint databases go? Bosch asked. Hirsch considered the question. It varies by department. The LAPD's archive is pretty comprehensive. I'd estimate we have records for nearly everyone employed here since the 1940s. That effectively ruled out Irving and any other current officers, Bosch thought, though it didn't trouble him. His focus was elsewhere. What about the district attorney's office? That's a different system, Hirsch replied. I believe they didn't start routinely fingerprinting their staff until the mid-1960s. Bosch knew Arno Conklin was at the DA's office during that period, but by then he would have already been elected district attorney. It seemed unlikely a man in that position would voluntarily submit his prints, particularly if he was aware a latent print from a murder book could be matched to him. He then considered Gordon Mittel. Mittel would have left the DA's office before the fingerprinting policy was standard. What about federal databases? Bosch pressed. If someone worked for a president or a senator, got a high-level security clearance to even enter the White House, would their prints be in that system? Absolutely. They'd be in two places, the Federal Employee Database and the FBI's files. They retain prints from every background investigation they conduct, if that's what you're asking. But remember, not everyone who meets a president gets fingerprinted. So Mittel wasn't completely in the clear, but it was close. So what you're telling me, Bosch summarized, is that regardless of whether our records go all the way back to 1961, the person who made these prints likely hasn't been printed by any contributing agency since then. That's not a perfect guarantee, but it's the strong probability. The individual who left these prints probably hasn't been printed, at least not by any entity that feeds into these banks. Our reach is extensive, but not total. We can access prints for roughly 1 in 50 people nationwide. This time, I just didn't get a hit. I'm sorry. Don't be, Hirsch. You gave it a shot. Well, I should probably get back to it. What would you like me to do with the print card? Bosch paused, searching for any other angle. Just hold on to it for me, would you? I'll swing by the lab to pick it up later today. Sure thing. I'll leave it in an envelope at my desk in case I'm out. Take care. Hey, Hirsch. Yeah, feels pretty good, doesn't it? What does? You did the right thing? No match, but you did the right thing. Oh, yeah, I suppose so. Hirsch sounded embarrassed, but he understood. All right, I'll see you, Hirsch. After hanging up, Bosch remained seated on the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette. The news from Hirsch was a setback, but not a defeat. It didn't exonerate Arno Conklin, and it might not even fully clear Gordon Mittel. Bosch wasn't certain if Mittel's political consulting would have mandated a fingerprint check. His investigation remained on solid ground, no plans needed changing. His mind drifted to the previous night's impulsive confrontation with Mittel. A faint, wry smile touched his lips at his own audacity. He imagined what Dr. Hinojo's, his department shrink, would say about it. She'd undoubtedly label it a symptom, a compulsion. She'd never see it for what it was, a deliberate, if unorthodox, tactic to startle his quarry into the open. Sometimes you have to shake the tree to see what falls out. He rose, started the coffee, then showered and shaved. Mug in hand, he retrieved a box of cereal from the refrigerator and stepped out onto the deck, leaving the sliding door open to let the news radio from inside filter out. The morning air was sharp and clean, promising a warmer afternoon below him. In the canyon, blue jays traced erratic paths through the chaparral. He watched, momentarily distracted, as large black bees, each seemingly the size of a silver dollar, moved heavily among the bright yellow blossoms of the primrose jasmine clinging to the hillside. A news report on the radio highlighted a construction firm receiving a $14 million bonus for finishing the 10 freeway repairs 3 months early. Officials celebrating the achievement compared the fallen highway to the city's own spirit, suggesting that with the freeway restored, the city was standing tall and moving forward once more. Bosch listened, thinking they still had much to understand. After the segment, he went inside, grabbed the phone book, and began making calls from the kitchen. He contacted several major airlines, comparing prices to arrange a last-minute flight to Florida. Booking with only a day's notice, the cheapest fare he found was still a staggering $700, a figure that took him aback. He charged it to a credit card, planning to pay it off gradually, and also reserved a rental car at Tampa International Airport. With the travel logistics settled, he returned to the deck to consider his next crucial step. He needed a badge. For a long while he sat in the deck chair, weighing whether this was about his personal sense of security or a genuine requirement for the task ahead. This past week had made him acutely aware of how exposed and defenseless he felt without the gun and badge he had carried for over 2 decades. He had resisted the urge to take the spare pistol he kept in the closet by the front door. That was a temptation he could manage. The badge, however, was different. More than the weapon, it was the ultimate symbol of his identity. It opened doors more effectively than any key and commanded an authority that words or a gun alone never could. He concluded the badge was essential. If he was going to Florida to deceive McKittrick, he had to appear completely legitimate. He knew his own badge was likely locked in a desk drawer in Assistant Chief Irving S. Irving's office, utterly inaccessible without detection. But he remembered there was another one that would serve his purpose just as well. Checking his watch, he saw it was 9:15. The daily command meeting at Hollywood Station started in 45 minutes. He had enough time. Bosch pulled into the station's rear parking lot at 10:10. Confident that Pounds, a man of rigid punctuality, would already be in the captain's office for the morning briefing with the overnight logs, he proceeded. The meeting, a daily ritual for the station's command staff, including the commanding officer, patrol captain, watch lieutenant, and detective commander Pounds, typically wrapped up within 20 minutes, a routine review of reports and notable incidents over coffee. Entering through the back door near the drunk tank, Bosch headed up the hallway toward the detective bureau. The morning was already hectic, with 4 men handcuffed to benches along the corridor. One, a drug user named Harley, whom Bosch had occasionally used as an unreliable informant, asked for a cigarette. Smoking was prohibited in all city buildings, but Bosch lit one anyway and placed it between the man's lips, since his scarred arms were cuffed behind his back. "What's the charge this time, Harley?" Bosch asked. "Come on, man. If a guy leaves his garage open, he's basically inviting me in, right?" "Save that story for the judge," Bosch replied. As he walked away, another detainee shouted down the hall. "Hey, what about me? I need a smoke too." "I'm all out," Bosch said. "Screw you, man. Yeah, figured as much." He entered the detective bureau through the rear door. His first move was to verify that Pounds's glass-walled office was empty, confirming he was still at the command meeting. Then he checked the coat rack near the front and saw his opportunity was there. Walking down the aisle between the investigation tables, he exchanged silent nods with a few fellow detectives. Edgar was seated at the homicide table, facing his new partner, who occupied the chair that once belonged to Bosch. He heard a familiar voice call out, "Hi, Harry," and swiveled around. "Harry, what's going on?" "Just stopping by to grab a few things." "Give me a minute. It's a scorcher out there," Bosch replied. He made his way to the front of the bureau where Henry, a long-time fixture known for his tendency to doze off, was stationed behind the counter, deeply focused on a crossword puzzle. The grid was smudged with several erasures. "Henry, how's it going? Making any progress with that?" "Detective Bosch," Henry acknowledged without looking up. Bosch removed his sport coat and hung it on a hook beside a jacket with a distinctive grey crosshatch pattern. He recognized it immediately as belonging to Lieutenant Pounds. With his back turned to Henry and the rest of the room, Bosch casually slipped his left hand into the interior pocket of Pounds's jacket. His fingers found the badge wallet exactly where he expected. Pounds was nothing if not predictable. He had spotted it there once before. Bosch transferred the wallet to his own pants pocket before turning around, feeling only a fleeting pang of conscience. Stealing another officer's badge was a serious offence, but in Bosch's moral ledger, Pounds's actions had stripped him of his own badge, balancing the scales of wrongdoing. "If you're looking for the lieutenant, he's in a meeting down the hall," Henry mentioned. "No, I'd rather not see him, Henry. In fact, let's keep my visit between us. No need to spike his blood pressure. I'll just collect my things and be on my way, all right." "Sounds good to me. Nobody wants him in a foul mood." Bosch wasn't concerned about anyone else tipping off Pounds. He gave Henry a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he passed behind him, cementing their unspoken agreement. Returning to the homicide table, he saw Burns start to rise from the seat. "Need to get in here, Harry?" Burns asked, a hint of unease in his voice. Bosch understood the awkward position and had no intention of making it worse. "Yeah, if you don't mind," he said. "Figured I'd clear out my personal items so you can settle in properly." Bosch opened the desk drawer to find 2 boxes of junior mints resting atop a pile of old paperwork. "Oh, those are mine, sorry," Burns said quickly, retrieving the candy and standing awkwardly beside the table like a child caught with a treat. Bosch sifted through the papers. It was all for show, and placed a stack into a manila folder before gesturing for Burns to return his candy. "Be careful, Bob. It's Bill. Careful of what?" "Ants." Bosch moved to the row of file cabinets along the wall and opened the drawer marked with his taped business card. It was positioned waist-high, 3 from the bottom, and nearly empty. With his back once again to the room, he retrieved the badge wallet from his pocket and placed it inside the drawer. Hidden from view, he opened the wallet, removed the gold badge, and slipped it into one pocket while returning the wallet to the other. For appearance's sake, he pulled out a random file before closing the drawer. Turning back to Jerry Edgar, he said, "That's everything, just some personal bits I might need. Anything happening around here?" "Not a thing. Quiet day." Back at the coat rack, Bosch turned away from the room once more. With one hand reaching for his coat, he used the other to return the badge wallet to Pounds's jacket. He put on his coat, bid farewell to Henry, and returned to the homicide table. "I'm heading out," he announced to Edgar and Burns, picking up the 2 files he had gathered. "I don't want 98 spotting me and causing a scene. Good luck out there." On his way to the car, Bosch paused and handed the hype another smoke. The lockdown who'd been griping earlier was gone from the bench, or he'd have offered him one as well. Once he was back inside the Mustang, he tossed the files onto the back seat and retrieved his empty badge holder from his briefcase. He carefully slid Pounds's badge in next to his own detective ID. It should work, he figured, unless someone decided to scrutinize it too carefully. The badge was clearly stamped lieutenant, while his card identified him as a detective. A minor inconsistency, but one he could live with. The best part, he thought, was that Pounds might not even realize the badge was missing for a good while. The lieutenant was practically glued to his desk, rarely venturing out to crime scenes where he'd need to flash his credentials. There was a solid chance its absence would go completely unnoticed. All Bosch had to do was remember to slip it back into place when he was finished. Bosch found himself outside Dr. Carmen Hinojos's office door earlier than expected for his afternoon appointment. He waited until the clock hit exactly 3:30 before knocking. She offered a smile as he walked in, and he noticed the late afternoon sun was streaming through the window, casting a bright rectangle of light directly across her desk. He started toward his usual chair, then caught himself and deliberately took the seat to the left instead. She noticed the shift and gave him a look of mild disapproval, as if he were a student testing a rule. If you think I have a preference for which chair you occupy, you are mistaken. Am I? All right then. He stood up and moved to the other chair. He preferred being closer to the window anyway. I might have to miss our session on Monday, he said, once he was settled. Her expression shifted to a more serious frown. Why is that? I'm taking a trip. I'll try to be back in time. A trip?
What about your investigation? It's connected. I'm heading to Florida to find one of the original detectives on the case. One's passed away, the other's retired down there, so I need to go to him. Couldn't you simply call? I don't want to call. I don't want to give him an easy excuse to brush me off. She gave a slow nod. When do you leave tonight? I'm on a red-eye to Tampa. Harry, look at yourself. You look utterly exhausted. Can't you get some rest and take a morning flight?
No, I need to get there before the morning mail delivery. What does that mean? Nothing. It's a long story. Anyway, I wanted to ask you for a favor. I need your help. She was silent for several seconds, clearly weighing how far she was willing to step into unknown waters. What is it you need? Do you ever handle any forensic consulting for the department? She narrowed her eyes, unsure of his direction. Occasionally. Sometimes an investigator will bring me material or ask for a basic suspect profile, but generally the department uses outside specialists, forensic psychiatrists with more direct experience in that area. But you've reviewed crime scene evidence before. Only photographs brought to me. I've never actually been to a scene myself. Even better, Bosch pulled his briefcase onto his lap and opened it. He removed the envelope containing the crime scene and autopsy photos from the murder book and placed it gently on the corner of her desk. These are from the case. I can't look at them myself, not anymore, but I need someone to examine them and tell me what's there. It's probably nothing new, but I want another set of eyes. The work the original detectives did was, well, let's just say it was barely an investigation at all. Oh, Harry. She shook her head slowly. I'm not certain this is a good idea. Why me? Because you understand what I'm dealing with, and because I trust you, I'm not sure I can say that about anyone else right now. Would you still trust me if there were no ethical rules preventing me from discussing our conversations with others? Bosch studied her face, searching for a hint of her true thoughts. I don't know, he finally admitted. I thought I would. She carefully slid the envelope to the far side of her desk. Let's set these aside for now and continue with our session. I need some time to consider this, she said. All right, you can have them. Just let me know your thoughts. I want your perspective both as a professional and as a woman. We'll see. What would you like to discuss? How is the investigation progressing? Is that a clinical question, Dr. Hinojos, or are you simply interested in the details of the case? I'm interested in you, Harry, and I'm concerned. I'm still not certain that what you're doing is safe for your mind or your well-being. You're digging into the affairs of influential people, and I'm stuck in the middle. I know what you're up to, yet I can hardly make you stop. I feel like you manipulated me. Manipulated you? You drew me into this. I'd wager you've been wanting to show me those photographs since the moment you told me about your plans. You're correct, I have. But it wasn't a trick. I believed this was a space where I could discuss anything. Isn't that what you promised? Fine. I wasn't tricked, just gently guided. I should have anticipated it. Let's move forward. I want to explore the emotional core of your actions. Why is finding this killer so profoundly important to you after all these years? It should be clear. Make it clearer for me. I can't. I don't have the words. All I know is that everything shifted for me after she was gone. I can't say how things might have been if she hadn't been taken, but nothing was the same after that. Do you hear what you're saying and what it implies? You're dividing your life into two chapters. The first chapter is with her, which you've painted with a glow of happiness that I doubt was constant. The second is your life afterward, which you admit has fallen short or left you unfulfilled. I believe you've been carrying a deep unhappiness for a very long time, possibly throughout that entire period. Your recent relationship might have been a bright spot, but you were, and I think always have been, a man who carries a profound sadness. She paused, but Bosch remained silent, knowing she wasn't finished. Now, perhaps the personal and collective traumas of recent years have forced you to take a hard look at yourself, and I worry that you believe, consciously or not, that by revisiting the past and delivering some form of justice for your mother, you can somehow correct the course of your own life. That's the issue. No matter what comes from this private quest of yours, it won't rewrite your history. It simply isn't possible. Are you saying I shouldn't connect who I am now to what happened back then? No. Listen to me, Harry. I'm saying you are the total of many experiences, not just one. It's like a line of dominoes. Several pieces had to fall in sequence to bring you to where you stand today. You don't leap from the first domino straight to the last. So I should just drop it? Walk away? I'm not saying that, but I struggle to see the emotional healing or benefit you'll gain from this. In fact, I fear you might cause yourself more harm than good. Does that resonate with you at all? Bosch rose and walked to the window. He gazed out, not truly registering the view, feeling the sun's warmth on his skin. He spoke without turning to face her. I don't know what makes sense anymore. All I know is that on every level, it feels necessary for me to do this. In fact, I feel, I don't know the right word, maybe ashamed. I'm ashamed I didn't start this years ago. So much time has passed, and I just let it slip away. I feel like I failed her, and I failed myself.
That's understated. Remember what I told you that first day? Everybody counts, or nobody counts. Well, for a long time, she didn't count. Not to the department, not to society, and I have to admit, not even to me. Then I opened that file this week and saw how her death was just shelved. It was buried, the same way I buried it. Somebody made sure it stayed that way because she didn't matter. They did it simply because they could.
The weight of all those years I let it slide, it makes me want to just disappear, honestly. He trailed off, the words failing him. His gaze dropped to the shop window, now strangely empty of the usual display. You know, he said, his voice low, maybe she was exactly who she was, but sometimes I feel like I didn't even deserve that much. I guess life gave me exactly what I had coming. He remained at the window, avoiding her eyes. The silence stretched until Dr. Hinoyo's finally broke it. This is usually where I'd tell you you're being too harsh on yourself, but I don't think platitudes will help right now. They wouldn't, he agreed flatly. Could you come back and sit down, please? Harry Bosch returned to the chair. When he finally looked at her, she spoke first. What I see is you getting things tangled. You're putting the blame before the facts. You can't hold yourself responsible for a potential cover-up you had no part in, a detail you only uncovered this week.
But that's the whole point, isn't it?
He shot back, a flare of frustration cutting through his gloom. Why didn't I look sooner? I've been on the job for 2 decades. I should have been on this years ago. I didn't need the file details. I knew she was murdered and nothing was done. That alone should have been enough. Harry, listen. On the flight back tonight, just consider this. You've committed to a righteous cause, but you have to guard against causing yourself more harm. The plain truth is, it's not worth the personal cost. It's not worth the price you might end up paying. Not worth it. His tone shifted from defeated to fiercely defiant. There's a killer walking around thinking he got away clean. For years, for decades, and I'm going to be the one who changes that story. You're missing my meaning. I don't want any guilty person to escape justice, least of all a murderer. But I'm talking about you. You are my only concern in this room. There's a fundamental rule in nature. No living creature willingly sacrifices or injures itself without cause. It's the instinct to survive, and I worry the events of your life have dulled that instinct in you. You might be tossing it to the wind, not caring what happens to you emotionally, physically, in every way during this pursuit. I don't want to see you get hurt. She paused, gathering her thoughts. He offered no reply. I have to tell you, she continued, her voice softer now, this makes me profoundly uneasy. In 9 years of counselling officers, I've never encountered a situation quite like this. Well, I've got some bad news for you, he said, a faint, wry smile touching his lips. I went and crashed a party at Mittel's place last night. I think I might have spooked him. I definitely spooked myself. Damn it, Harry. Is that the latest psychiatric terminology? I must have missed that memo.
This isn't a joke. Why would you do that? Bosch considered it. I don't know. It was an impulse. I was driving past his house, saw all the lights and people. It just made me angry, him throwing a party while my mother. He let the sentence hang. Did I speak to him about the case? No. I didn't even give him my name. We danced around each other for a few minutes, but I left him something. That newspaper clipping I showed you? I left it for him. I watched him read it.
It hit a nerve. I'm sure of it. She released a long, weary breath. Now, try to step outside of yourself. Look at what you did as a detached observer. Was that a smart move, showing up like that? I've already thought about it. No, it wasn't smart. It was a mistake. He'll probably alert Conklin. They'll both know someone's coming for them now. They'll circle the wagons. You see, you're proving my point for me. I need you to promise me you won't do anything that's reckless again. I can't promise that. Then I have to remind you that a therapeutic relationship can be terminated if the therapist believes the patient is a danger to themselves or others. I told you my power to stop you is almost non-existent, but there are lines. Not entirely, she replied. I'd have to go to Irving. I will if I think you're being reckless. Bosch felt a surge of anger, realizing she held the final say over him and his actions. He forced it down, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Fine, no more crashing parties. I need more than that. I want you to stay away from these men you suspect. What I can promise is that I won't approach them until I have everything solid. I'm serious. So am I. I hope that's true. A long, quiet minute passed, a deliberate cooling-off period. She shifted in her chair, looking away, lightly gathering her thoughts. Let's move on, she finally said. You do understand that this personal pursuit of yours has completely overshadowed the reason you're actually here. I know. So we're extending my evaluation. Honestly, that bothers me less now. I need the time away from the job for this. Well, as long as you're happy, she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. All right, then I want to revisit the incident that brought you to me the other day. Your description was very general and brief. I understand why we were both feeling each other out, but we're past that now. I need the full story. You mentioned Lieutenant Pound set things in motion. That's correct. How? First, he's a detective commander who's never really been a detective. Sure, technically he probably spent a few months at a desk somewhere to pad his resume, but at his core he's an administrator. What we call a robocrat, a bureaucrat with a badge. He doesn't understand the first thing about solving cases. All he knows is how to draw a line through a case on the little chart he keeps in his office. He doesn't grasp the difference between an interview and an interrogation. And that's fine. The department is full of people like him. Let them do their job, and let me do mine. The problem is, Pounds doesn't recognize his own limitations. It's caused issues before confrontations. It finally led to what you keep calling the incident. What did he do? He touched my suspect. Explain what that means. When you have a case and you bring someone in, That person is yours. Nobody goes near them. The wrong word, the wrong question can ruin a case. It's a cardinal rule. You don't touch another detective's suspect. It doesn't matter if you're a lieutenant or the chief himself. You stay clear until you check with the detectives who made the arrest. So what happened? Like I said the other day, my partner Edgar and I brought in a suspect. A woman was killed. She was one of those who places ads in the sex tabloids you find on the boulevard, gets called to one of those awful motel rooms on Sunset, has sex with the guy, and ends up stabbed. That's the short version. The stab wound was to the upper right chest. The customer plays it cool, though. He calls the police and claims it was her knife, that she tried to rob him, says he turned her arm and the knife went into her self-defense. So, Edgar and I show up, and right away several things don't add up. Like what? First, she was much smaller than him. I couldn't see her coming at him with a knife. Then there was the knife itself. It was a serrated steak knife, about 8 inches long, and she only had one of those tiny purses without a strap. A clutch. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, that knife wouldn't have fit in it, so how did she bring it in? As they say on the street, her clothes were tighter than the rubbers in her purse, so she wasn't hiding it on her either. And there was more. If her goal was to rob him, why have sex first? Why not just pull the knife, take his things and leave? But that wasn't what happened. His version was that she had made the first move and he had only reacted in self-defense, which supposedly explained why she was found without any clothes on. That, naturally, led to another glaring question.
Who robs someone while completely naked? Where exactly are you planning to run? The story was clearly a lie. Then we found something else in her small purse. There was a slip of paper with the motel's name and the room number written on it. The handwriting suggested she was right-handed. As I mentioned, the stab wound was on the upper right side of the victim's chest. The pieces didn't fit. If she had been the aggressor, the knife would most likely have been in her right hand.
If the client then wrestled it away and turned it on her, logic dictates the wound would be on the left side of her chest, not the right. Bosch mimicked the motion, pulling his right hand awkwardly toward his own right side to illustrate how unnatural it would be. There were numerous details that felt off. The angle of the wound was downward, which also contradicted the idea of her holding the knife. That would have created an upward thrust. He no-shows nodded in understanding. The core problem was a complete lack of physical evidence to disprove his account. We had nothing. Just our gut feeling that the scenario he described was implausible. The wound analysis alone wasn't sufficient. Then, in his favor, was the knife itself. It was lying on the bed, visibly smeared with bloody fingerprints. I had little doubt they would match hers, an easy thing to arrange after she was gone. While that detail didn't convince me, my opinion wasn't the one that mattered. It was what the district attorney would think, and ultimately what a jury would believe. Reasonable doubt is a vast, dark void that consumes cases like this one. We needed something more substantial. So what did you do, she asked. It becomes what we call a classic he said, she said situation. One person's word against another's, except in this case the other person is dead, which makes it infinitely harder. We had nothing but his fabricated story. In a situation like that, your only move is to apply pressure. You have to break the suspect down. There are many techniques, but fundamentally it happens in the box. We, the box, she interrupted, the interrogation rooms at the bureau. We brought this guy in as a witness. We didn't formally arrest him. We asked if he'd come downtown to help clarify a few points about her actions, and he agreed, playing the role of Mr. Cooperative, still acting cool. We placed him in an interview room, and then Edgar and I went down to the watch office to get some decent coffee. They have this great coffee there from a big urn, donated by some restaurant that got damaged in the last earthquake. Everyone goes there for a cup. We were taking our time, discussing our strategy, deciding who would take the first run at him. Meanwhile, Pounds, excuse my language, sees the guy through the observation window and decides to march right in and inform him. Inform him of what? She asked. Reads him his Miranda rights. This was our witness, and Pounds, who had no clue what he was doing, thought he needed to go in there and recite the whole speech. He probably assumed we had forgotten. Bosch looked at her with visible frustration, then quickly realized her perspective was different. "Wasn't that the correct procedure?" she inquired. "Aren't you legally required to inform people of their rights?" Bosch took a moment, reining in his irritation. He reminded himself that while Hinojos worked for the department, she was an outsider. Her understanding of police work probably came more from television dramas than from the gritty reality of the streets. "Let me explain the difference between the law on the books and the law on the street," he said. "We, the detectives, are often playing with a stacked deck. What Miranda and all the other regulations boil down to is this. We have to take someone we strongly believe is guilty and essentially say, 'Hello, we think you committed a crime,' and the Supreme Court, along with every attorney in the country, would tell you not to say a word to us, but pretty please, will you talk to us anyway? It's a system that practically guarantees silence. You have to find ways around it. You need to use cunning, a little bluffing, and you have to be clever. The court's rules are a tightrope you're forced to walk, and sometimes you have to lean to one side just to keep moving forward. You have to tread carefully, but there's a slim chance you can cross over to the other side. So when some clueless outsider barges in on your suspect and informs him of his rights, it can wreck your entire day and your case along with it." He paused, studying her face. The skepticism was still there. He realized then she was just another civilian who'd be terrified if she ever got a real taste of how things work on the streets. "Once someone's been informed, it's over," he said flatly. "Edgar and I came back from grabbing coffee, and there sits the John telling us he thinks he wants a lawyer," I said. "What lawyer? Who's talking about lawyers? You're a witness here." Then he tells us the lieutenant just read him his rights. At that moment, I didn't know who I hated more, Pounds for blowing it, or this guy for killing that girl. "What would have happened if Pounds hadn't done it?" she asked. "We would have gotten friendly with him, asked him to walk us through his story in detail, hoping for inconsistencies with what he told the patrol officers. Then we'd have said, 'These inconsistencies make you a suspect.' After that, we'd have informed him and hammered him with the contradictions and the problems we found at the scene. We might have finessed a confession out of him. Most of what we do is just getting people to talk. It's nothing like TV. It's 100 times harder and dirtier, but in a way it's like what you do. We get people to talk. Anyway, that's how it should have gone. Now we'll never know, thanks to Pounds. What happened after you found out he'd been informed?" I walked straight into Pounds's office. He knew something was wrong because he stood up. I remember that. I asked him if he'd informed my guy. When he said yes, we got into it, both of us screaming. Then I don't really remember how it happened. I'm not denying anything. I just don't recall the details. I must have grabbed him and shoved him. His face went through the glass. "What did you do then?" "A few guys rushed in and pulled me out. The station commander sent me home. Pounds went to the hospital to get his nose fixed. Internal Affairs took his statement, and I was suspended. Then Deputy Chief Irving stepped in and changed it to administrative leave. So here I am." "What happened with the case?" "The John never said another word. He got his lawyer and waited it out. Edgar took what we had to the DA last Friday, and they declined to file. They said they wouldn't go to court with a no-witness case and a few minor inconsistencies. Her prints were on the knife. Big surprise. In the end, she didn't count. At least not enough for them to risk losing." They sat in silence for a moment. Bosch figured she was drawing parallels between this case and his mother's. "So what we've got," he finally said, "is a murderer walking free, and the guy who let him go is back behind his desk, broken glass already replaced, business as usual. That's the system. I got mad about it, and look where it got me. Stress leave and maybe the end of my career. She cleared her throat before offering her assessment. Given the circumstances you've described, your anger is understandable, but not the final action you took. Have you ever heard the phrase, a mad minute? Bosch shook his head. It describes a violent outburst rooted in accumulated pressure on an individual. It builds up and is released suddenly, often violently, and often directed at a target not entirely responsible for the pressure. If you need me to say Pounds was an innocent victim, I won't say it. I don't need that. I just need you to look at how this could happen. I don't know. Things just happen. When you resort to violence, do you ever feel you're stooping to the level of the man who walked free? Not even close, Doctor. Let me explain something. You can examine every chapter of my life. You can factor in disasters and wars. But when it was just me and Pounds in that glass room, all of that faded away. Call it a moment of rage, call it whatever you like. Sometimes the only thing that exists is the moment itself. And in that moment, I was doing what needed to be done. If these sessions are meant to make me regret my actions, you can forget it. Irving cornered me in the lobby just the other day and suggested I consider an apology. Absolutely not. I did what was right. She gave a slow nod, shifting in her chair, appearing more unsettled now than during his entire speech. After a glance at her watch, which he mirrored, she confirmed his time was up. So, he said, I suppose I've just undone 100 years of therapy progress, right? Not at all. The deeper you delve into a person's story, the clearer the reasons behind their actions become. It's what makes this work meaningful to me. Same here. Have you had any contact with Lieutenant Pounds since that day? I saw him when I returned my car keys. He had it impounded. I walked into his office and he nearly lost his composure. He's a petty man, and I believe he's aware of it. They often are. Bosch started to rise from his chair when his eyes caught the envelope she had moved to the edge of her desk. What about the photographs? I had a feeling you'd ask about them again. She looked at the envelope, her expression thoughtful. I need more time to consider this. From multiple angles, may I hold on to them while you're in Florida, or will you need them? You can keep them. At 4:04 in the morning California time, the plane touched down at Tampa International Airport. Bosch, weary-eyed, rested his head against the window, watching his first Florida sunrise. As the aircraft taxied, he adjusted his watch forward 3 hours. The temptation to find the closest motel for proper sleep was strong, but time wasn't on his side. According to his AAA map, Venice was still a 2-hour drive south. It's nice to see a blue sky. The woman in the aisle seat beside him leaned over, also gazing out the window. She was in her mid-40s, with strikingly premature grey hair, almost white. They'd exchanged a few words earlier in the flight. She was returning to Florida for good after 5 years in Los Angeles, having had enough. Bosch hadn't asked what or who awaited her, but he found himself wondering if her hair had already been that color when she first landed in L.A. Yeah, he replied. These red eyes feel like they last forever. No, I meant the smog. There isn't any here. Bosch looked at her, then back out at the sky. Not yet, but she was right. The blue had a vivid swimming pool clarity he seldom saw back home, with puffy white cumulus clouds drifting like daydreams high above. He waited until the cabin was nearly empty before standing, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness. His spine gave a series of soft pops. Retrieving his bag from the overhead bin, he stepped into the jetway and was immediately wrapped in a damp, warm humidity that felt like a soaked towel. Inside the air-conditioned terminal, he abandoned his initial plan to rent a convertible. Within 30 minutes, he was crossing Tampa Bay on the 275 freeway in another rented Mustang, windows sealed and air conditioning on high, yet still sweating as his body struggled to adjust. What struck him most on that first drive was the profound flatness of the landscape, an endless horizon that felt strangely foreign. For 45 minutes, the road stretched flat and featureless until the massive concrete and steel incline of the Skyway Bridge rose ahead. Bosch knew this steep bridge over the bay's mouth had replaced a fallen one, but he crossed without hesitation, pushing his speed. Coming from post-earthquake Los Angeles, where the real speed limit under any overpass was whatever your car could handle, this felt familiar. Past the bridge, the freeway merged with Interstate 75, and he finally reached Venice 2 hours after his plane had landed. Driving along the Tamiami Trail, the rows of small, pastel-colored motels looked incredibly tempting as fatigue weighed on him. But he pushed on, searching for a gift shop and a payphone. He spotted both at the Coral Reef shopping plaza. Taki's gifts and cards wouldn't open for another 5 minutes, so Bosch killed time at a payphone mounted on the sand-toned exterior wall, flipping through the directory for post offices. Finding 2 listed, he pulled out his notebook to check Jake McKittrick's zip code. A quick call to one office confirmed the other handled that zip, and after thanking the clerk, he hung up. When the gift shop's door finally clicked open, Bosch headed straight for the card aisle. He grabbed a generic birthday card with a bright red envelope, not bothering to read the message, and picked up a local street map from a rack by the register. "That's a lovely card," the elderly cashier said, her movements agonizingly slow. "I'm sure she'll adore it." Bosch fought the urge to lean over and punch the register keys himself to speed things up. Back in the Mustang, he slipped the unsigned card into its envelope, sealed it, and addressed it to McKittrick's post office box. Consulting the map, it took him a quarter of an hour to navigate to the post office on West Venice Avenue. Inside, the place was quiet. An older man was meticulously addressing an envelope at a table, and 2 women stood in line for the single open counter. Bosch joined the queue, noting the sheer number of senior citizens he'd already seen in just his few hours in Florida. It was exactly the cliché he'd always heard about. His eyes scanned the room, landing on the security camera mounted high on the wall behind the counter. Its angles seemed focused more on customers than clerks, though their stations were still in view. It didn't change his plan. He pulled a crisp $10 bill from his pocket, folded it neatly and held it with the red envelope, then counted out the exact change for a stamp. The wait felt interminable as the clerk helped the women ahead of him. Finally, he heard next. Bosch stepped up to the counter, facing a clerk around 60 with a neatly trimmed white beard, a heavy build, and a florid complexion that made him look perpetually irritated. "I need a stamp for this," Bosch said, placing the change and the envelope on the counter, the folded 10 on top. The postman acted as if the money wasn't there. "I was wondering, have they put the mail out in the boxes yet?" Bosch asked. "They're back there doing it now," the clerk replied, handing over a stamp and sweeping the coins off the counter. He ignored the 10 and the envelope. "Oh, really?" Bosch picked up the envelope, licked the stamp, and affixed it carefully. He then set the envelope back down, squarely atop the $10 bill. "Well, shoot, I was really hoping to get this to my Uncle Jake today. It's his birthday. Is there any chance someone could run it back there now? That way he'd get it when he comes in." He offered a weary, hopeful smile, the kind you give when you're just a concerned nephew and not a detective from L.A. trying to bait a trap. Bosch pushed the envelope with the $10 bill underneath it across the counter toward the man with the white beard. "I appreciate your time," he said. The postman shifted his position, subtly blocking the view of the security camera as he swept the envelope and the cash from the counter in one smooth motion. The 10 disappeared into his pocket. "Be right back," he announced to the waiting customers. Out in the lobby, Bosch located Box 313. Peering through the small glass window, he saw the red envelope waiting, accompanied by 2 white letters. One was turned upside down, and he could just make out part of the return address, City of Los Angeles, Department of Pensions. He was now certain it was McKittrick's pension check, He had arrived before the mail leaving the post office. He bought coffee and donuts at the store next door and returned to his Mustang to wait in the rising heat. It was only April. He dreaded to think what summer felt like in this humidity. After an hour of watching the door, boredom set in. He turned on the radio, which was tuned to a fire and brimstone preacher holding forth. It took Harry a moment to realize the man was ranting about the Los Angeles earthquake. "And I ask you," the voice boomed, "is it mere chance that this divine judgment landed right on the capital of an industry that floods our nation with moral filth? I think not. The Lord has delivered a message to those sinners, cracking the very earth beneath them. It is a warning, my friends, a sign of what is to come for a nation gone astray." Bosch switched it off with a grimace. Soon a woman emerged from the post office, a red envelope visible in her hand. She walked to a silver Lincoln Town car. Bosch noted the license plate out of habit, though he had no contacts in this state to run it. She appeared to be in her mid-60s, which fit the profile he was waiting for. He started his car and followed as she drove north. The traffic was sluggish. After about 15 minutes, she turned left onto Vamo Road, then quickly right onto a driveway nearly hidden by dense foliage. Bosch slowed as he approached, but did not turn in. A sign set back in the trees read, "Welcome to Pelican Cove, condominium homes and dockage." The town car passed a guard shack, and a striped gate arm lowered behind it. "Perfect," Bosch muttered sarcastically. He hadn't expected a gated community here, assuming such things were mostly a Los Angeles obsession. He turned around, recalling a shopping plaza he had passed. There he found a payphone and a newspaper. The classifieds listed 8 homes for sale in Pelican Cove. 3 were by owner. The first call reached an answering machine. On the second, a woman said her husband was golfing, and she was uneasy showing the house alone. The third call was answered by a cheerful woman who invited him right over, promising fresh lemonade. For a fleeting second, Bosch felt a twinge of guilt about deceiving a friendly stranger just trying to sell her home. But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. She would never know, and he had no other way to reach McKittrick. After clearing the gate and receiving directions to the Lemonade Ladies' unit, Bosch navigated the densely wooded complex, scanning for the Silver Town car. He quickly realized the community catered primarily to retirees, passing numerous elderly residents with sun-browned skin and white hair, either driving or out for leisurely walks. Spotting a Silver Town car, he checked his map from the guard shack, planning a brief visit to maintain his cover. But then he noticed another identical car, apparently a favorite among the older residents. Pulling out his notebook, he verified the license plate number from earlier. Neither vehicle matched. Continuing his search, he finally located the correct town car, parked in a secluded area at the far edge of the complex. It sat before a 2-story building with dark wood siding, surrounded by oak and paperbark trees, which appeared to contain about 6 units, straightforward enough, he thought. Consulting the map again, he headed to the Lemonade Ladies' place on the 2nd floor of a building across the community. "You're young," she remarked upon answering the door. Bosch bit back the same observation. She appeared to be in her mid to late 30s, decades younger than anyone else he'd seen so far. Her attractive, evenly tanned face was framed by brown shoulder-length hair, and she wore blue jeans, a blue Oxford shirt, and a black vest with a colourful front pattern. Minimal makeup, which Bosch appreciated, and serious green eyes he found equally agreeable.
"I'm Jasmine. Are you Mr. Bosch?"
"Yes, Harry. I just called. That was quick. I was nearby." She invited him inside and began the tour. It's 3 bedrooms, as the ad stated. The master suite has a private bath, and there's a second bathroom off the main hallway. But the real highlight is the view. She directed Bosch toward a wall of sliding glass doors that overlooked a wide expanse of water dotted with mangrove islands. Hundreds of birds perched in the branches of these pristine islands. She was right. The vista was stunning. "What is that?" Bosch asked. "The water? That's... You're not from around here, are you? That's Little Sarasota Bay." Bosch nodded, mentally chiding himself for the revealing question. "No, I'm not. But I'm considering a move here." "Where from?" "Los Angeles." "Oh, yes, I've heard. A lot of people are leaving because the ground won't stop shaking." "Something like that." She led him down a hallway to the master suite. Bosch was immediately struck by the room's dissonance with its occupant. It felt dark, old and heavy, dominated by a massive mahogany bureau, matching ornate bedside tables with brocaded lampshades and an overall scent of age. This couldn't be where she slept. Turning, he noticed an oil painting on the wall beside the door, a portrait of the woman beside him. It depicted a younger, gaunter, more severe version of her. Bosch wondered about the sort of person who hangs a self-portrait in their bedroom, then spotted the artist's signature. "Jazz. Jazz, is that you?" "Yes. My father insisted on hanging that in here. I really should have taken it down." She moved to lift the painting from the wall. "Your father?" He stepped over to help her. "Yes. I gave this to him years ago. At the time, I was just grateful he didn't display it in the living room for his friends to see, but even here feels like too much." She turned the painting to face the wall and leaned it aside. Bosch pieced it together. "This is your father's place?" "Oh, yes. I've only been staying here while the ad ran in the paper. Would you like to see the master bath? It has a jacuzzi. That detail wasn't in the listing." Bosch moved past her to the bathroom doorway, close enough to catch her scent. A light, floral fragrance that reminded him of jasmine, fitting for her name. Glancing at her hands, he noted the absence of any rings. A flicker of attraction surfaced, though he couldn't tell if it was the thrill of his deception or something genuine. He was running on empty, he reasoned. Fatigue had lowered his guard. He gave the bathroom a cursory glance before stepping back. "Very nice. Did the previous owner live here alone?" "My father?" "Yes, he was alone. My mother passed when I was young. He died just after Christmas. My condolences." "Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Not about the unit?" "No, I was just curious about who'd been living here." "I meant about the condo itself." "Oh, right. It's lovely. Honestly, I'm still in the browsing phase, figuring out what I want. What are you actually doing here, Mr. Bosch? Pardon me." "You're not shopping for a condo. You haven't really been looking at the place at all." Her tone held no accusation, just a quiet certainty that she'd seen through him. Bosch felt the heat rise in his cheeks. He'd been made. "I'm just exploring options." It was a feeble response, and he knew it. She seemed to recognize his discomfort and offered a graceful exit. "I apologize if I put you on the spot. Would you still like to see the rest of the home?" "Yes, well, you mentioned 3 bedrooms. That's more space than I need." "It is 3. That was in the ad as well." Luckily, Bosch figured he couldn't possibly blush any deeper. "Right. I must have overlooked that. Thank you for the tour, though. It's a beautiful place." He moved briskly across the living room toward the door. As he opened it, he glanced back. She spoke before he could. "I have a feeling there's a good story behind this." "Behind what?" "Whatever it is you're really doing, if you ever want to share it, the contact number is in the paper." "But you already know that." Bosch simply nodded, lost for words. He stepped out and closed the door softly behind him. By the time he drove back to where he had spotted the town car, the flush had left his face, but the sting of being so neatly cornered lingered. He pushed the embarrassment aside, forcing his focus onto the job. He parked and approached the ground-floor door nearest the vehicle, knocking firmly. After a moment, an elderly woman answered, her eyes wide with apprehension. One hand gripped the handle of a small wheeled cart bearing an oxygen tank, 2 clear tubes ran over her ears and across her cheeks to her nose. "Sorry to bother you," he said quickly. "I'm looking for the McKittricks." With a frail hand she formed a fist, thumb extended, and jerked it upward toward the ceiling, her eyes following the gesture. "Upstairs?" She gave a slow nod. He thanked her and headed for the stairs. The woman who had retrieved the red envelope answered his next knock, and Bosch let out a long breath, as if he'd been searching for her for years. In a way, he had. "Mrs. McKittrick?" "Yes." Bosch produced his badge case and flipped it open, positioning his fingers to obscure the rank. "I'm Harry Bosch, a detective with the LAPD. I was hoping to speak with your husband. Is he home?" Immediate worry shadowed her features. "Lapty, he hasn't worked out there in 2 decades? It's regarding an old case. I was asked to come speak with him. You could have called. We didn't have a current number. Is he here?" "No. He's down at the marina. He's getting the boat ready to go fishing." "Which marina is that? Maybe I can still reach him." He doesn't care for unexpected visitors. Whether you tell him I'm coming or I show up myself, it's going to be a surprise either way. Makes no difference to me. I just need a word with him, Mrs. McKittrick. Perhaps she recognized that firm, no-argument tone cops sometimes use. She relented. "Walk around this building, head straight back past the next 3 structures. Take a left and you'll see the docks from there." "Which slip is his boat in?" "Slip 6. It's called the Trophy, with the name painted large on the side. You can't miss it. He hasn't left yet. I'm supposed to bring his lunch down to him. Appreciate it." He had already turned and started moving alongside the building when her voice followed him. "Detective Bosch, will this take long? Should I fix a sandwich for you as well?" "Hard to say how long I'll be, but that's very kind of you." Walking toward the docks, it struck him that the woman named Jasmine had never actually brought the lemonade she'd mentioned. Chapter 24. It took Bosch a good 15 minutes to locate the small inlet where the docks were tucked away. After that, spotting McKittrick was simple. Among the roughly 40 boats in their slips, only one showed any activity. A man with a deep tan, his white hair a stark contrast, stood in the stern bent over an outboard motor. Bosch studied him as he approached, but found nothing familiar. This man didn't match the mental image Bosch had carried for years of the person who pulled him from the pool. The engine cover was off, and McKittrick was working with a screwdriver. He wore faded khaki shorts and an old white polo shirt, stained and well past its golfing days, but perfectly suitable for a day on the water. The boat looked to be about 20 feet, with a small cabin near the bow where the helm was positioned. Fishing rods stood upright in holders along both sides, 2 to a side. Bosch deliberately stopped on the dock near the boat's bow. He wanted some distance between them when he showed his badge. He offered a slight smile. "Never figured I'd run into someone from the Hollywood homicide table so far from home." McKittrick glanced up, his expression blank, revealing nothing. "You've got it backward. This is home. When I was over there, that's when I was far away." Bosch gave a conceding nod and held out his badge, just as he had for McKittrick's wife. "Harry Bosch, Hollywood homicide?" "Yeah. So I heard." Now, it was Bosch who showed surprise. He couldn't imagine who in L.A. might have tipped McKittrick off. Nobody knew he was coming. He'd only told Hinoshos, and he couldn't believe she'd give him away. McKittrick clarified by nodding toward a portable phone on the boat's dashboard. The wife called. "Right. So what brings you out here, Detective Bosch? Back when I worked the job, we always worked in pairs. Safer that way. You folks so short-staffed you're flying solo now?" "Not exactly. My partner's following up on another cold case. These are such long shots, the department isn't funding 2 detectives for them. I assume you're going to explain that." "Yeah, I am. Mind if I come aboard?" "Suit yourself. I'm about to shove off as soon as the wife shows up with the food." Bosch walked along the narrow finger dock to the side of the boat and stepped down into it. The craft rocked slightly with his added weight before steadying.
McKittrick lifted the engine cover back into place and secured it. Bosch felt conspicuously out of place in his street shoes, black jeans, army green t-shirt, and lightweight black sport coat. He was still too warm. He took the jacket off and draped it over one of the two cockpit chairs. "What are you fishing for today?"
"Whatever's biting. What are you fishing for?" McKittrick looked directly at him as he asked, and Harry noticed his eyes were a brown like old bottle glass. "Well, you heard about the earthquake, I assume?" "Sure. Who hasn't, you know? I've weathered earthquakes and hurricanes, and I'll take a hurricane any day. At least with a storm, you get a warning. Look at Andrew. That hurricane tore through South Florida a few years back and left a mess. But imagine the damage if nobody saw it coming." That's the trouble with earthquakes. They just hit. It took Bosch a second to recall Hurricane Andrew. With all the disasters in the world, and plenty right in Los Angeles, it was hard to keep track. He gazed out over the water, watching a fish leap and spark a frantic chain reaction through the school. He almost pointed it out to McKittrick, but stopped himself, figuring the man saw that sort of thing every day. "So, when did you leave L.A.? 21 years ago?" McKittrick replied. "Put in my 20, and that was it. I was gone. You can have Los Angeles, Bosch. Hell, I was there for the Silmar quake back in 71, took down a hospital and sections of freeway. We were living in Tujunga, just a few miles from the center. I'll never forget it. Felt like being stuck in a room while God and the devil had it out, and you were the poor referee trying to keep the peace. So what's an earthquake got to do with you showing up here?" "It's a bit of an odd situation, but the murder rate has dropped. People are acting more civil, I suppose. Maybe there's nothing left in that city worth killing over." "Could be. Anyway, our division usually handles 70, 80 homicides a year. I don't know how it was when we did less than half that. Easy. Well, this year we're way below average. It's given us time to revisit some cold cases. Everyone's taken a share, and one of the ones I got has your name on it. I assume you heard your old partner passed away and Eno's dead. Damn, I had no idea. Thought I would have heard something. Not that it would have made much difference. Yeah, he's gone. His wife gets the pension now. Sorry, you didn't know. It's fine. Eno and me, we were partners. That's all there was to it. Anyway, I'm here because you're still around and he isn't." "Which case?" "Marjorie Lowe." Bosch paused, watching for any reaction on McKittrick's face, but there was none. "Remember it? She was found in a dumpster, in an alley off Vista, behind Hollywood Boulevard, between Vista and Gower. I remember every one of them. Bosch, cleared or not, I remember every last one." "But you don't remember me," Bosch thought, keeping it to himself. "Yeah, that's the one between Vista and Gower. What about it?" "It was never closed. I know that," McKittrick said, his voice tightening. "I worked 63 cases over 7 years on homicide. Worked Hollywood, Wilshire, then robbery-homicide. Cleared 56. I'll stack that record against anyone. These days they're lucky to clear half. I'd win that comparison blindfolded. And you'd be right. It's a solid record. This isn't about you, Jake. It's about the case. Don't call me Jake. I don't know you. Never seen you before in my life. Wait a minute." Bosch stared, half expecting a flicker of recognition about the old pool incident. But then he realized McKittrick had stopped because his wife was walking down the dock toward them, carrying a plastic cooler. McKittrick waited silently as she set it down near the boat. Then he hauled it aboard. "Oh, Detective Bosch, you must be roasting in that," Mrs. McKittrick said. "Would you like to come up and borrow a pair of Jake's shorts and a T-shirt?" Bosch glanced at McKittrick, then back at her. "No, thank you, ma'am. I'm all right." "You're going fishing, aren't you?" "Well, I haven't exactly been invited, and "Oh, Jake, invite him along. You're always looking for someone to go out with. Besides, you two can catch up on all that blood and guts stuff you loved from your Hollywood days." McKittrick looked up at her, and Bosch could see the struggle in his eyes. the tension held tightly in check. He managed to rein it in. "Mary, I appreciate the sandwiches," he said, his voice steady. "Why don't you head back to the house now and give us some space?" She shot him a disapproving look, shaking her head as if he were a petulant child, then turned and walked away without another word. A heavy silence settled between the two men on the boat before Bosch finally broke it, attempting to salvage the conversation. "Listen, I'm only here to ask a few questions about the old case. I'm not implying anything was mishandled. I'm just reviewing the details, that's all. You're leaving something out? What's that?"
"That? You're completely full of it." Bosch felt a surge of anger, his temper flaring at the man's challenge, even though part of him knew the skepticism was warranted. He was close to dropping the polite facade and confronting him directly, but he held back, recognizing that McKittrick's hostility had to stem from something deeper. The old case was like a persistent stone in his shoe. He'd managed to shift it to the side to avoid the pain, but it was still there.
Bosch needed to make him want to remove it. Swallowing his pride, he kept his tone even. "Why am I full of it?" McKittrick had his back turned, fumbling beneath the steering console. Bosch couldn't see what he was doing, though he suspected the man might be searching for a spare set of boat keys. "Why are you full of it?" McKittrick retorted, spinning around. "I'll tell you why, because you waltz in here waving that phony badge around, and we both know you don't have any real authority." McKittrick was now aiming a small Beretta 22 directly at Bosch. At this range, it was more than enough, and Bosch had to assume McKittrick knew how to use it. "Good grief, man! What's gotten into you? I was perfectly fine until you showed up." Bosch raised his hands to chest level in a placating gesture. "Just take it easy. You take it easy. Put your damn hands down. I want to see that badge again. Take it out and toss it over here. Do it slowly." Bosch complied, all the while scanning the docks from the corner of his eye without moving his head. He saw no one. He was alone and unarmed. He tossed the badge wallet onto the deck near McKittrick's feet. "Now, I want you to walk around to the bow up there. Stand against the railing where I can see you. I always figured someone might try to mess with me someday. Well, you picked the wrong guy and the wrong day." Bosch did as instructed, moving to the bow and gripping the railing for support before turning to face his captor. Without taking his eyes off Bosch, McKittrick bent to retrieve the wallet. He then stepped into the cockpit, placing the gun on top of the console. Bosch knew any attempt to reach for it would be futile. McKittrick reached down, turned a key, and the engine rumbled to life. "What are you doing, McKittrick? Oh, now it's McKittrick. What happened to the friendly Jake?"
"Well, we're going fishing. You wanted to fish, so that's what we'll do. You try to jump, and I'll shoot you in the water. I really don't care. I'm not going anywhere. Just relax. Now, reach down and unhook that line from the cleat. Throw it up on the dock." Once Bosch had followed the order, McKittrick picked up the gun and took 3 steps back into the stern. He untied the remaining line and pushed off from a pylon before returning to the helm, gently guiding the boat into reverse.
It slid smoothly out of the slip. Switching to forward gear, they began moving through the inlet toward the open canal. Bosch felt the warm, salty breeze drying the sweat on his skin. He decided he would jump as soon as they reached open water or an area with other boats and people. "Kind of surprised you're not carrying a weapon. What kind of guy claims to be a cop, but doesn't carry a piece? I am a cop, McKittrick? Let me explain. You don't have to, kid. I already know." McKittrick opened the badge wallet, his eyes moving over the identification card and the lieutenant's insignia before tossing it onto the console. "What exactly do you think you know about me?" Bosch asked. "Don't you worry," McKittrick said. "I've still got a few connections in the department. After my wife called, I made one call, a friend. He knew your whole situation. You're on involuntary leave, Bosch. So this story about earthquake damage, it doesn't add up. Makes me wonder if you picked up some freelance work while you're benched." "You're mistaken. We'll see about that. Once we're in open water, you'll tell me who sent you, or you'll be feeding the fish. Doesn't matter to me either way. Nobody sent me. I came on my own. McKittrick slammed his hand against the throttle, and the boat lurched forward, its bow lifting. Bosch gripped the railing to steady himself. "That's a lie!" McKittrick shouted over the roar of the engine. "You lied before, and you're lying now." "Just listen," Bosch yelled back. "You told me you remember every case." "I do, damn it! I can't forget them." "Then cut the engine." McKittrick pulled back on the throttle, and the boat settled, the noise dropping to a low rumble. "On the Marjorie Lowe case, you handled the notification. You remember that? You had to tell the next of kin. You had to tell her boy out at McLaren. That was in the reports, Bosch." "So?" He stopped. His eyes locked on Bosch. He flipped the badge case open again, reading the name. He looked back, recognition dawning. "I remember that name. The swimming pool. You're the boy." "I'm the boy." McKittrick let the boat drift in the calm, shallow waters of Little Sarasota Bay as Bosch told his story. He asked no questions, only listened. During a pause, McKittrick opened the cooler his wife had packed and pulled out 2 beers, handing one to Bosch. The can was freezing in Bosch's grip. He didn't open it until he had finished, sharing everything, even the pointless clash with Pounds. A hunch had formed in Bosch, born from McKittrick's earlier fury and odd conduct. He had flown to Florida, convinced he was meeting either a corrupt cop or an incompetent one, and he wasn't sure which prospect disgusted him more. Now, he saw a man haunted by old memories and the ghosts of poor decisions made decades past. Bosch felt the nagging truth still needed to be confronted, and his own candour was the only way to reach it. "So that's it," Bosch said finally. "I hope she packed more than 2 of these." He popped the tab and drank deeply. The beer was crisp and perfect in the afternoon heat. "Oh, there's plenty more," McKittrick said. "You want a sandwich? Not yet. No, what you want is to hear my side now." "That's why I came." "All right then. Let's go find some fish." He started the engine again, and they followed a line of channel markers south through the bay. Bosch finally remembered the sunglasses in his jacket pocket and put them on. The wind seemed to come from every direction, sometimes swapping the warm air for a cool gust rising off the water. It had been years since Bosch had been on a boat or gone fishing. For a man who'd had a gun pointed at him just 20 minutes earlier, he realized he felt surprisingly at ease. As the bay narrowed into a canal, McKittrick reduced their speed, minimizing the wake. He gave a casual wave to a man on the bridge of a massive yacht docked outside a waterfront restaurant. Bosch couldn't tell if it was a friend or just a friendly gesture. "Take the wheel," McKittrick said. "Keep her even with that lantern on the bridge." "What?" "Take it." McKittrick stepped away from the helm and moved toward the stern of the boat. Bosch slid into the driver's seat, his eyes locking onto the red navigation light suspended beneath the drawbridge up ahead. He turned the wheel, aligning the boat's bow with that distant marker. A glance over his shoulder revealed McKittrick pulling a plastic bag of baitfish from a deck compartment. "Let's see who's hungry today," McKittrick announced, moving to the gunwale and leaning out over the water. He began slapping the hull with the flat of his hand. After a brief pause to scan the surface, he did it again. "What are you doing?" Bosch asked. The answer came in a slick grey arc that broke the water near the stern. A dolphin surfaced so close to McKittrick that Bosch initially saw only a blurred streak. It popped up again beside the boat, its snout above the waterline, emitting a rapid series of clicks that sounded oddly like laughter. McKittrick tossed a couple of fish into its waiting mouth. "That's Sergeant. Check out the markings." Bosch verified their course toward the bridge, then joined McKittrick at the stern. The dolphin lingered. McKittrick indicated a spot below its dorsal fin. 3 parallel white scars were etched across its smooth back. "Got too friendly with a propeller a few years back. The crew at Moat Marine patched him up, but he kept those stripes, earned his name. As McKittrick fed it another fish, he added without looking up, "You might want to take the helm again." Bosch turned to find they'd drifted significantly offline. He corrected their course and remained at the wheel while McKittrick stayed aft, doling out fish until they cleared the bridge. Bosch was resolved. He would get McKittrick's story, whether on the way out or the journey back. He wasn't leaving without it. About 10 minutes past the bridge, they entered a channel opening onto the vast Gulf of Mexico. McKittrick deployed lures from 2 rods, letting the lines trail far behind the boat. He then reclaimed the wheel, shouting to be heard over the wind and engine. "Heading for the reefs. We'll troll out there, then switch to drift fishing in the shallows. We can talk then." "Works for me," Bosch yelled back. The lures went untouched. Roughly 2 miles from shore, McKittrick cut the engines and instructed Bosch to reel in one line while he handled the other.
Bosch, a left-hander, fumbled momentarily with the right-handed reel before finding a rhythm, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Haven't done this since I was a kid. At McLaren, they'd sometimes bus us out to the Malibu pier for the day. That old place is still standing?" McKittrick asked. "Last I checked, probably like fishing in a toilet by now." "Could be." McKittrick chuckled, shaking his head. "So why stick around a place that doesn't seem to want you, Bosch?"
The question hit home. Bosch considered whether the insight came from McKittrick himself or from his mysterious contact. "Who did you call about me back there?" "Not a chance. That's exactly why he talked to me. He knew I wouldn't tell you." Bosch gave a conceding nod. "Fair enough. And you're right. They probably don't want me there. But you know, the harder they push, the harder I dig in. It's like if they ever just stopped trying to force me out, I might actually consider leaving on my own." "I can understand that," McKittrick said. He stowed the trolling rods and began rigging the other 2 with hooks and weights. "We're using mullet now." Bosch simply nodded, having no frame of reference, and watched the older man's practiced movements closely. The boat rocked gently on the open water, the earlier tension momentarily eased by the shared simple task. He figured it was time to get down to business. "So you retired after your 20 years in Los Angeles. What came next? You're looking at it? I moved back here. I'm originally from Palmetto up the coast. Bought a boat, worked as a fishing guide. Did that for another 20 years, retired, and now I fish for nobody but me." Bosch offered a smile. "Palmetto? Isn't that what they call those giant roaches?" "No. Well, yes, but it's also a type of scrub palm. That's what the town's named after, not the insect." Bosch nodded, watching as McKittrick opened a bag of mullet strips and baited each hook. After cracking open fresh beers, they cast their lines from opposite sides of the boat and settled on the gunwales to wait. "So how did you end up in L.A.? Bosch asked. "You know that old saying about going west, young man. After Japan surrendered, I passed through L.A. on my way home. I saw those mountains rising straight up from the ocean into the sky. Damn, my first night in town, I had dinner at the Derby. I was planning to spend my whole wallet. And you know who saw me in uniform and picked up the tab? Clark Gable himself. I'm not kidding you. I fell head over heels for that place, and it took me nearly 30 years to finally see the light. Mary's from L.A., you know, born and raised. She likes it out here just fine." He gave a firm nod, as if convincing himself. Bosch waited a moment, letting McKittrick sit with his distant memories. "He was a decent guy." "Who's that?" Clark Gable. Bosch crushed his empty beer can and grabbed a fresh one after popping it open. He said, "So tell me about the case. What happened? You know what happened if you read the book. It was all in there. It got dumped. One day we had an active investigation. The next we were writing no leads at this time. It was a joke. That's why I remember it so clearly. They shouldn't have done what they did. Who's they? You know, the brass." What did they do? They took it away from us, and Eno let them. He cut his own little deal with them. It was bull. He shook his head, his expression sour. Jake. Bosch tried. This time there was no objection to the first name. Why don't you start from the beginning? I need to know everything you can tell me. McKittrick was quiet as he reeled in his untouched bait. He recast the line, secured the rod in one of the gunwale holders, and grabbed another beer. From under the console, he pulled out a Tampa Bay lightning cap and put it on. Leaning against the gunwale with his beer, he looked at Bosch. "All right, kid. Listen, I got nothing against your mother. I'm just going to tell it like it happened. Okay, that's all I want. You need a hat. You're going to get burned out here. I'm fine." McKittrick nodded and finally began. "All right. So we got the call out from home. It was a Saturday morning. One of the foot patrol officers had found her. She hadn't been killed in that alley. That much was obvious. She'd been dumped there. By the time I got down there from Tujunga, the crime scene unit was already working. My partner was there too. Eno, he was the senior man, so he got there first. He took charge. Bosch placed his rod in a holder and reached for his jacket. Do you mind if I take some notes? No, I don't mind. I guess I've been waiting for someone to actually care about this one since I walked away from it. Go ahead. Eno was in charge. Yeah, he was running the show. You have to understand something. We'd been a team maybe 3-4 months at that point. We weren't close. After this, we'd never be close. I requested a transfer after about a year. They moved me to the Wilshire Detectives homicide table. Never had much to do with him after that. He didn't want much to do with me either. Okay, what happened with the investigation? Well, it was standard procedure. We were going through the motions. We had a list of her known associates, mostly from the Vice Squad, and were working our way through it. The known associates, did that include clients? There wasn't any client list in the murder book. I think there were a few clients on there. Eno made the call to keep it off the record, and as the lead, his word was final. Johnny Fox was on that list right at the top. He was her manager, or more accurately, her pimp. Everyone we spoke to described him as a genuinely nasty piece of work with a long history. We'd heard she was trying to break away from him, maybe even go straight and live a normal life. That ambition didn't sit well with Fox, which made him our prime suspect. The problem was we couldn't find him. We staked out his place, but he never showed. We had prints from the belt used in the murder, but we had nothing to compare them to. Johnny had been picked up a few times before, but was never formally booked, so his prints weren't on file. At the time, that detail didn't raise any red flags for me, but looking back, it's obvious. He had someone protecting him. Then, while we were watching his apartment, we got a radio message to call Arno Conklin immediately. That was a major moment. Arno was a powerhouse back then, leading the city's vice squad and a shoo-in for the soon-to-be-open district attorney position. We'd only been on the case a few days and hadn't contacted the DA's office, so for him to summon us was both surprising and intimidating. I wasn't sure what to think, but I knew it was significant. Just then, Bosch's fishing rod jerked violently, the reel spinning as a fish fought against the line. He grabbed the pole and set the hook, beginning a tough battle that strained his arms and back. After several minutes, McKittrick helped bring the exhausted fish alongside the boat. It was a sleek, blue-black wahoo shimmering in the sun. McKittrick offered to let Bosch hold the catch, but Bosch declined, instead gently touching its slick, reflective scales. He watched as McKittrick released it back into the water, where it hovered, stunned, before finally darting away into the deep. Bosch slid the hook into one of the eyelets on his fishing pole and returned it to its holder. He was finished for the day. He pulled another beer from the cooler. "Help yourself to a sandwich if you want," McKittrick offered. Bosch shook his head.
I'm good.
He regretted the interruption. "You were telling me Conklin called you."
Right, Arno Conklin?
But I had the details mixed up. The request for a meeting was just for Claude, not me. Eno went by himself.
Why only him?
I never found out, and Claude acted like he didn't know either. My guess was they had some prior connection. Eno was a decade older than me, had seen a lot more of the world. So what went down? I can only tell you what my partner told me happened, you follow? I wasn't there. He was admitting he didn't fully trust Eno. Bosch knew that feeling and nodded. Go on. He came back saying Conklin asked us to back off Johnny Fox. Conklin claimed Fox was clean on our case and was working as a confidential informant on some anti-communist investigation. Said Fox was valuable and couldn't be compromised or hassled over a crime he didn't commit. How was Conklin so certain? Your guess is as good as mine. Eno said he told Conklin that assistant district attorneys don't get to decide who's clear for the police, and that we weren't backing off until we interviewed Fox ourselves. Faced with that, Conklin said he could arrange for Fox to be interviewed and printed, but only on his terms in his office at the old courthouse. That building's gone now, replaced by that ugly square monstrosity they put up right before I retired. Were you there for the interview? Yeah, I was there, but it was a waste of time. We questioned him. Fox was there with Conklin, and so was the Nazi. The Nazi. Conklin's muscle, Gordon Mittel, he was there too. I guess he was watching Conklin's back while Conklin watched Fox's. Bosch kept his expression neutral. What did Fox tell you? Not much from what I recall. He gave us an alibi and names to verify it. I took his prints. What did he say about the victim? Same story we'd already heard from her friend Meredith Roman. Said she went to a party in Hancock Park as a paid escort on some guy's arm. Claimed he didn't have the address and had nothing to do with setting it up. Which, come on, a pimp, not knowing where one of his girls is. That was the one thread we had. And when we started pulling on it, Conklin jumped in like a boxing referee. He stopped you from pressing him. The craziest damn thing I ever saw. Here's the man everyone knew would be the next district attorney taking the side of this piece of garbage against two detectives. Sorry for the language. Don't worry about it. Conklin made it seem like we were out of line, while this smug bastard Fox just sat there grinning with a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth. 30-some years later, and I can still see that toothpick. It burned me up. Long story short, we never got to confront him about setting up that date. The boat suddenly rocked on a swell. Bosch looked around but saw no other vessel. It was strange. He gazed out at the water, struck for the first time by how different it was from the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific was a cold, intimidating blue, but the Gulf was a warm, inviting green. We left, McKittrick continued. I figured we'd get another crack at him. So we left and started checking his alibi. It held up. And I don't mean his buddies vouched for him. We did the legwork. We found independent witnesses. People who didn't know him. From what I recall, it was airtight. You remember his whereabouts? He started the night at a bar over on Ivar Avenue, a spot frequented by a lot of the local pimps. The name escapes me now. Later, he drove out to Ventura and spent most of the remaining hours in a card room until he received a phone call. Then he left. The interesting part was this didn't feel like an alibi crafted for that specific evening. This was his regular pattern. He was a familiar face in all those establishments. What was the phone call about? We never found out. We only learned of it when we were verifying his alibi and someone brought it up. We never had the chance to ask Fox directly. Honestly, by then, we weren't overly concerned. As I mentioned, his alibi was solid, and the call didn't come until much later, around 4 or 5 in the morning. The victim, your mother, had been gone for hours by that point. Time of death was set around midnight. The call seemed irrelevant. Bosch nodded, though it was exactly the sort of loose end he would have pursued if it were his case. It was too peculiar a detail. Who calls a poker room at that hour? What kind of message makes a man abruptly leave a game? What about the fingerprints? I had them checked regardless, and they didn't match the ones on the belt. He was clean. The lowlife was in the clear. A thought occurred to Bosch. You did compare the prints on the belt to the victim's, correct? Listen, Bosch, I know you hotshots think you're the bee's knees nowadays, but we had a few functioning brain cells back in those days too. My apologies. There were a few prints on the buckle that belonged to the victim. That was it. The others were unmistakably the killer's based on their placement. We got clear, direct lifts and partials from 2 other spots, where it was obvious the belt had been gripped with a full hand. You don't hold a belt like that when you're fastening it. You hold it like that when you're wrapping it around someone's neck. A heavy silence followed. Bosch couldn't decipher what McKittrick was driving at. He felt a sense of deflation. He had hoped that getting McKittrick to talk would point a finger squarely at Fox or Conklin or someone. Instead, he was getting nothing substantial. How do you remember all these details, Jake? It's been a lifetime. I've had a lifetime to think about it. When you hang it up, Bosch, you'll understand. There's always one case that clings to you. This is the one that clung to me. So what was your final conclusion? My final conclusion? I never got past that meeting in Conklin's office. I guess you had to be there, but it just felt like Fox was running the show. It was as if he was calling the shots. Bosch nodded. He could see McKittrick wrestling with how to articulate a gut feeling. You ever interview a suspect with his lawyer constantly interrupting? McKittrick asked.
You know, don't answer this. Don't answer that. That kind of nonsense all the time. Well, it was like that. It was like Conklin, the future district attorney, for crying out loud, was this dirtbag's attorney objecting to every question we asked. The bottom line was, if you didn't know who he was or where we were, you'd swear he was on Fox's payroll. Both of them. Mittel too. So I was pretty convinced Fox had his claws into Arno. Somehow he managed it. And I was right.
It was all confirmed later. You mean when Fox died? Yeah. He was killed in a hit-and-run while working for the Conklin campaign. I remember the newspaper story didn't say a word about his background as a pimp, as a Hollywood Boulevard thug. No, he was just some poor guy who got run over. Mr. Innocent, I tell you, that story must have cost Arno a pretty penny and made some reporter a little wealthier. Bosch sensed there was more, so he stayed quiet. I was with Wilshire detectives by then, McKittrick continued. But I got curious when I heard the news, so I called over to Hollywood to see who caught the case. It was Eno. Big surprise. He never built a case against anyone. That pretty much settled my thoughts about him, too. McKittrick gazed out over the water, where the sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon. He tossed his empty beer can toward a bucket on the deck. It missed, clattering over the rail and into the sea.
Forget it, he muttered. Probably time to call it a day. He began winding in his fishing line. What do you figure Eno got from all this anyway? Hard to say for sure. Could have been trading favors, something along those lines. I'm not saying he made a fortune, but he got something out of it. A guy like that doesn't work for free. I just never pinned down what his price was. McKittrick started pulling the rods from their holders, securing them on the hooks along the stern. Back in '72, you checked the murder book out of archives. How come? McKittrick gave him a curious look. I signed the same checkout slip just a few days back, Bosch explained. Your name was still on it? McKittrick nodded slowly. Yeah, that was right. After I filed my papers to retire, I was clearing out my desk, going through old files. I'd held on to the prints we lifted from the belt, kept the card, held on to the belt itself, too. Why? You know why. I didn't think it was safe in the case file or the evidence room, not with Conklin as DA and Eno doing his dirty work. So I kept it. Years went by, and when I was cleaning everything out before moving to Florida, there it was. Right before I walked away for good, I slipped the print card back into the murder book and returned the belt to the evidence box. Eno was already in Vegas, retired.
Conklin had flamed out of politics. The case was ancient history. I put it all back. Guess part of me hoped someone like you might come along and take another look someday. What about you? Did you look through the book when you returned the card? Yeah, I did, and I saw I'd made the right call. Someone had been through it, cleaned it out. They'd pulled the Fox interview. Probably Eno's doing. As the second detective on the case, the paperwork was yours to handle, right?
Right. Most of it, anyway.
What did you write on the Fox interview summary that would have made Eno need to remove it? Nothing specific comes to mind, just that I thought the guy was lying and that Conklin was out of line. Something like that. Anything else you remember that was missing? Nah, nothing major. Just that. I think he just wanted Conklin's name scrubbed from the record. Yeah, well, he missed a spot. You'd logged his first call on the chronological record. That's how I found it. Did I?
Well, good for me. And here you are. Here I am. All right, let's head in. Too bad the fish weren't cooperating today. I'm not complaining. I got what I came for. McKittrick stepped behind the wheel and was about to start the engine when he paused. Oh, almost forgot. He moved to the cooler and opened it. Don't want Mary to think we went hungry. He pulled out the plastic bags with the sandwiches his wife had packed. You hungry? Not really. Me neither.
He opened the bags and dumped the sandwiches over the side. Bosch watched him. Jake, when you pulled that gun earlier, who did you think I was? McKittrick didn't answer immediately, carefully folding the empty plastic bags and placing them back in the cooler. When he straightened up, he met Bosch's gaze. I didn't know. All I knew was that I thought I might have to bring you out here and dump you overboard, just like those sandwiches.
Sometimes it feels like I've spent my whole life hiding out here, waiting for them to finally send someone. You think they'd go that far, after all this time and distance? I have no idea. The longer it goes, the less I believe it. But old habits die hard. I always keep a gun close. Doesn't matter that most days I can barely remember why. They rode back from the Gulf with the engine roaring, the soft salt spray cooling their faces. They didn't speak anymore. There was nothing left to say.
Every so often, Bosch glanced over at McKittrick. The old man's face was hidden in the shadow beneath his cap brim, a lifetime of quiet vigilance etched into his features. Bosch could see the man's eyes, distant and fixed on some past event, a moment sealed in time and beyond any correction. The boat trip had left him with a dull, throbbing headache, a souvenir from too many beers under the relentless sun. He declined McKittrick's offer for dinner, claiming exhaustion. Alone in his car, he fished 2 Tylenol from his bag and swallowed them dry, hoping for quick relief. He opened his notebook, reviewing the scattered thoughts he'd scribbled about the old cop's story. By the end of that afternoon on the water, he'd found a certain kinship with McKittrick. Perhaps he recognized a shadow of his own future in the retired detective, a man haunted by a case he'd let slip away, by the right thing left undone. Bosch knew that guilt intimately. For years he too had turned away from a case he knew was waiting for him. They were both trying to make amends now, though a grim part of him wondered if it was already too late for any of it to matter. Back in Los Angeles, his path seemed to narrow to a single daunting move, confronting Arno Conklin. The idea left him uneasy. He'd be walking in with little more than a gut feeling and a handful of suspicions, hardly the arsenal needed to face a man like that. Conklin would hold every advantage. A surge of frustration washed over him. He hated that the investigation might boil down to this. Conklin hadn't shown a flicker of fear in 35 years. Why would he start now with Bosch in his office? Harry knew he needed leverage, something solid, but he had nothing. He started the engine, but kept the car in park, blasting the air conditioner as he added McKittrick's revelations to the simmering mix of facts in his mind. This was where the real work began. the slow, deliberate assembly of a theory for Bosch. Homicide investigation always came back to this. Take the scattered pieces, shake them hard, and see what plausible story falls out. The trick was to hold that story lightly, ready to let it go the moment a new fact didn't fit. Based on what McKittrick said, it was clear Clayton Fox had some kind of power over Conklin. The question was, what Fox's business was women? The theory began to form. Fox had gotten his hook into Conklin through a woman, or several of them. News clippings from that era noted Conklin was a bachelor. The morals of the time then, as now, demanded that a public servant, especially one eyeing the top prosecutor's office, avoid even the appearance of the vices he publicly condemned. A private scandal could sink a political career in an instant. So, if this was Conklin's weakness, and if Fox was the one arranging those private encounters, then Fox held a winning hand. It would explain why McKittrick and his partner got such unusual pushback when they tried to interview Fox. The theory, Bosch realized, grew even darker and more compelling if Conklin had done more than just indulge a vice. What if he had killed one of the women Fox sent to him, Marjorie Lowe? For one thing, it would explain how Conklin knew with certainty that Fox wasn't the murderer, because he was the murderer himself. It would also clarify why Fox could demand and get a legitimate job on Conklin's campaign. The brutal bottom line was this. If Conklin was the killer, Fox's hold over him would be permanent and unshakable. Conklin would be like a fish on a line, beautifully colored but utterly trapped. Unless, of course, the fisherman holding the rod suddenly disappeared. Bosch considered Fox's death and saw how neatly it fit. Conklin had waited, letting time pass between one death and the next. He played the part of the hooked fish, even conceding to Fox's demand for a campaign job. Then, when the coast seemed clear, Clayton Fox was stepped off a curb and into the path of a car. Perhaps a payment to a journalist had kept the victim's past out of the public eye, assuming the reporter was even aware of it. A few months later, Conklin was elected district attorney. Bosch turned his thoughts to where Mittel fit into this puzzle. As Conklin's trusted lieutenant and enforcer, it seemed impossible that Mittel wouldn't be privy to whatever Conklin knew. The whole scenario felt too calculated to have occurred in isolation. Bosch found his theory compelling, yet it frustrated him deeply, because it remained just that, a theory, nothing more. With a shake of his head, he acknowledged he was back at square one, all speculation, not a shred of tangible proof. The mental fatigue was settling in, so he decided to shelve the matter for now. He adjusted the air conditioning, which felt too sharp against his sunburned skin, and put the car into drive. As he rolled slowly through Pelican Cove toward the exit, his mind wandered to the woman trying to sell her late father's condo. She'd signed the self-portrait Jazz. He liked that. On an impulse, he turned the car around and headed back toward her unit. Daylight was still holding, and no lights glowed from the building's windows when he arrived. He couldn't tell if she was home. Parking a short distance away, he settled in to watch, wrestling with whether he should do anything at all. For 15 minutes, indecision held him frozen in place. Then she stepped out the front door. He was parked about 20 yards away, tucked between two other vehicles. The sudden movement broke his paralysis just enough for him to slide lower in the seat, hoping to avoid being seen. She walked into the parking lot, passing behind the row of cars that included his rental. He stayed perfectly still, listening. He waited for the sound of an engine turning over. Then what, he thought? Follow her. What are you even doing? A sharp rap on the window beside him jolted him upright. It was her. Flustered, Bosch turned the key to lower the window. "Yes, Mr."
Bosch, what are you doing? What do you mean you've been sitting out here? I saw you. Humiliation choked off his words. I don't know whether to call security or not. No, don't do that. I was going to come to your door to apologize. Apologize for what? For today, for earlier when I was inside. You were right. I wasn't looking to buy anything. Then what were you doing?
Bosch opened the car door and stepped out, feeling at a disadvantage while she looked down at him. "I'm a cop," he said. "I needed to get in here to see someone. I used you, and I'm sorry. I am. I didn't know about your father and all of that." She smiled and shook her head. "That's the dumbest story I've ever heard. What about L.A.? Was that part of the story?" "No, I'm from L.A. I'm a cop there. I don't know if I'd go around admitting that if I were you. You guys have some serious PR problems." "Yeah, I know." He felt a sudden surge of courage, reminding himself his flight was in the morning, and he'd likely never see her, or this state again. "You mentioned lemonade earlier, but I never got any, I was thinking. Maybe I could tell you the story, apologize properly, and have some lemonade or something." He glanced toward her condo door. "You, L.A. cops are pushy," she said, though she was still smiling. "One glass and the story better be good. After that, we both have to go. I'm driving up to Tampa tonight." They started walking toward the door, and Bosch realized he was smiling. "What's in Tampa? It's where I live, and I miss it. I've been down here more than up there since I listed the condo. I want to spend a Sunday in my own place, in my own studio. That's right, a painter. I try to be." She opened the door and let him enter first. "Well, that works for me. I need to get to Tampa sometime tonight myself. I fly out in the morning, sipping a tall glass of lemonade." Bosch explained his ruse of using her to access the complex to visit another resident. To his relief, she didn't seem upset. He could see she appreciated the cleverness of it. Bosch didn't mention how the plan had unraveled when McKittrick drew a weapon. He offered a broad summary of the investigation, carefully omitting any personal ties, and she appeared fascinated by the notion of cracking a homicide from 33 years back. One glass of lemonade became 4, the final 2 generously laced with vodka. They erased the last traces of Bosch's headache and cast a pleasant haze over the evening. Sometime between the 3rd and 4th glass, she asked if he minded her smoking, and he lit cigarettes for them both. As dusk settled over the mangroves outside, he finally steered the talk toward her. Bosch had picked up on a solitude in her, a hidden layer of mystery. Behind the attractive face were old wounds, the kind you couldn't see. Her name was Jasmine Corrian, though friends called her Jazz. She spoke of a childhood spent under the Florida sun and a deep reluctance to ever leave it. She'd been married once, a long time ago. There was no one in her life now, and she'd grown accustomed to that. She said she focused most of her energy on her art, and in a way Bosch understood. His own work, though few would label it art, consumed most of his life as well.
"What do you paint?" "Mostly portraits."
"Of who?" "Just people I know. Maybe I'll paint you some day, Bosch." He fumbled for a response, awkwardly shifting to safer territory. "Why not hand this place over to a realtor? You could stay in Tampa and paint. I wanted the distraction, and I didn't want to give a realtor 5%. This is a nice complex units sell pretty well on their own. Lots of Canadian buyers. I'll sell it. This was only the first week the ad's been running." Bosch simply nodded, regretting he'd moved the conversation from her painting to real estate. The clumsy pivot had thickened the air between them. "I was thinking, would you like to get dinner?" She studied him seriously, as if the question and her answer carried much greater weight. They likely did. At least he felt they might. Where would we go? It was a stall, but he played along, "I don't know. It's not my town, not my state. You pick around here or somewhere on the way to Tampa. I don't care. I'd just like your company, Jazz. If you're willing, how long has it been since you were with a woman? On a date, I mean?" "A date? I'm not sure. A few months, maybe. But look, I'm not some sad case. I'm just in town alone and thought maybe you'd." "It's fine, Harry, let's go." "To eat, yes, to eat. I know a spot on the way up, past Longboat. You'll have to follow me." He smiled and agreed. She drove a powder-blue Volkswagen Beetle convertible with one red fender. He couldn't have lost her in a hailstorm, let alone on the slow-moving Florida highways. They had to stop for 2 drawbridges before reaching Longboat Key, then drove north the length of the island, crossed a bridge onto Anna Maria Island, and finally parked at a place called the Sandbar. They walked through the bar and settled on a deck overlooking the Gulf. The air was cool. They ate crabs and oysters, washing them down with Mexican beer. Bosch loved it. They didn't speak much, but no words were needed. It was always in the quiet moments that Bosch felt most at ease with the women who had passed through his life. He felt the vodka and beer softening his edges, warming him toward her, smoothing out any roughness the evening might have held. A desire for her was growing, pulling at him. McKittrick and the case had somehow been pushed into a dark corner of his mind. "This is good," he said, as he neared his limit with food and drink. "Really great."
Yeah, they do it right. Can I tell you something, Bosch? Go ahead. I was only joking earlier about what I said regarding LA cops, but I have known a few officers before, and you seem different. I'm not sure how to put it, but it feels like there's just too much of you still here, you understand. I suppose so, he agreed with a nod. Thanks, I think. They shared a laugh, and then, with a tentative motion, she leaned in and gave him a brief kiss on the lips. It was pleasant, and he smiled. He could taste garlic. Good thing you're already sunburned, or you'd be blushing all over again. No, I wouldn't, she replied. That was actually a really nice thing to say. Do you want to come home with me, Bosch? Now he paused, not because he needed to think about his answer, but because he wanted to give her a moment to take it back in case she'd spoken too hastily. When she remained silent, he smiled and nodded. Yes, I'd like that. They left and headed inland toward the freeway. As he followed her Volkswagen, Bosch wondered if she might reconsider during the solitary drive. He got his answer at the Skyway Bridge. Pulling up to the toll booth with $1 ready, the attendant shook his head and waved off the payment. Nope. The lady in the bug covered you. Really? Yep. You know her? Not yet. I have a feeling you will. Good luck. Thanks. Now Bosch couldn't have lost her even in a blizzard. The longer they drove, the more a wave of almost teenage anticipation and euphoria washed over him. He was captivated by her straightforwardness and found himself wondering how that directness would translate once they were together. She led him north to Tampa and into an area called Hyde Park. Overlooking the bay, the neighborhood was filled with historic Victorian and craftsman-style homes, many with wide, inviting front porches. Her place was an apartment above a 3-car garage behind a grey Victorian house, trimmed in green, as they reached the top of the stairs and she slid the key into the lock. Bosch hesitated, uncertain what to do next. She opened the door and looked at him, reading his expression. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking maybe I should run to a drugstore first and then come back. Don't worry about it. I have what we'll need, but could you wait out here just a second? I want to do a quick sweep inside and tidy up a few things. He met her eyes. I really don't care about that. Please. Okay, take your time. He waited about 3 minutes before she opened the door and pulled him inside. If she had tidied up, she'd done it in near darkness. The only light came from what looked like the kitchen. She took his hand and led him away from the light, down a dim hallway that opened into her bedroom. Here, she switched on a lamp, revealing a sparsely furnished space. A wrought iron bed with a canopy dominated the room. Beside it stood a night table of unfinished wood, a matching dresser, and an antique Singer sewing machine table holding a blue vase filled with withered flowers. Nothing hung on the walls, though Bosch noticed a single nail protruding from the plaster above the vase. Jasmine saw the flowers and quickly grabbed the vase, heading for the door. I need to dump these.
I haven't been here in a week and forgot to change them. Removing the flowers released a faint, stale odour into the room. While she was gone, Bosch studied the nail again and thought he could make out the faint outline of a rectangle on the wall. Something had hung there, he decided. She hadn't come in to clean. If she had, she would have dealt with the flowers. She'd come in to take down a picture. When she returned, she placed the empty vase back on the table. "Would you like another beer?" "I have some wine too." Bosch moved closer, even more intrigued by her mysteries. "No, I'm fine." Without another word, they embraced. As they kissed, he could taste beer, garlic, and a hint of cigarette smoke, but he didn't mind. He knew she was getting the same from him. He pressed his cheek against hers, and with his nose he found the spot on her neck where she'd applied perfume. Night-blooming jasmine, they found their way to the bed, shedding clothes between urgent kisses. Her skin was sun-kissed, the lines from a swimsuit clearly visible. He pressed his lips to her small, lovely breasts and eased her back against the pillows. She whispered for him to wait, then turned and pulled a strip of 3 condoms from the nightstand drawer, handing it over. "Hopeful planning?" he asked. They both laughed, the sound breaking the tension and making everything feel easier. "Maybe," she said. "We'll find out." For Harry Bosch, intimacy had always been about alignment. Two people's desires rose and fell on separate tides. Emotional needs didn't always match physical ones, but sometimes everything inside a person clicked into place, and then miraculously clicked in time with someone else. This was one of those rare moments with Jasmine Corian. Their connection built a private world so complete that time lost all meaning. It could have been an hour or mere minutes, and he wouldn't have known the difference. At the climax, he was above her, gazing into her open eyes as her hands gripped his arms tightly, holding on as if for life itself. Their bodies trembled together, and then he lay still over her, catching his breath against the curve of her neck. A sudden, wild urge to laugh bubbled up inside him, a pure, uncomplicated joy, but he swallowed it, letting it out as a stifled cough instead. "You all right?" she murmured. "Never better," he breathed. Slowly, he shifted off her, trailing kisses down her body. He kissed each breast again before sitting up with her legs resting beside him. Discreetly turning away, he removed the condom and stood, heading for what he hoped was the bathroom. The first door revealed a closet. The second was correct. He flushed the condom away, idly picturing it drifting out into the Gulf of Mexico. When he returned, she was sitting up, the sheet gathered around her waist. He retrieved his sport coat from the floor, fished out his cigarettes, and offered her one. After lighting them both, he leaned in and kissed her breasts once more, drawing a laugh from her that made him smile. "You know, I'm glad you didn't arrive prepared." "Prepared? What does that mean?" "I mean offering to go to the store. It says something about you. Like what? If you'd flown here from Los Angeles with a condom in your wallet, it would have felt calculated, like some guy on a mission. It would have stolen all the magic. I'm just glad you're not that kind of man, Harry Bosch." He nodded, turning her words over. He wasn't entirely sure he followed the logic, and it made him quietly wonder what it meant that she had been prepared. He let the thought go and took a drag from his cigarette. "How'd you hurt your hand like that?" She had noticed the marks on his fingers. He'd removed the bandages on the flight over, leaving angry red welts. "Cigarette?" I fell asleep. For the first time in a long while, he felt he could tell her the absolute truth about himself. "That's terrifying," she said softly. "Yeah, don't plan on a repeat. Will you stay tonight?" He moved closer, his lips brushing her neck. "Yes," he whispered. Her fingers reached over and traced the ragged scar on his left shoulder. It was a habit he'd noticed before. Women in bed, always seemed drawn to that old wound, an ugly mark he never understood the fascination with.
You were shot?
Yeah. That's even more frightening. He gave a slight shrug. It was ancient history. What I was trying to say earlier, she continued, is that you're different from most cops I've met. You've held onto your soul. How did you manage that? He shrugged again, as if he had no answer. Are you okay, Bosch? He put out his cigarette. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? I don't know. You remember that singer, Marvin Gaye, right before his own father took his life? He sang about sexual healing, claimed it was good for the soul, something along those lines. Well, I believe it. How about you? I guess so. I get the feeling you need some healing in your life, Bosch. That's the sense I'm picking up. Ready to call it a night? She settled back down, pulling the sheet up. He moved through the room, turning off the lights before joining her under the covers in the dark. She shifted, turning her back to him, and asked him to put his arm around her. He moved close behind her and did, breathing in her scent. How did you get the name Jazz? I'm not sure. It just stuck. Goes with Jasmine, I suppose. A quiet moment passed before she asked why he wanted to know. Because you smell like both names, like the flower and the music. What does Jazz smell like to you? Like a dark, smoky room. They lay in silence for a long time, and Bosch thought she had drifted off, but sleep wouldn't come for him. He stared into the shadows of the room until her voice, soft and low, broke the stillness. Bosch, what's the most damaging thing you've ever done to yourself? What are you asking? You know exactly what I mean. What's the one thing that haunts you, that keeps you staring at the ceiling if you dwell on it? He took a moment, the words feeling heavy, hard to say. He offered a brief, uncomfortable laugh. I've made plenty of mistakes. A lot of them were against myself, I suppose. At least, those are the ones I replay. Give me one. You can tell me. And he believed he could. He felt he could share almost anything with her without harsh judgment. When I was a kid, I grew up mostly in a group home, like an orphanage. When I first got there, one of the older boys took my sneakers. They didn't even fit him. He did it just because he could. He was one of the tough kids who ran the place, and he took them. I didn't fight back, and it stung. But that was done to you. That's not what I... No, let me finish. You needed that part first. See, when I got older and had some clout in that place, I did the exact same thing. I took a new kid's shoes. He was smaller. I couldn't even wear them. I just took them and, I don't know, tossed them out or something. But I took them because I could. I repeated the very thing that had been done to me, and even now, sometimes, I remember it, and it doesn't sit right. She gave his hand a comforting squeeze, but stayed quiet. Is that the sort of story you were looking for? She just squeezed his hand again. After a pause, he continued, I think the thing I regret most, though, might be letting a woman walk away. You mean a suspect? No, I mean, we were together lovers, and when she decided to leave, I didn't put up much of a fight. I didn't really try, and sometimes I wonder if I had, maybe I could have changed her mind. I don't know. Did she say why she was going? She just got to know me too well. I don't blame her. I come with baggage. I can be difficult, I guess. I've spent most of my life alone. The room filled with silence again, and he waited. He sensed she had more to say, or wanted to be asked. When she finally spoke, he wasn't sure if she was talking about him or herself. They say if a cat is mean, scratches and hisses at everyone, even someone trying to comfort it, it's because it wasn't held enough when it was little. I've never heard that. I think there's truth to it. He was quiet for a beat, then moved his hand to gently touch her breast. Is that your story? He asked. You weren't held enough. Who knows? What's the worst thing you ever did to yourself, Jasmine? I think you want to tell me. He knew she'd been waiting for the question. It was a night for true confessions, and he began to feel the entire evening had been steered by her to reach this very point.
"You didn't cling to a person you were meant to let go of," she murmured into the darkness. "I did. I held on far too long. The worst part was, I saw it coming. It was like watching a train barrel down the tracks toward you, but you're so hypnotized by the headlight you can't make yourself step off the rails." His eyes were open, tracing the faint silhouette of her shoulder and cheek. He shifted closer, his lips brushing her neck, before he whispered near her ear. "But you stepped off."
"That's what matters now." "I stepped off," she repeated, her voice tinged with a distant sadness. "I did." A quiet stretched between them before she reached beneath the blanket and found his hand resting gently on her. She covered it with her own. "Good night, Harry." He lay still, listening until her breathing settled into the slow rhythm of sleep, and only then did he allow himself to follow. For once there were no dreams, just a deep, enveloping warmth in the dark. The next morning, Bosch was the first to wake. He took a quick shower and, without a second thought, used her toothbrush. After pulling on yesterday's clothes, he slipped out to his car to get his bag. Changed and feeling more settled, he headed to the kitchen in search of coffee, only to find a box of tea bags. Abandoning the idea, he moved through the quiet apartment, the old pine floors groaning under his weight. The living room was as minimalist as the bedroom. A sofa draped with a cream-colored blanket, a simple coffee table, an outdated stereo with a cassette deck, but no CD player and no television in sight. The walls were bare, save for 2 fresh nails driven into the plaster, not rusted, not painted over. They hadn't been there long. A set of French doors led to a sun porch enclosed by windows, furnished with rattan chairs and dotted with potted plants, including a small orange tree heavy with fruit. The air was sweet with its scent. Bosch moved to the windows and looked south down the alley behind the building, catching a glimpse of the bay. The morning sun hit the water, casting a blinding sheet of white light. He crossed back through the living room to a door on the opposite wall. The moment he opened it, the sharp, clean scent of linseed oil and turpentine hit him. This was her studio. He paused only briefly before stepping inside. The room had a window that framed a direct, unobstructed view of the bay, past the backyards and garages of the neighboring houses. It was a stunning vista, and he understood instantly why she worked here. In the center of the room, on a paint-splattered cloth, stood an easel. No stool in sight. She painted standing up. He noticed there was no overhead lamp or any artificial light source. She worked solely by natural light. Circling the easel, he saw the canvas was blank, untouched. Along one wall ran a high work counter littered with scattered tubes of paint, palette knives, and coffee cans stuffed with brushes. At the end sat a deep laundry sink. Under the counter, several canvases were leaned face-in against the wall. They looked unused, waiting like the one on the easel, but Bosch wasn't convinced. Not with those telltale nails in the other rooms. He bent and slid a few of the canvases out, feeling a strange, familiar pull, like he was back on a case, piecing together a puzzle. The 3 portraits he revealed were rendered in deep, somber tones. None were signed, but the style was unmistakably hers, echoing the painting he'd seen at her father's home, sharp lines, a palette of shadows. The first depicted a nude woman, her face turned away from the viewer and lost in the gloom. Bosch sensed the darkness was claiming the woman, not the other way around. Her mouth was lost to shadow, rendering her silent. He knew this figure was Jasmine. The second canvas felt like a continuation of the first, the same nude in shadow, now facing forward. Bosch observed she had painted herself with fuller breasts than she possessed, and he pondered whether this was a deliberate statement or an unconscious enhancement by the artist. Beneath the wash of grey, he detected faint red highlights on her skin. Though no art expert, Bosch understood this was a profoundly dark piece. The third painting he examined was different, linked only by its subject, another nude portrait of Jasmine. This one, however, was unmistakably a reimagining of Edvard Munch's The Scream, a work Bosch had long studied in books but never seen in person. Here, Jasmine was the terrified figure. The setting had shifted from Munch's nightmarish swirl to the stark geometry of the Skyway Bridge, its bright yellow support beams instantly recognizable. "What are you doing?" he startled as if struck. Jasmine stood in the studio doorway, clutching a silk robe closed. Her eyes were swollen from sleep. "Just looking at your work, is that all right? This door was locked." "No, it wasn't." She reached for the knob and turned it, a futile attempt to challenge him. "It really wasn't, Jazz."
"I'm sorry. I didn't realize this room was off limits. Could you please put those back where you found them?" "Of course. But why take them off the walls?" "I didn't. Is it because they're nudes or because of what they represent?" "Please don't ask me about this. Just put them back." She left the doorway. He returned the canvases to their place beneath the cloth and found her in the kitchen, filling a kettle at the sink, her back to him. He approached and rested a hand lightly on her shoulder. She flinched slightly at the contact. "Jazz, I'm sorry. Cop's curiosity. It's a habit. It's fine. You sure? Yes. Would you like some tea?" She had stopped filling the kettle but didn't turn or move to the stove. "No, thanks. I was thinking maybe I could take you out for breakfast. When is your flight? I thought you said it was this morning." "That's the other thing. I could change it. Stay another day. Leave tomorrow if you want me to. I'd like to stay." She turned and met his eyes. "I want you to stay too." They embraced and kissed, but she quickly pulled away. "Not fair. You brushed your teeth. I have monster breath." "Yeah, but I used your toothbrush, so call it even." "That's disgusting. Now I need a new one." "Guess so." They shared a smile, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, the studio intrusion seemingly forgiven. "You call the airline, and I'll get ready. I know a great place." As she started to pull away, he held her gently. He couldn't let it go. "One more thing." "What?" "Why aren't those paintings signed?" "They aren't finished. The one at your father's was signed. That was for him. These are for me, the one on the bridge." "Is she going to jump?" She looked at him for a long moment. "I don't know sometimes when I look at it. I think she might. The idea is there, but you never really know." "That can't happen, Jazz." "Why not?" "Because it just can't. I'll go get ready." She slipped from his grasp and left the kitchen. He walked to the wall phone near the refrigerator and dialed the airline. While finalizing his travel plans for Monday morning, Harry Bosch impulsively asked the airline representative if his return to Los Angeles could include a stop in Las Vegas. She informed him it was possible, but with a layover of over 3 hours. He agreed, paying an additional $50 on his credit card to adjust the $700 ticket. After hanging up, he considered Vegas. Claude Eno might be gone, but his widow was still collecting his benefits. She could be worth the extra time and money. "All set." Jasmine's voice came from the living room. Stepping out of the kitchen, Bosch found her waiting in cut-off jeans and a tank top, with an unbuttoned white shirt tied at her waist. Sunglasses were already perched on her head. She drove them to a diner where they drizzled honey over warm biscuits and served eggs with a side of creamy buttered grits, a taste Bosch hadn't experienced since his army days at Fort Benning. The food was excellent. They ate mostly in silence, neither bringing up the paintings or their late-night conversation. Those words, and perhaps the art itself, seemed meant only for the darkness. Jasmine insisted on paying the bill. Bosch left the tip. They spent the afternoon driving around in her convertible Volkswagen, the top down, burning through a full tank of gas and 2 packs of cigarettes.
She showed him everything from the historic streets of Ybor City to the sandy stretches of St. Petersburg Beach. By late day, they were parked at Indian Rocks Beach, watching the sun begin its descent over the Gulf of Mexico. "I've travelled to plenty of spots," Jasmine said, "but the light here is my favourite ever make it out to California." "Not yet. Out there, sometimes the sunset looks like molten lava pouring over the city." "That sounds incredible. It has a way of making you forgive things, forget things. That's Los Angeles for you. Plenty of broken pieces, but the ones that still function, they really shine." "I think I understand." Bosch hesitated, then asked something he'd been turning over all day. "If you never show your paintings to anyone, how do you manage financially?" It came out of nowhere. She didn't seem offended. "I have money from my father. It's not a fortune, but it's enough. I don't need much. If I never feel pressured to sell my work, then the process stays pure. It isn't compromised." To Bosch, it sounded like a tidy excuse for avoiding the vulnerability of sharing one's art. But he let it drop. She, however, didn't. "Are you always a detective? Always interrogating people?" "Only when I care about them," he replied. She responded with a quick kiss before walking back to the car. After changing at her apartment, they had dinner at a Tampa steakhouse, where the wine list was a tome so thick it rested on its own stand. The decor was a chaotic, opulent mix of gilded frames, deep red velvet, and classical statuary, as if designed by a wildly optimistic Italian. She mentioned, with a hint of irony, that the Temple of Meat was owned by a committed vegetarian. "Sounds like a Californian," Bosch joked. She smiled, but grew quiet afterward. Bosch's thoughts drifted back to his case, and a sharp pang of guilt hit him. He'd spent the whole day not thinking about it, and now it felt like he was sidelining his own mother's memory for personal pleasure. Jasmine seemed to sense his internal debate. "Can you stay another day, Harry?" He smiled, but shook his head. "I can't. I have to go, but I'll come back as soon as possible." Bosch paid for dinner with a credit card he suspected was nearing its limit, and they returned to her place. Aware their time was short, they went straight to bed. Her body, its scent and taste, felt utterly perfect to him. He never wanted this feeling to fade. There had been other women who caught his eye instantly, and he'd pursued those sparks. But this was different. It felt whole, like every part of him was present and engaged. He suspected the unknown was what held him. She was a puzzle, layers still wrapped in shadow. Physically, they were as close as two people could be, moving together in a slow, tender rhythm, ending in a kiss that seemed to last forever. Afterward, he stayed beside her, his arm resting over her stomach, while her fingers gently twisted through his hair. Then, in the quiet, she started to share. "Harry, I should tell you there haven't been many men for me." He stayed quiet, unsure what to say. A person's past didn't matter to him, except where health was concerned. "What about you?" she pressed. He couldn't help himself. "Well, I haven't been with many men either. Actually, none that I can recall." She gave his shoulder a playful shove. "You know what I mean. The answer's no. Not many women either. Probably not enough, if I'm being honest. With the men I've known, most seemed to want something I couldn't give. I never figured out what it was, so I'd either leave too early or stick around too long." He lifted himself on an elbow to look at her.
"You know, sometimes I feel like I understand strangers better than I understand myself. My job, I get so deep into other people's lives that I wonder if I even have one of my own. Maybe I'm just living through them. Sorry, I'm not making much sense." "I think you are. I get it. Maybe everyone feels that way sometimes. I don't know. Maybe not." A comfortable silence settled between them. He leaned down and kissed her breast, lingering softly, and she cradled his head against her. The scent of jasmine filled the air. Then, out of nowhere, she asked,
Harry, have you ever fired your gun? He lifted his head. The question felt abrupt, out of place. Through the dim light, he could see her eyes fixed on him, waiting. Yes, you've killed someone. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, she didn't speak. What is it, Jazz? Nothing. I was just thinking how someone lives with that, how you keep going. All I can say is that it leaves a mark. Even when there's no other choice, even when they had to go down, it stays with you. You just have to keep moving forward. She fell silent again. Whatever she needed from him, he hoped she'd found it. Bosch felt unsettled, wondering why she'd asked, and if this was some kind of test. He lay back on his pillow, sleep kept at bay by a swirl of confusion. After a while, she turned and draped an arm over him. "I think you're a good man," she whispered near his ear. "Am I?" he whispered back.
And you will come back, won't you?
Yes, I'll come back.